Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official language the fourth report on the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Room to Grow, Strengthening Food Processing Capacity in Canada for Food Security and Export. Alors, conforme.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, we call on the government to provide a response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petition.
Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Forgive me, I just have a few technical problems. It's an honor today to present this petition.
The petition deals with the ongoing human rights abuses within the People's Republic of China. Specifically, petitioners call on the government to apply Magnitsky sanctions to enforce human rights in the case of practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong, who are persistently persecuted within the People's Republic of China by the Chinese Communist Party. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a civic initiative that became a petition. A citizen in my riding is calling on the government to pay specific attention to our seniors, and for 70 years, the OAS has existed for 70 years, so we're calling on the government to change it, change the name. It's a very simple gesture to respect our seniors. Thank you.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion on allegations of sexual misconduct in the military, standing in the name of Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Bazan, moves that given A, women and all members of the Canadian Armed Forces place their trust in the government's act to claims of sexual misconduct. B, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was informed about a specific sexual harassment allegation against General Jonathan Vance 3 years ago. C, le Premier Ministre.
C, the Prime Minister asserts that this sexual harassment allegation was never brought to his attention.
D,
D, the Prime Minister said that those in a position of authority have a duty to act upon allegations.
Call upon the Prime Minister to dismiss the Chief of Staff, or his Chief of Staff, for failing to notify him about a serious sexual harassment allegation at the highest ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and for being complicit in hiding the truth from Canadians. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time this morning with my colleague, the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be beginning debate today on our Opposition Day motion, and to be frank, I wish this was not a topic that we were discussing. There are a lot of very important and pressing issues that are facing the country today. Issues such as vaccines and the fact that we don't have enough vaccines and that there are very mixed messages coming out from this government about vaccines. or issues like the economy and jobs and the fact that the Liberals have no plan to secure our future. But at the foundation of those and other issues really is the question around trust and confidence that Canadians can put in their government. Trust and confidence that their Prime Minister is telling them the truth. Trust and confidence that the Prime Minister is acting in their best interests and not in his own. Trust and confidence that when people do the wrong things at the highest level, they are held accountable. And that's why today we are debating the cover-up of sexual misconduct allegations against the Chief of the Defence Staff by the Prime Minister, by his office, by his Minister of Defence. And the fact that cover-up needs to be brought to light and that people need to be held accountable to ensure that it never happens again. Mr. Speaker, our men and women in uniform serve our country every day with honor and integrity, many times sacrificing not only their own lives, but their mental health, their own emotional and physical stability and health. They sacrifice their time with their families. They even sacrifice their relationships. And women in military, women in uniform have a unique sacrifice. They give up time with their own children. Sometimes they're very young children. They give up their own time to even have children. They give up so much to serve this country. And they expect and they want to have confidence that their government will serve them with the same integrity, honor, and sacrifice. Our women in uniform put their faith in their government to protect them from harassment, from sexual misconduct, from having their superiors being able to take advantage of their position of authority. Sadly, this Liberal government has failed them in doing so over the last number of years. So, Mr. Speaker, today we're going to be talking about what happened. We're going to talk about who knew, who didn't know, and who should be held accountable. We know the Minister of Defence knew. We know that the Ombudsman testified that he brought specific allegations of sexual misconduct to the Minister of Defence back in 2018. And we know that the Minister of Defence at the time told the Ombudsman, I don't want to hear about it. And he turned a blind eye. And unbelievably, he even refused to speak to the Ombudsman again. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure throughout the day we are going to hear more about what the Minister of Defence did and didn't do. But what I would like to focus my remarks on at this point is what happened in the Prime Minister's office, the highest office of this land, and who should be held accountable for covering up those serious allegations. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are being told to believe that the Prime Minister didn't know. He has told Canadians, he's told the media, he has told this House that he didn't know about the allegations until just recently, when all of us learned about them just a few months ago. We are told through testimony that the Prime Minister's chief advisor knew, as well as his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, but apparently they didn't tell him. They withheld this important information from the Prime Minister. That's what we are being told that we should believe. Now, for context, and this is important, Madam Speaker, let's remember that in March 2018, the Prime Minister and his office would have known that the evidence of him inappropriately groping a woman in 2000 was going to be brought to light. I personally recall the spring of 2018. It was one of the worst kept secrets in Ottawa that there was an article circulating written by a young reporter detailing her very unpleasant experience with the Prime Minister when he was 28 in the Kokanee. If so many of us knew about this article, the Prime Minister and his office would have had to have known. And he must have known that at some point it was going to be made public and he was going to be asked about it. And in that context, it's important to consider what the Prime Minister could have reasonably been thinking, what his state of mind could have been. He could have been thinking, if I fire General Vance for allegations of sexual misconduct, I am going to have to hold myself to the same standard when the evidence of my more egregious conduct comes forward. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister would have been faced with a very serious personal choice had he known about the sexual allegations against General Vance. A choice of either dismissing the Chief of the Defence for what he had done or ignoring the allegations, thus protecting himself. And as we saw when the Prime Minister was confronted with the groping incidents, he skated around it by saying some women experience things differently. And he gave himself a pass on his conduct, which I believe, in and of itself shows how far away the Prime Minister is from being a feminist. It's classic misogynist behavior. Blame and dismiss the woman. But looking back now, it all makes sense as to why the Prime Minister would have known about Vance, but covered up the allegations. Now, in that same context, Madam Speaker, let's follow the Prime Minister's assertion that he didn't know, that everyone around him knew, but he was kept in the dark, okay? Let's pretend that's reasonable, which I personally do not see as believable. That would mean the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, knew, and she didn't tell him. It means that Katie Telford knew of these allegations, and yet she allowed the Prime Minister to go ahead between the course of 2018 and 2020 and not only let him praise General Vance publicly for his good work on Operation Honor, but also make him the longest serving Chief of the Defense Staff and give him a $50,000 raise. Now, to me, Madam Speaker, that just doesn't seem believable that a Chief of Staff, a competent Chief of Staff, would allow her boss, the Prime Minister of this country, to put himself in such a vulnerable position and set himself up to be so badly embarrassed, discredited, and disbelieved. If it was true, and I was the Prime Minister, I would say, with friends like Katie Telford, who needs enemies? I would be furious with her, but I know the Prime Minister doesn't seem too furious, does he?
I'm just going to hold the clock for a minute. There seems to be a microphone on. I just want to remind members to make sure that their mics are off because it does interfere with the House affairs right now. The honourable member for the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Deputy Leader.
Deputy Leader, sorry.
Thank you. Now, Madam Speaker, something about this whole story that's being told just doesn't ring true, but it's indeed what the Prime Minister is saying. So we're going to call him to act on it. Because in the Prime Minister's own words, if you know about a sexual allegation, this is what he said, if you are a person in authority, you have a duty to act. So we're calling on the Prime Minister to act and act on the fact that apparently Katie Telford knew but didn't act. Now, on the other hand, if the Prime Minister knew and he's not admitting it, he needs to man up as soon as possible. And he needs to admit that he knew, but he didn't want to act on it. Why? Because he was protecting himself. Now, what we're seeing actually is a pattern with this Prime Minister. We saw it with the SNC-Lavalin affair, where he denied to the country that he even knew there had been political interference. Then he denied again. And he said, no, he didn't interfere. Then it became clear when we actually heard the voice recording that there had been political interference. And similarly, as in the Vance cover-up, the SNC interference was for the Prime Minister's benefit because he was worried about votes. And you know what? At the end of the whole horrid SNC-Lavalin incident, two very smart and capable women were ousted. The Honourable Member from Vancouver Granville and Jane Philpott, the former Health Minister. And the Prime Minister came out smelling like a rose, at least in his own mind. I just hope today we're not seeing the same thing, whereby the Prime Minister, in an attempt to protect himself at all costs, has not only failed to protect our women in the military, but in the end, another competent woman, Katie Telford, will pay for his mistake, even with a tarred reputation, because make no mistake, her reputation is tarred. Now, don't get me wrong. If she covered it up, she deserves to be fired. But if she didn't cover it up and he's not telling the truth, he needs to stand up, tell the truth, own up to what he's done. And for once, maybe once in his lifetime, but for sure once in his career as Prime Minister, take responsibility for his mistruths, for his conduct, and for his cover-up. Madam Speaker, Winston Churchill said, I no longer listen to what people say, I just watch what they do. Behavior never lies, never lies. And I believe that's where we are with this Prime Minister and his claims to be a feminist. His actions show he is not a feminist. Canadian women are watching his behavior, as are our women and men in uniform. The women in his own party, including those who work for him, have seen his behavior. And if they haven't seen it, they need to take a hard look. Conservatives have certainly seen his behavior.
The honourable member's time is up for debate, so she'll be able to continue during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thérèse Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is very serious. This situation is very regrettable. Action must be taken to remedy this situation. However, though, the Conservative motion and your speech today should not should make sure that that it must be recognized that neither the Conservatives nor the Liberals did anything when they were in power when he was appointed Chief of the Defence Staff. So I think that you are perhaps not testifying in good faith. So what do you have to say to respond to that? Thank you. I would like to remind the member that she must address her remarks directly through the speaker and not directly to the member in question.
Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And I would like to just correct something. The Liberals have been doing trying to deflect from what they have done in this current situation, and they've been trying to do that by blaming others. The fact is, it was the Conservative government that actually initiated the Deschamps report, and when rumors around General Vance became even heard about, Conservatives acted on them. Very different than the current government, when they were given evidence, very concrete evidence from the Ombudsman. The Minister of Defence pushed them away, covered them up for over 3 years, and instead gave General Vance a raise, a promotion, and praised him. This is, I think, very telling, that, and the fact that they're not owning up to it. What we're saying today is there can be no fix for this terrible problem, this terrible situation, until the Prime Minister owns up to the cover-up that he's participated in.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, yesterday I listened very closely to the Government House Leader as he addressed the issue at great length. And I'm wondering, based in terms of what I heard from the Government House Leader, if the opposition member has any regrets with respect to things that she put on the record that might have actually misled Canadians on this issue.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, my biggest recollection yesterday from the Government House Leader was him throwing the F-bomb into the House of Commons. But other than that, I would think he would have a regret about that. I'll tell you what I think the only regrets here should be with this government, this so-called feminist Prime Minister who time after time after time throws strong and capable women under the bus. We've seen it with the honourable member from Vancouver Granville. We've seen it with Jane Philpott. You can ask many women in the Liberal caucus, and we're seeing it currently with the Prime Minister saying, Katie Telford knew, but nobody told me about these sexual misconduct allegations. It's just not believable, but you know what? We're calling his bluff. And if indeed Telford didn't tell him, then fire her. But if she did tell him, he needs to own up to it. He needs to take responsibility, and he needs to, for once in his career as Prime Minister, do the right thing for the men and women of the country and for the military, and not to protect himself.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, the issues of sexual allegations that are in the military are deeply concerning. What I find really shocking today is that the Conservatives are trying to use this to exploit this issue. It is completely not acceptable that they're bringing into Parliament to decide who gets fired and who doesn't. That's something that is not what Parliament should be doing, and I think this is a very disturbing issue, and I think that the Conservatives are taking this issue and exploiting it just for their own political benefit, not for the men and women in uniform.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Official Opposition, a brief answer, please.
Well, I would completely disagree. What the NDP are mostly concerned about is propping up the Liberals at every chance they get. And it's sad to see the NDP abandoning the men and women in uniform instead of showing some courage, taking a stand, and calling the Prime Minister, his office, the Minister of Defence to account for what they're doing. But I'm not surprised. The NDP have lost all relevance, and they continue to do so today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Deputy Leader for her great opening comments and for bringing forward today's motion. And we are calling the Prime Minister's bluff today and what he knew and what he didn't do. But first, I just want to tell those that serve our country in uniform that it's very clear that there's a huge problem in the Department of National Defence, the Canadian Armed Forces, with this ongoing and serious problem of sexual misconduct. And we ask a lot of you in uniform that you go out and serve in the Canadian Armed Forces every day, and you have taken the oath to protect each and every one of us. And it is inherent upon us as members of Parliament to do our best to ensure that you have a safe work environment. And that means that you should not be subjected to sexual harassment in the workplace. When our sons and daughters, our sisters and brothers, our mothers and fathers serve this nation, they should never be subjected to sexual harassment. And this unsafe culture must change. And that's why our Conservative Party suggested by our leader over 2 months ago an action plan that the government could take today and implement and get real results. As our leader said, we would order a service-wide independent investigation into sexual misconduct in the military. That would be from top to bottom. During that investigation, all general and flag officers' promotions and salaries during the investigation will be frozen, so that that we can weed out any of the problems and then bring forward the proper promotions. We would introduce policies to ensure that future complaints of sexual misconduct are made to truly an external independent body that's completely outside of the chain of command. And to change the culture and to ensure that we have a true egalitarian society within the Canadian Armed Forces, we would bring forward policies to make greater representation of women and other underrepresented Canadians amongst the top ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and all the services, Air Force, Army, and Navy. And we have to ensure that the women and men who serve our country can do it with honor and without compromise. And that all starts by making sure we have a safe environment and having women at the command table. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, there is no question that what we are dealing with here today as a motion is about accountability. We already know that the Minister of National Defence was offered evidence of sexual harassment by the former Chief of Defence Staff, retired General Jonathan Vance. The Minister of National Defence pushed away that evidence instead of looking at it and acting upon it as he's required to do as the minister and defined under the National Defence Act. By not taking that evidence, the Minister of Defence failed our women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, the minister has said on multiple occasions that he did refer that allegation to his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, who was his former Chief of Staff at that time, back in, we're talking 3 years ago here. We're talking, this is March the 1st, 2018. And she passed that information on, and as we found out at the National Defence Committee only 2 weeks ago, that she passed that information on to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. And then Katie Telford had Elder Marquez, who was a former senior advisor to the Prime Minister, initiate the contact with the former military ombudsman, Gary Walborn, with the former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Warnock, who has also testified at committee, and with Janine Sherman, who was the deputy clerk to cabinet. Now, we've heard lots of testimony at committee. We have read much of these allegations and the fallout that has been impacted upon them in the media. And really, what we have to get down to today, Madam Speaker, is that there is a responsibility here with what Katie Telford did with that information. And as our deputy leader just said, the member from Portage Lisgar, if we are to believe the Prime Minister, then that means Katie Telford withheld critical information about the top soldier of the land, that General Vance, who has the top security clearance in the country, was potentially compromised, could be easily blackmailed based upon these allegations of sexual misconduct. And if she didn't tell the Prime Minister, then that is a very much an obstruction of a process to ensure that the Chief of Defense Staff, who reports to only two people, the Minister of National Defense and the Prime Minister, had conducted himself without honor, and that his ability to serve our country was severely compromised. And so if we are to believe that Katie Telford, did not fulfill her own responsibilities in informing the Prime Minister, then she should be fired. But really, Madam Speaker, and to all members in the House, this is about calling Justin Trudeau's bluff, because I don't personally believe that Katie Telford would not have told the Prime Minister.
I believe I probably know what it is. Yes, I believe so, but I'll allow the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to state this.
Very experienced member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, referred to the Prime Minister by his full name, and I think he would want to refrain from doing that.
Yes, the honourable member did do that, and so I would caution him on doing that. He knows that very well, that we're not to use names of MPs or ministers by their first or last names in the House. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do apologize. I've been doing a lot of media lately, and so I get to use the Prime Minister's name frequently, and so it's just a matter of habit these days. But I will just refrain and call him the Prime Minister. Now, we also have to keep our eye on what's happening in the Standing Committee on National Defense, because after we learned from Elder Marquez a week and a half ago that Katie Telford was the first point of contact between the Minister of Defense's office and the Prime Minister's office, we immediately moved a motion to have her appear. The Liberals on that committee have been filibustering and blocking Katie Telford from appearing at our committee. And this again speaks to the reality of this being a cover-up. They would rather protect Katie Telford than protect the women and men who serve our country in the Canadian Armed Forces. And this has to stop. We need to make sure that those who are in the chain of command, from the Chief of Defense Staff to the Minister of National Defense, to the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, and up to the Prime Minister, are all being honest with Canadians and providing us with the facts. Now, these ongoing filibusters and canceling of meetings are an affront to democracy, and really does speak to what bounds the Liberals are prepared to cross to ensure that our Parliament is dysfunctional. And we will continue on in our committee to ask that Katie Telford appear. But we also believe that it is inherent upon this chamber, this House, for all of us to pronounce on whether or not Katie Telford did or did not know, or did and did not tell the Prime Minister of these serious allegations against General Jonathan Vance. So we have to look at all the facts. And we know that Katie Telford, I see that you're giving me the 1 minute there. I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. We have to keep in mind that even though we've been dealing with this now for over 3 months, this has been in front of Canadians and in front of our House and at the Defence Committee. We know that Katie Telford was very busy back in March of 2018, dealing with, of course, the false allegations and the charges that were brought against the former Vice Chief of Defence Staff, Vice Admiral Mark Norman. They charged him on March 8th, 2018, and that was in the process. And they're dealing with sexual misconduct within the Prime Minister's office itself with Claude-Éric Gagnon. So their hands were full and they may have been distracted, but it was no excuse for them to give Jonathan Vance a pass, give him a raise, and extend his contract for another 3 years while he was in charge of Operation Honor. And that was demoralizing to all those who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've seen now 2 times within a week that the Conservatives are bringing forward opposition motions that don't serve the purpose of helping Canadians. You know, as pointed out by the member from Timmins, James Bay earlier, you know, how would this motion actually help to advance the very important work that needs to be done in our military? The member, you know, he referred to the Conservatives' action plan on sexual misconduct in the military. Why not bring forward that action plan as an opposition motion, something to study here? I mean, that's something that we could have a substantive debate around the issues and what that plan is and how the government might be able to adopt that. Can the member explain why the Conservatives chose this motion instead of bringing forward this action plan that he mentioned that they have?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I know, Madam Chair, that the member from Kingston and the Islands is very uncomfortable with this conversation. He does have a very large base in the Royal Military College in his riding, and I'm sure he's getting a lot of emails and phone calls and visits from those that serve and those that have served who are disappointed in this Liberal government. And really, it comes down to this, Madam Chair, that when we are dealing with this issue of sexual misconduct, it's time for the Prime Minister and the Liberals to stop hiding the truth from Canadians. And they have to take responsibility for their actions, both in the Minister of Defence's office and in the Prime Minister's office himself.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm asking myself, it's really my conscience asking me, when we're dealing with such an important issue, we need to ask ourselves, what is the real intention of taking today? Now, of course, there are valid parts of the motion, but what is the real intention, the ultimate intention of focusing on a single individual and claiming that this will fix the situation? Thank you.
Keisman?
Madam Speaker, this is about forcing the Prime Minister to play his hand and drop his cards. It's time to stop the bluff. And this is about making sure that the cover-up ends and that Canadians and us as parliamentarians, and especially those who serve in uniform, know the facts around why the Liberal government did not act on Jonathan Vance's misconduct that was alleged back in March of 2018. They undermined Operation Honor by leaving him in charge and extending his contract by another 3 years. They gave him a salary increase that's as high as $50,000. And they turned a blind eye to the tragedy that was occurring in the Canadian Armed Forces. Sexual misconduct in the armed forces under this Liberal government is increasing, and we know that one person is sexually assaulted in the Canadian Armed Forces every 3 days during the last 5 years. And that has to stop, and that stops when we get down to the truth.
Brief question. The Honourable Member for North Island Powder River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his speech. I just want to be really clear here. We're in this House today talking about what's happening to women across this country, but we're not focusing on the results that they need to feel safe in the military. We're talking about firing a woman who actually doesn't have that much power when the power lies in the Minister and the Prime Minister's hands. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about why they chose this instead of actually bringing something that is going to make a difference for women serving this country.
A brief answer from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
It's quite simple. The Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister is one of the most powerful people in the country. And if Katie Telford, didn't share this information with the Prime Minister, then she deserves to be fired because she, again, did not fulfill her own duties and responsibility to the country and to the Prime Minister. And if the Prime Minister did know, and he's been misleading Canadians about that from the start, then he should apologize and come clean and tell us the truth once and for all.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address this Opposition Day motion by discussing our efforts to prevent and address sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence. Je veux parler de ces efforts mis en lumière.
I wish to discuss the efforts that were raised during the announcement last week of a new external inquiry that will be exhaustive and independent, as well as a new organization devoted to creating the conditions for a sustainable change of culture throughout the institution. We recognize that our previous efforts have failed. Serious allegations against highly placed members of the militaries have cast a shadow over the entirety of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence. We recognize that our efforts have not entirely resolved the problems raised by survivors or obtained the results that they deserved.
We have a responsibility to ensure that our people work in an environment where they are treated with dignity and respect. It is a responsibility that we take very seriously. With that in mind, I would like to take a moment to address recent accusations concerning the Minister of National Defence around the allegations against the former Chief of Defence Staff, General Vance. When the Minister met with the then Canadian Armed Forces Ombudsman on March 1st, 2018, at the very end of the meeting, Mr. Walbourne raised a non-specific allegation against General Vance. Mr. Walbourne did not go into details. Out of respect for the integrity and independence of the investigative process, the Minister directed the Ombudsman to share the allegations with the appropriate authorities. The matter was shared with the Privy Council Office, which is directly responsible for Governor and Council appointments, including the Chief of Defence Staff. The fair and unbiased investigation into allegations of wrongdoing is fundamental to our system of justice. It is fundamental to our concept of democracy. Such investigations must never be, or even appear to be, tainted by political influence. The actions that the Minister took were the same as the previous Conservative government. The same actions, in fact, that the Leader of the Opposition took when he received rumors of sexual misconduct regarding General Vance prior to his appointment as Chief of the Defence Staff. Over the past months, we have heard harrowing accounts from others who have faced sexual misconduct in the line of duty, pointing to serious problems with our institutional culture. And we highlight the need for comprehensive and lasting change. I have personally heard from many survivors, many of those impacted, and I want to thank them for coming forward, for sharing their accounts. It is making a difference. We have listened, and we are taking action. Madam Speaker, as the Minister announced last Thursday, former Justice of the Supreme Court, Madame Louise Arbour, has agreed to lead a new, independent, external, comprehensive review of our institutional policies and culture. This review will build on previous efforts to date, including the Deschamps report. Through this review, Madame Arbour will provide crucial, tangible recommendations on how we can better protect our people and set the conditions for lasting culture change. Most notably, we will look to her for guidance and recommendations on how we can set up an independent, external reporting system outside of the chain of command for defense team members that meets the needs of those who have experienced sexual misconduct. We will also look to her to help us to ensure our military justice system can properly respond to incidents and put survivors at the center of it. We will strengthen our existing structures on both the military and civilian sides, including the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, to provide greater confidence to those who need support. And to help us review our evaluation and promotion system in the Canadian Armed Forces with a focus on how our organization selects and trains its leaders. This leadership piece is very important. In fact, this is critical. As we've seen from media reports, the previous Conservative government decided to appoint General Vance as Chief of the Defense Staff, even though he was under active investigation into sexual misconduct by, by the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service. And the current leader of the opposition was personally aware of rumors of sexual misconduct. And just as the Conservatives were about to appoint their handpicked choice to lead the Canadian Armed Forces, the commanding officer leading the investigation into General Vance said he was under pressure to drop the investigation. Pressure from who, Madam Speaker? Who was behind this pressure? Did the Conservative government push the investigation to be closed so to clear the way for General Vance? These are important questions that I hope my colleagues will address. But I digress, Madam Speaker. As mentioned, Madame Arbour, her work will provide crucial, tangible recommendations of how we can better protect our people and set the conditions for lasting culture change. She will carry out this work transparently and independently from the chain of command, with input from appropriate stakeholders inside and outside of the defense team. She will assess our progress in applying the recommendations of the Deschamps report and help us to build on those efforts. And throughout the process, she will be able to provide any interim recommendations that we will act upon as they come in. In addition to the review by Madame Arbour, we have launched a new organization within the defense team, tasked with setting the conditions for cultural transformation across the institution. And that is beginning right now, Madam Speaker. We know that there are problematic aspects of military culture that can foster sexual misconduct and other harmful behaviors. Values, beliefs, and behaviors that prioritize toughness and aggression over emotional intelligence and cooperation. These parts of our culture are completely unacceptable. They make us less effective and reliable as an organization. They erode the confidence people have in our institution. And most importantly, they harm those who have chosen to wear the uniform and devoted their lives to keeping us safe. Under the leadership of Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan, serving as Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture, this new organization will examine how we can address these toxic parts of our military culture. Informed by best practices, as well as experts, advocates, and those with lived experience inside and outside of our military. This organization will unify, integrate, and coordinate our existing efforts, including ensuring the interim steps Madame Arbour recommends are addressed immediately and fully. And ultimately, they will provide concrete steps that we can take to prevent sexual misconduct and other harmful behaviors from happening in the first place. The work that this new organization has been tasked with, and Madame Arbour's efforts, Both take into account the fact that sexual misconduct doesn't happen in a bubble, nor is it the only harmful behavior that can leave lasting trauma. To create lasting change, we have to look at the full spectrum of the problem. We have to examine systemic challenges like abuse of power, discrimination, biases, and negative stereotypes, and address each of them appropriately. We have to shed ourselves of the outdated and toxic notions of what it means to be a warrior, an attitude that can foster these harmful behaviors and values. We have to transform the culture of our military from top to bottom, and we must have the right reporting and investigative structures in place to handle incidents when they occur. Madam Speaker, we are deeply committed to building a culture of inclusion across the defense team. With these new initiatives, we're taking active steps to prevent sexual misconduct and other harmful behaviors by looking at our existing structures and the values and behaviors of our institution. We are making sure that every member of our team is treated with dignity and respect at all times. At the same time, we also know that we need to do more to support people when they've been harmed. That's why, through Budget 2021, our government is providing over $236 million in funding to expand our support systems. To ensure the independence of sexual misconduct allegations, to improve our capacity to handle harassment and gender-based violence through the military justice system. As part of this, we are expanding the reach of our sexual misconduct response centers across the country. This is an important step to ensure that members and veterans who have been affected by military sexual trauma can access the resources and the supports that they need. We have heard from people affected by military sexual trauma, and we know that they face different challenges than survivors of other forms of conflict-based trauma. That is why the work that our sexual misconduct response centers do is so important. They have been a key resource for those in our organization affected by sexual misconduct since 2015. They offer 24/7 confidential support and counseling services to anyone who reaches out. And crucially, their work is carried out independently from the military chain of command. Dr. Denise Preston and her team help members navigate the various support services available to them, both inside and outside the department. They can help members access the right mechanisms to report incidents of sexual misconduct, including a military liaison team made up of a military police liaison officer, a special military advisor, and a military liaison officer. This team is dedicated to the work of the SMRC, and they are experts in their field. They can give members advice about how to make a complaint or about what is involved in an investigative process. And they can facilitate reporting if the member chooses to do so. The SMRC can also assign a dedicated counselor to support members through the process, including advocating for them, accompanying them to appointments, and assisting with workplace accommodations. But this is just one piece of the work that they do. The SMRC is also working with affected members to develop new programs and create a national survivor-supported strategy. And they provide crucial expert guidance and recommendations that shape the policies and programs that we have in place across the defense team. To support their efforts, Budget 2021 also provides funding to develop new peer-to-peer support program. In the coming weeks and months, we will work with Veterans Affairs Canada, professionals, mental health professionals, and those with lived experience to launch this program. It will include both online and in-person support, informed by best practices and available to any Canadian Armed Forces member or veteran who has been harmed. And finally, this funding also ensures that we will continue our efforts to implement the Declaration of Victims' Rights in our military justice system. We've worked extensively with victims groups, and we will soon launch an online questionnaire to solicit anonymous feedback from DND employees and Canadian Armed Forces members. Through these efforts, we will make the changes needed to modernize our military justice system, in line with the commitments we put forth in Bill C-77. We're dedicated to building a military justice system that takes a victim-centric approach and truly gives victims and survivors a voice. We've already made some important progress in implementing Bill C-77, and we will keep doing this critical work. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that we have the best support available when people have been harmed. And through the funding provided in Budget 2021, we are doing just that. We know the gaps in our institutional policies led us to fail our fellow team members. We have not lived up to our responsibility to protect our people. And we've seen that the values we proclaim to hold dear do not always match people's lived experiences. Every defense team member, every Canadian, deserves to work in an environment free from harassment and discrimination, an environment where they are treated with dignity and respect, an environment where they are valued for their skills. But the past weeks and months have shown us we still have a lot of work to do to make this environment a reality. To those who have been harmed, I would like to say that I am very truly sorry. We've listened to you. We're still listening to you. Our efforts must deal with the issues at the root of the problem. We can't just treat sexual misconduct on a case-by-case basis. And we've learned that culture change on this scale can't simply be ordered. It requires active effort from all of us and a strong understanding of the parts of our culture that have caused harm. Our efforts must be comprehensive. They must be lasting. They must address the systemic changes that keep us from moving forward. I know that many people are skeptical of our efforts, and with good reason. Too much damage has been done. Too many people have been affected. Mais je vous le promets.
But I promise we will do what we need to do to transform the culture of the Canadian Armed Forces and root out sexual misconduct and other toxic behavior. I also want to be clear. The actions announced last week by Minister Sajjan, or the Minister rather, are only the first steps, based on the conclusions of the in-depth external independent review, on the efforts of the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture, and on the recommendations and expertise of other people who are dedicated to cultural transformation. We will move forward and to make progress on these issues. We will do everything that we need to do to restore trust. And we will continue to work for a true culture of dignity and respect for everyone who serves. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly the Parliamentary Secretary was saying the right words, but the actions do not actually align. We have a Prime Minister who many years ago suggested a minister should actually be fired over simply a $16 orange juice, and the military are now seeing no one being held to account for very important allegations that were made for over 3 years. We have a government that has just said they're going to redo a report that it was already done. So I guess my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what is she going to say that no one has been held to account? And another study simply being asked when they have a very comprehensive document that they should be using to make the changes that have been required.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much to my colleague for that question. And in fact, people are being held to account. You are seeing right now that there are ongoing military police investigations. And we are very grateful to Madame Deschamps for the report. And in fact, we have put legislation. We have created a whole new institution, the SMRCs, but it wasn't enough. And even Madame Deschamps herself has said that Madame Arbour will build on the work that she did. The terms of reference are very broad. Madame Deschamps recognized, laid out what the problem is and what needs to be done. What Madame Arbour is doing is the how. And you've heard the minister say that Madame Arbour's recommendations will be binding. And I think that it is very important to note that we are not leaving it to the military and the department to do the implementation and interpret the recommendations. This time, Madame Arbour is going to go through the extremely important laying out of exactly what needs to be done, and it will be implemented. And all I can say to survivors is I know that they are skeptical, and they will see that we are building on the work we've already done. We are continuing to do that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me? Good. Yes, it's really unfortunate to hear the debate around this very crucial matter for the past few weeks. Obviously, because of the seriousness of the matter, and the military represents something important for our society, and it really throws discredit upon it, and it turns the public against the institution. I would like to say to my colleagues, because I'm a member of the Bloc Québécois Party, so I'll never form government. But it's interesting to see people pointing fingers, the two major parties pointing fingers at each other as to in order to lay the blame. This situation needs to be fixed once and for all. We've got a minority government, so there's not a lot of time to have this debate. My colleague talked about all the different mechanisms and all the reports that have been issued and had specific recommendations. And I would also like to tell our colleagues, I asked for a question, and it shouldn't take more than a minute because many people have questions to ask. So the member has been going on for a while. If he wants to put his question, it's time to do so now. Otherwise, I'm going to call on the Parliamentary Secretary for a response. You are the chain of command, the ultimate chain of command. So it's really not way past time to dither.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And in fact, Mr. Wernick, I think, said it best when the former clerk of the Privy Council testified that everyone acted in good faith. And I do believe at this point that one of the key problems is that we didn't have a process in place where people felt safe to come forward. And without having somebody willing to come forward, it is very, very hard to hold people accountable, to investigate when people don't feel safe to come forward. That is what we are addressing. That is what we are focused on right now. And that is what Madame Arbour is addressing. And I'll note that there are very many different views about how an external reporting body should be structured. That is Madame Arbour's task. That's something well beyond what Madame Deschamps did. She said we need something outside. We're now looking at actually implementing it. And I would note that this is the first time in history that you have the senior military officers all agreeing to take this outside of the military, to have external accountability. This is a hugely significant change, and it is a moment where, yes, absolutely, should this have been done much sooner, decades ago? Yes, but we are getting it done now, and I hope that all members of this House will work together with us to make sure that we do right by these women and men in uniform. Thank you, Madam.
Comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments and speech. She mentioned, however, that repeatedly, and we heard, of course, repeatedly from the Minister of Defense, that he did not want to be involved because he did not want to politically influence this case and the process. However, wouldn't she agree that by not acting, that by ignoring the pleas of this woman, by shuffling it off to somebody else and saying it's somebody else's responsibility, isn't that a form of political influence that negatively impacted the women coming forward? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And with all due respect, I reject the premise of that question. This was acted on within hours. We all know that as politicians, we should not be the ones that are investigating. We should not be the ones that are taking the action, because we've heard from members of this House, for instance, that we should have gone and told General Vance that there was an allegation, which would have tipped him off. And the last thing that survivors want. We, even well-intentioned, politicians shouldn't be doing this. And in fact, the minister, within hours, made sure it went to the correct place, which is the Privy Council office, and they, within a day, contacted Mr. Walborn to see whether or not he could provide at this time we know it was an email, and we didn't have that. We didn't have the name of the complainant. We didn't have even that it was an email. We didn't have what the nature or the specifics of the allegations were. And again, I go to my previous comment, which is if people felt safe to come forward, we would have that information. We could do an investigation. That's the focus. That is what we are working on. And I know that the NDP joins us in wanting to establish that kind of process so that it is outside of the chain of command, because that's the way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I've been listening very closely to what Conservatives have been saying today, and this is what I've heard. The member from Portage Lisgar, when introducing the motion, said it's based on something that she doesn't even believe to be true that the Prime Minister is saying. I've heard the member from the deputy chair on the Defense Committee say that this motion is about Selkirk Interlake Eastman. This motion is about the PM showing his poker hand. I've heard the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou say, reference back to a former chief of staff that was Conservative who had to pay $10 or who was asked to be fired over for a $14 orange juice. Is this payback? Like, I don't understand. All of the information that's been brought forward by Conservatives today, Madam Speaker, don't seem to be wanting to address the issue as much as it is about a narrative about attacking a Prime Minister. Can the Parliamentary Secretary comment on that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you very much to my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. I think he said it very, very well. And I think we really need to make sure that we end the very toxic partisan finger pointing, and really all of us as parties get together and really focus on what we do to provide the right supports to survivors. And we're not going to get it right every time. In Operation Honor, we didn't get it right, but we tried certain things. We keep on trying things. We put in legislation to change the justice system, Bill C-77. We have put in a whole new institution, the SMRCs. We have to build on the things that were done that were right, and then make the changes that survivors are asking for. We really need to be listening to survivors. And I think that's being lost in this debate today, is that this isn't about the politicians, the men, who said what, who did what. This is about the people, and they are men and women, who need us right now, need Parliament to be focused on solutions, on fixing the problem, and on doing right by them.
Before I go to the next speaker, j'aimerais rappeler...
I would like to remind the members who are putting questions and comments to keep it to 1 minute, because there are many people who want to put questions, and we should be able to... People should be able to keep their questions to within a minute, and to accommodate other people as well. Resuming debate, the honourable member for les Patriotes, Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, before beginning my speech, I'm going to indicate that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Today, Madam Speaker, when we read the motion tabled by the Conservative Party, I can't say that we were surprised. I'm not going to say we weren't surprised because for weeks we've gone from disappointment to disappointment with regard to the Liberal government's inaction and the government's will to try to tamp down this story. It all began with the Minister of Defense, who was approached by the Ombudsman of the Armed Forces, and who was told that there was a problem with his Chief of Defense Staff. The Ombudsman said that I have emails and evidence of inappropriate activities of a sexual nature, sexual misconduct, in fact, and instead of saying, well, okay, I'm going to have a look at this, I'm going to take this seriously, I'm going to look at the documents, what the Minister of Defense decided to do was to say, well, no, I'm not going to touch that. And he simply turned a blind eye. And that's where the problem began, because up until then, when you bring forward disturbing allegations, well, you would think that the authorities would take the necessary action. But the consequences are that we saw that the Minister of Defense, who refused any further meetings with the Ombudsman, Gary Walbourne, who had that position at the time, and so in fact he preferred to turn a blind eye so that he wouldn't have to deal with the situation. And so for 3 years, he allowed Jonathan Vance to stay in his position despite the allegations against him. Worse than that, he even gave him a salary increase. And once we began to understand what had happened, when this story came out in the media, the minister first said, well, the Ombudsman didn't go to the right person. So the Ombudsman was blamed because apparently you're not supposed to go and see the minister when you need to talk about the Chief of Defense Staff. And then the minister said, well, the Ombudsman said the only person I can go and see is the Minister of Defense. And then the new Ombudsman said that he would have done exactly the same thing. And so what happened is that the Minister of Defense claimed that he didn't know that it was about a sexual misconduct case. And then the Prime Minister also chimed in claiming that he wasn't aware of this either. But then we realized that the Privy Council was aware of it. And we also realized that the Prime Minister's cabinet was aware of it. But then once again, the Prime Minister said, but I personally wasn't aware of it. My cabinet was, sure, but I wasn't. But the Privy Council was. But the Prime Minister said, I was not aware, and my cabinet was not aware of the sexual nature of these misconduct allegations. And we saw afterwards that that was not true. So unfortunately, what we're seeing is a real... this has all been bungled because the government keeps changing its story. And the situation was never solved, though. So to sum up, the Minister of Defense was aware after the Ombudsman told him, but he refused to take any action or conduct an investigation. The Minister of Defense's Chief of Staff was aware. The Clerk of the Privy Council was aware. And an advisor to the Prime Minister was aware. And the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was aware too. And we found that out from Elder Marquez's testimony. So all of those people were aware, but the Prime Minister wasn't. When the Liberals explain it to us this way, well, it becomes more and more difficult to believe, and especially when we see the Liberals try everything they can to avoid bringing witnesses before the committee. So this week, the NDDN committee was unilaterally canceled by the chair. And there is a lot of liberal filibustering going on to make sure that the chief of staff does not come before the committee. So they're wasting a lot of time. So now we're at the last phase before the Prime Minister, and perhaps they're going to have to, yes, so we don't know what's going to happen. But it is harder and harder to believe that the Prime Minister was not aware, whereas everyone else was. It's not credible. And when we talk about credibility, I think we have to come back to the Minister of Defense first and foremost, because when he was asked why he didn't take action, why he didn't read the documents and the evidence, he started to say, well, I don't want to, that would have been political interference. So that was political interference, reading the evidence that was presented to him? That's his version. And yet, when the Ombudsman, the current and former Ombudsman came to the committee, they said, no, that's not political interference. Reading documents, reading evidence, that's not political interference. On the contrary. And so then the National Investigation Service of the Canadian Forces, they were asked the same question, and they said, no, that's not political interference. And then the minister said, well, yes, okay, but it's not up to me to conduct the inquiry. So he changed his tune again. So he's talking about interference with regard to looking at documents, interference with regard to conducting an inquiry. So that's rather twisted in terms of reasoning. So he associates looking at these documents with conducting the inquiry, but that's not the same thing. And ultimately, we put all of these questions to the various people involved, and every time they said, no, that is not political interference, looking at these documents, looking at the evidence. And it's not political interference when you ask for an inquiry to be conducted. The only political interference would be getting involved in the inquiry. But the Minister of Defense did undermine the inquiry because he didn't do his job. And he prevented light from being shed on this issue. So after having tried to lay the blame on everyone else, except and not themselves, then he tried to use interference as a pretext to do nothing, to not have solved the problem. And in fact, like the minister did with the Deschamps report, which landed on his desk in 2015, and he still has not implemented the recommendations therein, and that's frustrating because what we saw last week was the government that said, we're going to use smoke and mirrors to try and make people forget this. So we're going to make a big announcement. And what was that? They said, well, they were going to appoint former Justice Louise Arbour to do exactly the same thing that Justice Deschamps did. So they said, we're going back to the drawing board and we're going to sweep this under the rug. And it's frustrating because they simply have to all they have to do is take the recommendations of Ms. Deschamps, Justice Deschamps, and implement them. And the minister refuses to admit that he is responsible for all of this. It's as if they're panicking. We see a government is saying, well, this is revolutionary, and yet they're doing the exactly same thing by appointing Justice Arbour. And from the previous report, nothing was done. No recommendations were implemented. So the government is pretending that it didn't know anything, and they're trying to blame everyone else. And now that their back is against the wall, they won't admit their responsibility. That's disappointing, Madam Speaker, extremely disappointing. And I am convinced that the members, our men and women in uniform, just like our citizens, want action. And to see a government doing nothing, turning a blind eye, I apologize. Your time is up for the debate, but there are questions and comments coming.
The honourable member for Charleswood, Assiniboine, St. James, Assiniboine. Yes.
I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. A few minutes ago, the parliamentary secretary made a very nice speech, taking responsibility and admitting they did things wrong. And I just found myself thinking, well, this is really a speech that the Minister of Defence needs to give. But contrary to that, on the weekend, on Sunday, when being interviewed by Mercedes Stephenson, the minister was asked 5 times whether he was advised by the ombudsman that this was a matter of inappropriate sexual behavior, and he refused to answer. Tell me, how can we solve a problem if the minister won't even admit that there is one?
The honourable member for Père-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question. Indeed, the same question has been put 5 times, and the minister claimed that he wasn't aware of anything, and he refuses to answer these questions. And ultimately, now he's not even answering questions anymore. So there is something to be, it's quite disappointing, because it hides the fact that we won't be able to shed light on this issue, and we won't be able to find out the truth. And we can't trust the process. So the government is trying to tell us we're going to fix this problem, we're going to stop investigating, and in fact, we're going to solve the problem in the forces. But if light isn't shed on the upper ranks, then it's going to be difficult for it to be shed on the lower ranks. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think that he really gave us a complete picture. The Minister of Defence, who misled a parliamentary committee, then he tried to sweep it under the rug, then he tried to blame someone else, then he said that it wasn't his fault, and then he is basically hiding. And when he's asked to act, all he does is start the exact same thing over again. Whereas the recommendations from Justice Deschamps were issued 6 years ago. So shouldn't this doesn't this motion miss its mark? Because it's not the Chief of Staff who should resign. It should be the Minister of Defence. The Honourable Member for Père-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that my colleague has hit the nail on the head. I actually might not say that the official opposition's motion is completely futile, because it does raise the question as to whether the Prime Minister was aware or not. And to claim that he didn't know anything, whereas everyone else around him did, well, and plus he's preventing his Chief of Staff from testifying before the committee. So it's clear who did not take the right action. It's the Minister of Defence. He's the one who created this situation, and he's the one who refused to act and to make the decisions that were required. And he refused to look at the evidence, and it's in his department that things are looking bad. And so he is first and foremost responsible for this situation, and so that's my take on it. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for this testimony that underscores the government's inaction. And that's what I find very regrettable, is that behind this debate there are victims who are expecting us to take action as parliamentarians, and the government's inaction once again means that we are leaving people to fend for themselves. And on that topic, with regard to the government's inaction, I imagine that you have other examples besides that one.
Adresse la parole à la présidence et non directement aux députés.
It's important. What's really upsetting here is to see that the recommendations of Madame Deschamps were never implemented, and now it claims that it's doing something. It claims to be a feminist government. This inaction is unacceptable.
L'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, the reason we're here today is probably the most deplorable situation since this government came to power, or if not, it's among the worst. It's very sad to think about the fact that women and men in our armed forces who are trying to protect us have fallen victim to this type of unacceptable behavior, sexual harassment, and other unacceptable behaviors. It's very sad to think about these young women and men falling victim to this. And not only that, it's unacceptable that these officers who are supposed to be leading the armed forces are behaving like this. It's unacceptable. It's odious to think about what they're inflicting on people, and we should not tolerate this. So I said it was sad. I said that this is unacceptable. But what I would add is that the situation is shameful as well. It's shameful because this government is turning a deaf ear to these problems. It hasn't done anything. We've had Justice Deschamps' report for 6 years, Madam Speaker. We've known for 6 years that something should be done. But the report was shelved and forgotten. Madam Speaker, this is a funny way to interpret ministerial responsibility, Madam Speaker. I'm on a committee where the House of Commons on March 25th ordered people to appear to bear testimony, and then ministers in this government are ordering their staffers to disobey this House's direction and not go to testify. The ministers have said that they will go testify. They said that that's what ministerial responsibility means. Ministerial accountability means that we are the ones to appear, not our staffers. But that's not what ministerial accountability means. You can't testify on something where you don't know the answers because it's your staffers that know the answers. That's common sense. So today, we're discussing this accountability, and the Conservatives are asking for the Prime Minister to fire his Chief of Staff. I don't find that very convincing, but at the same time, if you follow the Prime Minister's logic, I guess it leads us there. The Prime Minister says that he didn't know anything, and yet we know that the Clerk of the Privy Council knew, his Chief of Staff knew, everyone knew, except him, seemingly. And we shouldn't forget that the Prime Minister's version has changed repeatedly. But if we do accept the version where his Chief of Staff did not tell him what had happened, considering how serious these allegations are, well, yes, according to that logic, of course he should fire his Chief of Staff. But he didn't. He didn't fire her. Now, I don't think our Prime Minister is incapable of managing affairs of state. I don't think he's unintelligent. So why didn't he terminate his Chief of Staff, who had hid something so important from him? Well, the only explanation that I can see, Madam Speaker, is that she did not hide it. She told him he knew. He knew, but he failed to shoulder his responsibilities, which is always what he does. For example, in the We Charity affair, he threw his Minister of Finance under the bus. And perhaps the Minister of Defense should follow that example. But in any case, what I think is that this is not really the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff's fault. It's really the Prime Minister's fault. Whose fault is it really? When we look at everything that's happened and all of the facts that we know, well, as I said, the situation is unacceptable, But there was an ombudsman who was familiar with the situation. That's not nothing. The individual had gone to see the ombudsman and he went to see the Minister of Defense. But the Minister of Defense said, "Don't talk to me about this. Don't bother me with this issue. I don't know what to do about it." Well, that, Madam Speaker, is the total opposite of ministerial accountability. Because the ultimate person who's accountable for what happens in his organization is the minister. I mean, look at what we're talking about here. The Chief of Defense Staff, who was accused of engaging in inappropriate behavior, he should have investigated. He should have suspended his Chief of Defense Staff. He should have got to the bottom of the issue. He should have taken measures. So say, "No, I'm not the right person. I don't want to talk about this. Talk to someone else, but I'm not sure who, and I'm not exactly sure what you should do, in fact." Well, listen. No, this is his job. He's the Minister of Defense. Something bad was happening in the armed forces, and yet he turned a deaf ear. And the Prime Minister is also trying to put the blame on someone else. They're both doing that, and the versions keep changing week after week. So I understand the Conservative motion. It's quite exasperating to keep listening to these changing versions. It's childish. "Oh, it wasn't me. I didn't know. I wasn't told." Well, if the Prime Minister wasn't told, then maybe he should fire his Chief of Staff. But really, what I want to hear, the person I want to hear from here is the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. I'd like to hear which of the various versions was true. How is it possible to not have known, but then to have known a little bit, and then later to have known a few further details, but not enough? No, you can't constantly be changing your version as if you're just changing into a new suit of clothes. That's what I want to know, Madam Speaker. Why didn't the Prime Minister fire his Chief of Staff if she truly hid such a situation from him? The Prime Minister is treating us like we're fools, and he's treating Canadians like fools. We need to act. So I understand the Conservative motion. However, in the Bloc Québécois, we will probably vote against the motion, not because the situation isn't serious. It is. It's one of the biggest scandals that we've had with this government. It's been in power 6 years, and it's had many scandals, but this is one of the most serious ones. But the person who needs to be accountable is the Minister of Defense. He was at the head of the organization. He is responsible for the armed forces. He is the one who should be held accountable, and the Prime Minister. They should stop trying to keep pushing the blame onto each other or their staffers, like a pair of children. The Minister of Defense even said at one point that the allegations against General Vance were not truly important. Well, Madam Speaker, if that's not important, I don't know what's important for the Minister of Defense. Once again, when the Ombudsman went to see the Minister of Defense, the only thing that he should have done would have been to stand up and say, "I will be taking care of this, Mr. Ombudsman. As long as I'm Minister of Defense, this will be dealt with appropriately." But no, he didn't say that. Instead, he ignored what the Ombudsman told him, and now he's paying the price. This government is now caught in a scandal because the minister didn't show himself accountable. With all that in mind, Madam Speaker, for all these reasons, we will be voting against this motion. Although this situation is deplorable and deserves appropriate sanction to be meted out, what we really need is for the Minister of Defense to appear before committee, and we need a clear timeline of what happened. We want to hear the truth, and we want the Prime Minister and the Minister to stop sidestepping the truth and giving us a bunch of different versions of their story, because they sound like a bunch of children trying to blame other people. I want the Minister to be held accountable. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I enjoyed his speech, And he made it very clear that there is a major problem in the Canadian Armed Forces. We need to protect women. We need to stop sexual misconduct. What I don't understand, Madam Speaker, is that he just said that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against concrete action to protect people from sexual misconduct. Madam Speaker, how is this consistent? Is he really working to protect women in Canada? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Well, I don't want to repeat everything I've just said, but we are being consistent. The real person responsible is the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister as well. But they keep trying to escape having to take responsibility. The Chief of Staff is the employee of the Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister weren't happy with her work, well, he would eventually decide to fire her. So ultimately, what we want is for the Prime Minister and the Minister to show a little bit of accountability here.
And then the islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is really for the last Conservative who intervened when he suggested that this motion would be concrete action to help women in our armed forces. Notwithstanding I might disagree with some of the other comments that the member from the Bloc indicated, I certainly would agree with him that this is not concrete action that will help anybody. Would the Bloc not agree that this motion doesn't serve the purpose to help anybody other than to try to attack one particular individual?
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to hear a Liberal Party colleague tell us that this is not a concrete action that will lead to a solution. That's true. But what would be concrete action? In my opinion, very simple. It's very simple. The Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister need to shoulder the responsibility. There is a report on the armed forces, which was published in 2015. Justice Deschamps already proposed concrete action. But instead of implementing these recommendations, the report was shelved. There have been multiple mandate letters saying to implement the report's recommendations, but now instead, another report has been requested. That is ridiculous. In fact, it verges on the absurd.
Sancho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate my honourable colleague's speech. He talked a lot about responsibility, and this is key as part of this discourse. One of the things, though, that has upset me, has been so disappointing, and I'm wondering if he agrees that being in this place, watching every day the games that are being played between the government and the official opposition about whose process was better, or who followed what, or whose responsibility, and that one-upmanship and that base doesn't serve women in the armed forces. And would he agree that that's not where this discourse has to go?
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'd agree with her that it's ridiculous to watch the Conservatives and the Liberals trying to blame each other, just like the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister are doing. They're all trying to point fingers at each other. But ultimately, the Conservatives are the ones that appointed General Vance initially, even though they knew that there were rumors about him. So it's quite something to see them today telling us, the Conservatives telling us that something concrete needs to be done. And they're telling us that what needs to be done is to fire the Chief of Staff, but ultimately the real responsibility here falls on the Minister. And the Conservatives were responsible at the time. And if they truly had been accountable, they wouldn't have appointed General Vance. Instead, they would have investigated. And now today we have the Liberals, but they didn't do this either. Even though there was a report that said that there should be systems implemented in the Army, no one is doing their job, neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives. Apparently, the minute you're in power, you forget what true ministerial accountability is.
Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin today, I want to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the member from North Island, Powell River. I've spent the last few months as a member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, hearing powerful testimony from many survivors on their experiences within the Canadian Armed Forces. Sadly, I've also heard from those in positions of power that the systems which have let so many women down are in place and they're working. We've heard both in contradiction. Earlier this year, after hearing brave servicewomen publicly share their stories, I felt compelled to bring forward the motion at the Status of Women that started the study of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. I knew that the Defence Committee was studying the specifics of what happened regarding the Minister of Defence's refusal to act on the allegations against General Vance and what went wrong with the process. But with my motion, we at Status of Women would focus on the women. We would hear their voices and work to put together what they needed to be able to truly serve their country equally. We've heard some heartbreaking evidence, Madam Speaker. We've learned some gut-wrenching details. We have had witnesses openly contradict each other. We have seen people in leadership deny that there is any problem. And we've also heard from some actually willing to work for change. I've had so many people write to me desperately looking to me for that change. And Madam Speaker, I desperately want to get it for them. But will this motion today provide them with what they deserve, with what they need? No, I don't believe it will. And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, I believe wholeheartedly that sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces needs to be openly discussed. It is our job here in this place and in committees to ensure that we work towards a new culture for service men and women. Again, that's why I brought forward that study at Status of Women. The issue of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces is fundamentally about equality. As long as the sexualized culture which tolerates sexual misconduct remains in place, no one can serve equally. But I and my New Democratic colleagues cannot support this Conservative motion because it would let the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Defence off the hook for their failure to act in 2018 and thereon until this date, and would place the blame on one woman, saying she was responsible for the entire failure. I believe that the Defence Committee needs to hear from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. Hearing one final witness won't unduly delay the work of the committee, especially if the result is that either the Minister of Defence or Prime Minister finally takes responsibility. But pinning all of this on one woman is not right. In our democratic system, we elect political officials whose job it is to take responsibility. And I can't begin to express how incredibly disappointed I am to see that what originally came to all of our attentions from a brave woman trying to have her voice heard and her request for justice, how that's devolved into a competition between the Liberals and Conservatives of who is worse when it comes to following an investigative process, a process which is clearly broken. Whenever the Liberals and Conservatives get involved in a debate about who failed survivors first or who failed survivors more, this does not serve the interests of survivors. I am so proud to serve in this Parliament and to work with my colleague, the member for Esquimalt-Senechuk, on this issue. He serves on the Defence Committee, and I want to quote him from last Friday's meeting because I cannot express any clearer than he did when he said, "We have failed the survivors of sexual assault in the Canadian military. All of us have failed them by not getting policies in place, not just to support them, because I think that's looking at the wrong end of the problem, but to change the culture and prevent there being such an inordinately large number of victims of sexual assault in the Canadian military." When it comes to the issue of sexual misconduct, trust in the leadership of the Canadian Forces and this government has broken. And their trust, without restoring that trust, women in the forces cannot have confidence that true change will occur. Political leaders must show that they understand sexual misconduct and they will take action against it. But sadly, we have seen no such leadership and no such action. In fact, no action was taken against General Vance when he faced multiple allegations of sexual misconduct. Instead, he was appointed Chief of Defence Staff by the Conservatives. His term as CDS was extended by the Liberals, who also gave him a positive performance evaluation, which resulted in a pay raise. The Conservatives placed him in charge of Operation Honour, the program that was supposed to root out sexual misconduct, and he was left in charge of the program by the Liberals for 3 more years after they learned of sexual misconduct allegations. No responsibility was taken when the Minister of Defence was offered evidence of sexual misconduct by Vance, by the military ombudsperson. Instead, he refused to look at it and referred it to the Prime Minister's office. But no investigation took place, and Vance remained in office. No amount of arguing about whether procedures were followed can disguise that fact. The government failed to implement the key recommendations of Justice Deschamps' 2015 report. They failed to listen to the report from the Auditor General in 2018, and they did nothing with the report on this same issue from the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in 2019. So the question is now, will this government listen to and implement the recommendations from a second review of sexual misconduct? This government has brought forward a task force after working group, after committee, and now a review. Is this a diversion? I certainly respect Justice Louise Arbour and have no doubt that she will make a useful contribution. But there are outstanding recommendations by Justice Deschamps that could be acted on now. The issue of sexual misconduct is getting the attention it deserves. Finally, I've heard from current and former women in the Canadian Armed Forces, and they hope that now is the time that there will be action. It amazes me that after what these women have and currently experience, that they still have so much hope. But they have made it clear that we don't need more reports, that we don't need more task forces. They don't need more empty apologies and promises. The only direction the government can take now is action. This government has never seen a problem that they can't fix with a report. They believe one or more study and the problem is solved. Madam Speaker, we all know, and I hope members of the government know as well, that only action will solve this problem. And to my Conservative colleagues, I want to say that the firing of Ms. Telford, again, won't solve this problem either. Only political will, leadership, and courage to take action will create the change our servicemen and women in the Canadian Armed Forces need and deserve. At the center of this scandal and this problem, Madam Speaker, is power. There's a quote from Aung San Suu Kyi that is, it is not power that corrupts, but fear. Fear of losing power corrupts those who wield it, and fear of the scourge of power corrupts those who are subject to it. We have a government who will do anything to hold on to power and who will hide behind others and behind processes, who will use excuse after excuse, who will not take responsibility because it may limit their power or they may lose it. We have leadership at the top of the command structure of the Canadian Armed Forces who thought that they were untouchable. And this isn't just about General Vance, but this is about that entire culture and the generations that have seen its growth. That scourge of power spread, and now it seems impossible to change, for so many have been subject to it. And that power has infected all relationships, all workplaces. Sexual misconduct is about power. It's about fear, and it's about punishment. But what is clear to me is that the harder we cling on to power for the sake of power, the more we lose. That the only solution for us is to redistribute that power. The path towards equality in the Canadian Armed Forces, for women to be able to serve their country equally, is for all to share power. That's the culture change we need to see in both institutions, the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canadian Parliament. When the Conservative Party introduces that motion, Madam Speaker, I will support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I agree with most of what she said. I have a question for her. Would she not agree that those in government who were at the highest positions of power and knew of the misconduct allegations against General Vance but did nothing should be held accountable? Certainly the Minister of Defense, I think we all agree, most of us agree, he does not have the credibility to continue to serve. He needs to be held accountable. But Katie Telford, if indeed she did know and she covered it up, she should be held accountable. And to say that because she is a woman in a position of power, she should not be held to the same standard as a man, does my honorable colleague as a woman not find that to be somewhat sexist in and of itself and patronizing, that somehow strong, capable women should not be held to the same account as men when they are in positions of power? And by the way, if Ms. Telford knew and she told the Prime Minister, Conservatives believe very strongly it's the Prime Minister who needs to own up to that and not throw her under the bus.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And at the crux of this, and I think that the crux of that question is, of course, yes, those in positions of power must take responsibility. But it's, again, I come back to a point in my speech, it's that we elect people to those positions of power to be held accountable and responsible. And the one woman at the crux of this is not an elected official. And therefore, for this place to put judgment is upon those men at the top who truly held the power. In my office, I hold the responsibility for everyone in my staff, and I take responsibility. And that's what we're asking of the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister in this case.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I had the opportunity as a privilege and honor to serve in the Canadian Forces back in the 80s. And, you know, it's difficult, as I'm sure many regular force and reservists listening to debates and hearing and seeing what's taking place, knowing full well that it is such an honor to serve. And at the end of the day, I'm wondering if my colleague believes that maybe we could have been debating the issue at hand, the culture that's there within the forces, as opposed to trying to politicize what appears to be politicizing the issue, given the very nature. For example, I think there's things that we could have been doing.
There's the honourable member's used up his time. I'm going to get an answer so I can get to another question. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
And again, there it is. I think that he has to look no further than his own government, who's been fighting with the Conservatives about whose fault it is more, or who started it. Take responsibility. Stand up. That's the leadership that the people in the Canadian Armed Forces need. So, yes, let's debate that. That's why I brought my motion forward in the Status of Women Committee, so that we could get to another report, sadly, but that would actually inform the government on how to move forward actionably and make those changes that are necessary, instead of fighting amongst ourselves.
J'ai le temps pour une brève question.
I have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Yes, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Indeed, we do need someone to take responsibility. And, you know, people are pointing fingers here and there, but there's not actually been a lot of action. So I'd like to hear her talk about that. Are there any actual solutions or courses of action that she might suggest?
Member for London Fanshawe, a brief answer, please.
Yes, thank you. And I think that we all have to take responsibility now. This is all upon all of us. So let's make those actions. There are some clear actions in the Deschamps report that can happen immediately. The independent investigative service that is completely separate from all of the institutions that currently exist that are under the command structure. Ensuring that the ombudsperson responds directly and reports directly to Parliament instead of to the minister. There is a clear action that we've been calling for years. There are clear things that can happen, and I think that we need to move forward with those. Thank you for the speaker.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not pleased to be here having this debate today. I'm really disappointed that the Liberals did not just do the right thing, keep committee going, and do the work that needs to be done there. The National Defence Committee should be hosting Katie Telford. Instead, we're here in this House having this debate. Why is that the case? Well, I guess that's a question that only the National Defence Committee chair can answer. I know some of my constituents might be asking, why does the Defence Committee need to hear from the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Katie Telford? Well, here's the answer. We need to know who is responsible for the failure to investigate the 2018 allegations against General Vance, because that failure led to having him in office for 3 more years. Another factor is that the Prime Minister himself suggested strongly that his Chief of Staff knows the answer to this very question. So that should be happening in committee, where committee should be free to do its work. Instead, we have a Conservative motion before the House today that is directing the Government of Canada to fire a woman who may have had some very important information, but does not hold the power. Where is that power, Madam Speaker? Well, it is in the hands of the Minister of Defence, and the Prime Minister. For the last several weeks, this House has heard a debate that all too often comes back to an interesting argument between the Liberals and the Conservatives of who did worst and who is most to blame. This is a conversation that simply should not be happening. The conversation should be this: what do service women in the Canadian military need now to be safe, and how soon can we get it to them? The issue at hand is the sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces that is happening all too often, that the leaders have failed to stop. That today and in the past, women in the Canadian Armed Forces have not been safe and continue to not be safe. So those brave women call to the Canadian Armed Forces because they believe in serving this country, because they are ready to put life and limb on the line for us, because they want to protect this country, our country. They literally put their lives in our hands as parliamentarians. If this place makes a decision, they have to go. If the Prime Minister makes a decision, they must follow it. So these brave women, their lives already on the line because of their service, are hoping to listen to this place, to have a meaningful debate about how Parliament will work to stop the sexual violence that they are experiencing within their ranks. Today's solution: well, we will fire a woman who works for the Prime Minister. Please tell me that this place can do better than that. It is these women who are asking us to make a change, to not argue back and forth, but to get it done, to stop making promises, to stop committing to studies, but to do something. As a woman who has experienced sexual violence, believe me, I did not want another report. I wanted to know that someone would step up and stop it, would stand in solidarity with me, so I was not alone facing these horrendous challenges. Madam Speaker, the women who serve us in the Canadian military have had to face sexual violence, sexual misconduct, and then they are asked to be in situations, be it in a war zone, be it in the midst of a natural crisis, where they need their team to have their backs. Every step they take, they have to rely on their team, and that takes trust. All too often, the reality of way too many servicewomen is that they have had to have faith in the very person who assaulted them. Trust was a luxury that they did not have. And Madam Speaker, I can tell you this: for generation upon generation of women in the military, they did their job, even when their fundamental trust and human rights were being broken. And this House is debating, was it the current Prime Minister or the past one that was most problematic? Was it the current Minister of Defense or was it the last one? At this point, Madam Speaker, I don't care. What I care for is the action women in the military are calling on us to make. Today's debate should be about equality. As long as the Canadian government does not acknowledge the reality that a culture which tolerates sexual misconduct remains in place means a woman cannot serve equally, we should all stop everything we're doing and start focusing on making it safe. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, firing the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff will not fix that. I think all parliamentarians should be reflecting seriously on the fact that the Conservative government put General Vance in the position that he had and put him in the lead of Operation Honor. Then the Liberals promoted him. All of them ignored the whispers they were hearing, because I can tell you, Madam Speaker, those whispers are always there. Something profoundly wrong is happening. Stop asking military women to not blame this group, but to blame that other group. In fact, can all of us stop in this place talking about blame? I think it's time that we step up and talk about action. Concrete action that makes women serving in the military know that we, as parliamentarians, are standing in solidarity with them. That is not another report, Madam Speaker. It is action. It is actually getting to work on the recommendations put forward and listening to the voices of service women who have faced sexual misconduct then and now. They can help guide us. I believe that the amazing women who serve in the Canadian military need to hear all of us in this place acknowledge the realities that they are living through. If I were the Minister of Defence or the Prime Minister, I would say this. On behalf of generations of parliamentarians, to all the women who served in the Canadian military, now and in the past, who experienced sexual violence, we are sorry. We are sorry that we did not take the realities of your lives seriously, that we stood by and heard the whispers of sexual violence and turned away because we were too afraid to take action. We are sorry that when we ask so much of you, that you are still allowed to work in a place where you are unsafe because of our silence. We are sorry, and I commit that I will do something about it. I want to talk about responsive action because we owe it to the service women in the Canadian military. Many people will and have outlined the timetable today of the decisions made between the Conservative and Liberal governments. That timeline is absolutely devastating, and it tells how many times these women in uniform have been betrayed. The facts are before us. On April the 26th, the Department of National Defence tabled a report to Parliament with statistics around Operation Honour. 581 reports of sexual assault over the past 5 years. 221 incidents of sexual harassment were logged over the same period. These are the ones that were reported, Mr. Speaker. We do not know how many were never spoken of. All of the things that I know in my heart is that when we see something, we must act on it. So this is what action looks like to me. Stop hiding behind, it was not clear it was sexual misconduct. If you are not sure and you are in a position of power, ask every time. Assume the worst. Be relieved if it's not the bad thing. But stop hiding behind the silence of not knowing. It is literally destroying people. Understand that our systems in Canada, both inside the military and outside, are built to support people in power and not the ones that are vulnerable. We are hardwired to avoid things that are uncomfortable. If you are in a position of power and you're not uncomfortable, let me assure you, you are doing it wrong. Change the internal systems in the military. If we want to root out sexual violence, then the government has to put systems into place that make sure that there are power in the survivors' hands. And have supports in place. Do it now. Too many female veterans have told me stories that keep me up all night. Coming forward with sexual violence reports and then having to go to work with the person again. Not okay, yet this is happening. Women in the forces have basic human rights, and they should have confidence that leaders both understand sexual misconduct and will take action against it. We owe it to them because they work so hard for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech and her passion on this important topic. She spoke about the importance of moving forward and taking action that is going to change the reality for women in the armed forces, and I completely agree with that. It seems to me, though, that part of the way we take action is to identify and hold people accountable. So we do have to ask these questions about who knew and who took action and who didn't take action. Because unless we are holding people accountable for not taking the action they should take, then it's going to be much harder to move forward when people can't be assured that there will be consequences for failing to respond. And that's where this motion comes from. It comes from a reality that people in the Prime Minister's office knew what was going on, and a claim from the Prime Minister that he was not notified. So does the member believe that it is important to get to the brass tacks of accountability for who didn't share information or who failed to act on particular allegations in an appropriate way?
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you. I appreciate the question from the member. I absolutely agree we need to get down to this, but more importantly, we need to get those recommendations in place. Our focus should be on the people who are the survivors, not on the staff, the chief of staff of the Prime Minister. Let the committee do their work, and hopefully the Liberals will stop filibustering.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for North Island, Powell River, for her very passionate and eloquent speech. She's a very articulate spokesperson for all those serving in the Canadian military, and particularly for women in the Canadian Forces who put their lives on the line every day for our country, and yet are subject, as she mentions, to hundreds of cases of sexual violence and of sexual abuse. It is simply not something that any Canadian should sweep under the carpet. And the finger pointing we've seen from Conservatives and Liberals, I find regrettable and very saddening. As she has pointed out, and the member from London Fanshawe has pointed out, we have seen so many recommendations that would actually advance and move forward in a way that would ensure that we have Canadian forces that do not subject women in the forces to this level of sexual abuse. Why does she think the government has not put in place any of those recommendations? Why does she think the government sees this as a communications exercise rather than doing their job and weighing in to put solutions into place?
Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. You know, I couldn't agree more. There are so many recommendations that are clearly outlined that would make the difference. Why both governments, Conservative and Liberal, repeat after one another not addressing this issue is a question that only they can answer, but they need to pick it up, because at the end of the day, the people that are paying the price for this are the women who are serving our military. And I think people need to understand these are some of the most fierce and more amazing women who are willing to jump out of planes to save people in situations that I can't even imagine. And yet we're letting them suffer, and they are still showing up for duty. So I hope that whatever government gets on it, because these changes need to happen, because these women need to be recognized. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have two issues here, and I think one is solutions, and we do have solutions. And in the last question, you talked about some of the answers that are already there, but we also have an issue of accountability. And accountability, clearly the Prime Minister does not hold the Defence Minister to account because he's still in this position he's in. Clearly, he denies knowledge of the issue. So really, I am concerned about lack of accountability at any level in this Prime Minister's office, as well as the issue of moving forward on the very important recommendations that they already had available.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I absolutely share this concern that accountability keeps getting punted down the line. It's like they're continuing to wait, and that is the whole system in Canada, quite frankly, and across the planet all too often, that when women experience sexual violence or any type of violence, nobody wants to talk about it because it feels uncomfortable for them. If we are not all uncomfortable, then we're not doing our job right. And right now, the most uncomfortable people are women facing sexual misconduct in the military. So I'm calling on the government to do the right thing. I don't think that this motion will get it, but absolutely, the minister needs to be accountable. Pretending you don't know is not an answer.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Conservative House Leader. So really what I want to talk today about is three key issues. And the first one, as the previous speaker just talked about, is accountability. Next, the actions we need to take in order to better understand where the process failed and how do we collectively move forward. And finally, I will hint on or talk about leadership and unfortunate leadership failure dealing with this situation. So let's talk about the accountability aspects first, Mr. Speaker, for both the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Defence. This government has gone to great lengths to talk about ministerial accountability. I agree. Being accountable includes taking ownership of your respective department, office, or staff. When we talk about the Minister of National Defence, he is the one responsible for the whole of the department, including being the direct supervisor of the Chief of Defence Staff and the Ombudsman. He's talked at length about not interfering politically and respecting the independence of any investigation. I fully agree. And I've been personally very vocal about this current prime minister's political interference historically with the independence of the prosecution and judiciary, in particular with the SNC-Lavalin affair, and how this was a great failure and should have never happened. However, in the case that we're debating today, the minister has forgot that as the direct supervisor of both the Chief of Defence Staff and Ombudsman, this goes beyond just the political realm. Further, there's a fundamental difference in ensuring an investigation occurs and in interfering in said investigation or even doing the investigation themselves. The parliamentary secretary in her speech earlier during the debate, as other Liberal members have stated, that this Liberal government apparently followed the exact same process as the previous Conservative government. This is absolutely false. Under the previous Conservative government, both the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service and the National Security Advisor were both involved, and investigations actually did occur in response to rumors. This didn't happen at all in this current case with this current Liberal government. The only thing was a passing of the buck to the PCO and the clerk of the Privy Council, and nothing further occurred despite actually having an actual allegation presented to the Ombudsman. In fact, the only thing that did occur was the Chief of Defence Staff getting his mandate extended, getting a promotion, getting a raise, not a promotion, but a raise, and becoming eventually the longest serving Chief of Defence Staff in history. Bottom line, the Minister of National Defence admitted on the 12th of March in committee that he was responsible for the failures of these allegations being investigated, and the minister is accountable. However, really what we're here today and what the motion today before us is to debate the lack of accountability in the Prime Minister's office. I've had the fortune and privilege of commanding hundreds of Canada's finest. I've been a chief of staff both in Afghanistan and Iraq, along with holding key other staff appointments. When I was in charge, I always reminded my staff that I could only do my job if they kept me in the loop. The line I used to use was, I can only stop the manure from rolling downhill if I know about it. If I don't know about it, it's really hard to stop it. However, when I was the chief of staff, my primary job was to keep the boss, keep the commander in the loop. And this is what we're really talking about today. So in fact, within the minister or the M&D, we all know that in this specific case that the Minister of National Defence's office, the Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's office, and the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff all knew about sexual misconduct allegations, yet somehow were to be led to believe that the Prime Minister himself didn't know. Based on this, I think we're only faced with two possible conclusions. One, the Prime Minister did know about these allegations, or either his Chief of Staff failed to do her job to keep the Prime Minister in the loop. Either way, it speaks to incompetence within the Prime Minister's office, and as a result, the victims of sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces are suffering as a result of these leadership failures. Next, I want to focus on briefly on the way ahead and why it's so important that these failures to hold those accountable are so important to the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. I've been hearing from countless former colleagues within the forces. They are primarily concerned about the senior leadership, both politically and militarily, being held to account. They are concerned that if we don't fix these and we don't understand where those actual failures occurred, there is no moving forward. We can ultimately put any process in place, but if somehow the senior leadership, especially the senior leadership politically, refuses to take action, then I don't know how, and they don't believe anything is going to change moving forward. It's been talked about before. We have the Canadian Armed Forces has the Deschamps report. I was there when it came in, and frankly, I was shocked at the length and depth of some of the details that occurred in that. And one of the first things that I did, being a serving member at the time, was talk to those colleagues of mine, those female or women colleagues, about is this true? Is there this much rampant sexual misconduct? And to be frank, I was shocked and disappointed. that in so many cases that within the leadership of the Canadian Armed Forces that we were still allowing this to occur. I can only speak to the specific positions that I was in, and I did everything in my power, but at the same time, I fully admit I should have done more to create an atmosphere and an environment where anybody can come forward with any type of allegations. But ultimately, what we're debating today is that if these allegations, especially when they're against somebody like the Chief of Defense Staff, do not get properly investigated and concluded. This isn't about pronouncing guilt or innocence. This is about actually doing a proper investigation. Then we can't move ahead. It's all about this cover-up that's creating all the problems. So I don't disagree with the previous member's comments that the Prime Minister and Minister of National Defense are ultimately responsible. However, in this case, if we take the Prime Minister at his word that he didn't know, ultimately he needs to now show leadership and make the tough choice and remove those within his office that are preventing him from doing his job as the Prime Minister. This is all about trust, Mr. Speaker, and about accountability. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and in particular the victims of sexual misconduct, harassment, need to know that they have the faith in both the senior political and military leadership in order to make sure this doesn't happen again going forward. I do agree with the member from North Island Powell River, more action is required, but first leaders, in this case, the Prime Minister, needs to show leadership, be accountable, and find out why this failure occurred from his Chief of Defense Staff. I'll leave my comments at that there, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it's my first opportunity to enter into this discussion today, I'm particularly grateful the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound focused on the larger issues that I wish we were talking about here today. I also think the honourable member for North Island Powell River made an absolutely fantastic speech, and I agree exactly with her sentiments. And to my honourable friend from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I think that the Conservative motion is inappropriate and too narrowly focused on one individual and not the broader question. So I appreciate his raising SNC-Lavalin again. We never got to the bottom of that. Cabinet intervened to stop the RCMP from fully investigating if an obstruction of justice had occurred, and some of the same questions were at play there. Why was the Prime Minister never properly briefed on the Shawcross Doctrine? Why did he not understand that his then Minister of Justice, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville, had it right, and the various bought and paid for experts hired by SNC-Lavalin had it wrong? Would the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound agree with me that our time would be better spent on those issues than on this very partisan, rather mean-spirited motion we have before us today?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully disagree with the assertion there. We need to get to the bottom of this. The honourable member brought up a number of key points and factors on other issues, other failures by this current Prime Minister and his team. And ultimately, I think it just speaks to why this motion finally needs to come forward, and he needs to either be held to account or he needs to make that tough decision and surround himself primarily with the Chief of Staff that is going to make sure he is properly briefed and properly prepared to do his job as Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you to my colleague, and also thank you for his service and the fact that he probably understands better than many of us how important to the CAF is accountability. And yes, we need to come up with some long-term fixes. There was some great recommendations that have been ignored, but the issue of accountability at the highest level, can he speak to that and the importance within our military?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is the root of what my speech was about. It's all about being accountable. If, as a leader, both in this case, and it's where my greatest disappointment is in this specific case, I have huge disappointment in everybody that's involved in this, in particular with the Chief of Defense Staff. I don't understand how he felt he could be leading this charge from being in uniform and the hypocrisy of leading off honor and at the same time actually having allegations against him. But the failure of leadership by the Minister of National Defense, that lack of really wanting to be accountable for this, is extremely frustrating, because I expect better from him. The same thing with the Prime Minister in this case, Mr. Speaker. He is owed by his team the facts and all the answers. And if he's not going to hold his team to account, then we're going to continue to face, and he's going to continue to face, additional allegations, additional problems going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound for his important speech, and I deeply respect and enjoy working with him in this place. I'm just wondering if he could speak to something that I feel is immensely important in this debate, and that's the reality that right now in committee, this is where this work should be happening. Katie Telford should be in front of the committee. I think it's absolutely abhorrent that the Liberals are blocking that. Let's get the work done. So I'm just wondering if the member could speak to that.
Well, Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I 100% agree with that, with what the member from North Island Powell River has raised. I was so shocked yesterday, and shocked is the word, that the chair of the committee would cancel committee that was going to debate this. Having participated, although or been in the committee room, not necessarily virtually, but not necessarily asking questions for the last number of defense committee sessions, I am disappointed, having served in uniform, at just the filibustering and the lack of focusing on what this issue is. It should be about getting answers. It's about figuring out the way ahead and not stalling something that's so important. So for all the victims of sexual misconduct and harassment in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this debate today because the matter of the Canadian Armed Forces is a very important one. We are lucky to live in this society, in this democratic society, and it is because the men and women in uniform ensure our safety. It's because they fought in a horrible, tragic war that we live in a free country. And we might remember that my father served, who will soon be 98, served in the war. Mr. Speaker, in the Canadian Armed Forces, and like all armies, trust needs to be instituted and it needs to be genuine. If this trust is broken, our men and women in uniform can no longer serve with the passion and commitment that this job calls for. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, for women. Women who live, we need to recognize it, who live in a more masculine environment. And if they suffer harassment, then the wound is even more serious. And that is why we're here to speak to the trust that Canadians should be able to have in their Canadian Armed Forces, and that our men and women in uniform must be able to have in their leaders. And we're here because that we have seen in the very most highest ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and of the government, there were major breaches. And we must find out who knew what when. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we're referring to the scandal of General Vance, which was who sexually harassed some of his female subordinates. We're talking about the Chief of the Defence Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces, Mr. Speaker, who did not live up to his functions. And we have the Leader of the Government who said one thing that is contradicted by his Chief of Staff. And so we need to shed some light on this so that trust exists. So, Mr. Speaker, what happened? On March 1st, 2018, 3 years ago, the Ombudsman of the Canadian Armed Forces contacted the Minister of Defence and informed him that the Chief of the Defence Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces, General Jonathan Vance, was the object of, not rumor or hearsay, but of allegations of inappropriate sexual misconduct to female subordinates.
Donc le lendemain.
On the 2nd of March, the next day, an email from the Privy Council was sent to the office of the Prime Minister to inform him that there were allegations of sexual harassment against General Vance on March 2nd, 2018. 3 years later, Mr. Speaker, the matter was brought to public attention. The media disclosed the matter, and the Prime Minister immediately said that he heard about this when he was watching TV. According to what the Prime Minister said, I can't say he's a liar, but according to what he said, he was not aware. That was the first version of the facts. Then later, he said that people in his office were aware and that there was an inquiry. That was the second version of the facts. A changed version. Then last week, the Prime Minister said in this House that no one in his cabinet was aware that it was a matter of sexual harassment. No one. Mr. Speaker, these versions of the facts are not consistent. On the one hand, the Prime Minister says that no one in his staff was aware, but an email shows that his Chief of Staff was aware of sexual harassment allegations. These things can't both be true. We can't believe the Prime Minister if we believe the Chief of Staff, and vice versa. It's one or the other. With all due respect to the member for Papineau and the government that he represents, his version is not consistent with the facts. Moreover, the Liberals have been in power for 6 years. Not only did they keep General Vance in place, despite the allegations, they upped his pay and renewed his mandate. That was what the Liberals did. We've also seen a remarkable cover-up from the Liberals and some of their accomplices. We'll talk about that later. At the Committee of National Defense, we've seen a lot of filibustering in an attempt to discuss the topic, in an attempt to prevent discussion of the topic, rather. I've been in politics a long time as a Quebec MNA and here in the House of Commons. And yet in all that time, I can't recall having seen the chair of a committee cancelling the sitting of the committee 13 minutes before it was supposed to start. Yet we saw that yesterday when the Liberal member for Canada Carleton, chair of the Committee of Defence, when she decided to cancel the planned sitting of the committee. That's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, last week, the government announced proudly that it was going to create an investigation to find out what was happening in the army. Mr. Speaker, that has already been done. 6 years ago, our government called an inquiry led by a Supreme Court justice. She published the report in March 2015, 6 years ago. It was a devastating report that was quite damning about the situation in the armed forces. It asked the government to act. 6 years have passed. What has the government done? Nothing. But last week it announces that the same kind of inquiry will be held again. Everyone, all observers have criticized this and said that it makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, why does today's motion ask that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff step down? Why? Because we need to be able to trust authority figures here, and we need to be able to trust the defense staff. In my riding, there are many military members who are at the Valcartier base who don't like what's happening. They want to get to the bottom of this. We have the Prime Minister saying that no one in his office knew what was happening, but then we have an email that says the opposite. And when we ask for the Chief of Staff to appear before the committee, well, funny thing, the committee is shut down so she can't appear. Canadians deserve answers. That's why last week, the deputy leader of the official opposition tabled a point of privilege to ask if the Prime Minister had misled the House. The chair here is analyzing the situation. Yesterday, the government House leader made a spirited defense that lasted 50 minutes. It's all right that he took a long time, but he's always telling us that we take too long, that we make overly long speeches. But all right. We also heard the Bloc Québécois member for Rivière-du-Nord say that he's in favor of getting to the bottom of things. That's all very well and good, but that's the only good thing that I have to say about my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, because they have repeatedly been on the wrong side of history in this matter. In April, the member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, voted with the Liberals to put an end to the committee inquiry. We understand why the Liberals don't want an inquiry, but on April 12th, the Bloc Québécois supported the Liberals to prevent the committee from studying this important matter. That is shocking, Mr. Speaker. On February 9th, at the Defense Committee, that time the member for Lac-Saint-Jean collaborated with the Liberals in order to reduce the number of days planned from 5 to 3, and opposed having Ms. Zita Astrivas appear. Why did the Bloc Québécois repeatedly vote with the Liberals, once to cover things up and once to prevent someone from appearing? The Minister of Defense Chief of Staff, who might have said something interesting. That's unfortunate. We should remember that in March 2020, the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals voted together to prevent the Ethics Commissioner from appearing at the Ethics Committee to discuss the Trudeau Report 2. I'm only quoting the name of the report. I'm not saying the name of the Prime Minister. So again, the Bloc Québécois voted with the Liberals to prevent the Ethics Commissioner from appearing. That is why we, the Conservatives, want to get to the bottom of things. We want this motion adopted. Thank you.
And comments. Question commentaire. La députée de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. And I'd like to discuss how a committee works a little bit. At a committee, there is a working plan. And in the working plan, there are decisions to be taken about what needs to be worked on urgently. And before voting, there are prior discussions. Now, of course, if you only pay attention to the result of the vote, well, I find it unfortunate that my colleague is only paying attention to the result of the vote, because sometimes you need to look into the reasons for the vote. It's important to do one's homework. I'd like to know from my colleague, what would it change to ask the Prime Minister to fire his Chief of Staff for not having informed him? What would that really change? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I appreciate her collaboration in this House, and I'm surprised that she, as a woman and as a proud elected official, I'm surprised to hear her defend the fact that her party, not once but twice, supported the Liberals. Once to cover things up at the Defense Committee, and on a separate occasion to reduce the amount of time for the Defense Committee study, and to prevent the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Defense from appearing at the committee. Now, of course, that is her decision, just as it was her party's decision to vote with the Liberals to prevent the Ethics Commissioner from appearing. That's part of their record. Mr. Speaker, we need to be able to trust our authorities. And that's why when we see the Prime Minister saying one thing and his Chief of Staff saying the exact opposite, well, it's important to get to the bottom of this contradiction. I am sure that my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle is upset to see that yesterday the Liberals suspended the sitting of the committee. I am sure that she, like me, would have liked it to sit. The Liberals don't want it to sit. So we have to decide, who do we believe, the Prime Minister or his Chief of Staff?
Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to ask the Conservatives say that this is an actionable item, that this is something that will help the government to take that action, to get results for women in the armed forces. And of course, we disagree with their motives and how they're doing it, but certainly we agree that action is necessary on this issue. One of the things that I've heard repeatedly, that we have put forward repeatedly, is the need for the Ombudsman to actually report to Parliament, to be more transparent in that regard, instead of what we've seen in terms of the problems of him directly reporting to the Minister of Defence. Would my honourable colleague agree that would be a really good step forward and an action that could be taken immediately by this House? Thank you.
La députée Louise Laurent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her comments and her participation in this debate, that this is very important. Mr. Speaker, we need to be frank and we need to be open with the reality. We need to know the truth. So this is why if the Ombudsman can help us, he will come. But I would say to the honourable colleague that we had a report that has been published 6 years ago, who gave to us, all Canadians, whatever the party we are, a roadmap to address this terrific issue of the fact that women in the army suffer some misconduct and sexual issue, and especially even in the highest rank of the army. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, we welcome each and every one to give us some advice. Let me remind you that 6 years ago, we had the roadmap, and this government failed to follow this roadmap.
Time for a quick question for the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you. And I do want to note that the Prime Minister is the one that used to say sunshine is the best disinfectant and that they wouldn't resort to parliamentary games. So again, this motion is about accountability. Can my colleague, the House Leader, talk about why we felt it was important for this motion to be put forward and for the Prime Minister to be held to account?
Leader de l'Opposition à la Chambre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to pay all my respect to my colleague from Kamloops in British Columbia, for whom I have a lot of respect. And I just say that it's sad that she will not renew her mandate, but I wish her the best for the future because she served so well here in the House of Commons. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite important to have confidence in our leader. So when we have the chef de l'État, the government leader, the Prime Minister of Canada, saying something here in the House of Commons. But on the other hand, you have exactly the contrary of that, black on white, written and directly to the Chief of Staff. Mr. Speaker, we need clarity on that. We just asked yesterday the Chief of Staff to testify in a committee, and this Liberal government decided to shut down this committee. This is awful. We need leadership. We need accountability in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. La députée de Château.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacombe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, each member of the defence team has a right to a workplace that treats them with respect and dignity. At the same time, each member of the defense team is responsible for showing that same respect and that same dignity to those around them, whatever their rank, position, or title. And that's up to the most senior leadership. But we have found that that expectation is not enough. Without rapid and decisive action, without rigorous implementation, harassment and sexual misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces will never be truly eliminated. This requires an honest process to discover where our policies and initiatives have failed. We have to learn from those that we have let down. We have to listen to them. And we need to make changes that truly take into account their needs and their various backgrounds. Last week, the Minister of National Defence announced a new arm's-length external review of the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity today to discuss the details of that investigation. what it will consist of, how it will be carried out, and what it means. Mr. Speaker, there is an urgent need for responsibility to be taken and a review carried out at all levels of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence, not only on an individual level or for specific ranks, but also at an organizational level. We must examine the policies and practices of the defense team. We need to evaluate their effectiveness in eliminating sexual misconduct and harassment. The review announced last week will play a crucial role in this analysis. The objectives are the following. We want to know why harassment and sexual misconduct persists within the Canadian Armed Forces, despite considerable efforts to eliminate these behaviors. We want to know what are the obstacles that make it hard to raise an inappropriate behavior. We want to know whether there is an adequate response when misconduct reports are given. And we want to use that information to make recommendations on preventing and eradicating sexual harassment and misconduct in our armed forces, once and for all. The Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces have chosen Louise Arbour to direct this review of the policies and culture of the defense team. This review will make use of the report published by former Justice Marie Deschamps, but the two are not the same, Mr. Speaker. Madame Deschamps' report formulated 10 key recommendations to address and eliminate sexual harassment and misconduct, but it was not enough. Since then, the defense team has taken various critical measures to implement Madame Deschamps' recommendations. However, Madame Arbour's investigation will be based on Madame Deschamps' important work and will assess problems from a broader perspective in order to help the defense team find out what the correct path to follow is. Madame Arbour's experience as a former Supreme Court justice places her in the ideal position to carry out this review impartially. She will work at arm's length from the Canadian Armed Forces and National Defence Department chain of command. She will thus remain neutral to ensure that this important work is not politically influenced. I believe that we would all agree that that would be inappropriate. Don't my honorable colleagues agree? Her review will focus on the policies, procedures, and practices of the defense team, and will aim to find where there are gaps in the efforts of the defense team to address and eliminate sexual harassment and misconduct, and how these efforts should be strengthened and improved. Through this review, she will take into account all of the relevant arm's length reviews concerning the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. That includes assessing the defense team's progress in applying the recommendations of the Deschamps report, and coordinating with the Honourable Maurice Fish, who is directing the review of the National Defence Act, and taking into account the reports of the Auditor General, as well as other internal audits, examining their conclusions and recommendations. In addition to that, she will also assess the organizational practices which, if they are properly reevaluated, could help to prevent incidents of sexual misconduct.
These include the Canadian Forces recruitment, training, performance evaluation, assignment, and promotion systems. It will also assess the policies, procedures, and practices of the military justice system that deal with sexual harassment and misconduct. Most importantly, the review will be based on the opinions, accounts, and experiences of current and former defense team members. All of the concerned members of this team deserve to have their voices heard. Those who wish to share their experiences will be invited to contribute to Madame Arbour's review. All names will remain anonymous. And Madame Arbour will conduct her review without reference to specific cases of sexual harassment or misconduct in order to preserve their confidentiality. Her review will focus on women and members of the LGBTQ2+ community so that the defense team can better understand their perspectives and experiences. She will coordinate with the advisory group on systemic racism and discrimination to reduce any unintended duplication of efforts. Madame Arbour will bring all of this evidence together in order to identify signs that the culture of the defense team promotes silence and complicity, how fear of retaliation acts as a barrier to reporting sexual harassment and misconduct, and any indication that defense team policies have been applied inconsistently across the organization. As in the case of political influence in the appointment of Jonathan Vance in 2015, even in the face of rumors about him and an active investigation by the National Investigative Service of the Canadian Forces, the party opposite appointed him as Chief of Defence Staff anyway. All of these factors will help inform recommendations to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the Chief of the Defence Staff. Mr. Speaker, accountability and transparency are the keys to changing the culture and eliminating sexual misconduct and harassment within the defense team. And these are the principles that will guide Madame Arbour's review. She will provide the Minister of National Defence with monthly progress reports and any interim assessments and recommendations. All of these assessments will be made public, along with Madame Arbour's preliminary and final reports. These reports will include her assessment of the defense team's policies and procedures, the causes and effects of barriers to reporting inappropriate behavior, and its review of the Sexual Misconduct Reporting Center, including its mandate and operations, its independence from the chain of command, and its response when incidents of sexual misconduct are reported. It will also make key recommendations on the following: preventing and eliminating sexual harassment and misconduct within the defense team, the removal of barriers to reporting, and the establishment of an external oversight body dedicated to resolving these types of incidents. Once Madame Arbour has provided her preliminary review to the organization, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the Chief of the Defence Staff will have 30 days to respond to her findings and recommendations. Their responses, along with Madame Arbour's final review report, will all be made public. This is how we will create necessary change. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is really about today's debate, which is all about accountability and the failure of information being passed to the Prime Minister, in this case with respect to the allegations against the Chief of Defence Staff. So my question to the member is, because it's my understanding she is a member of the National Security and Intelligence Committee, is what would she do if one of her staff were presenting with evidence or information or allegations against something that would undermine our national security intelligence, but they just didn't bother reporting it to her?
Well, member, la députée de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. What is important here is that there is an independent, external, safe process for any person who has suffered, who has been subjected to sexual misconduct, that person is able to make that report in an independent, safe process outside of the political process. That is what is important here. That is what is needed, and that is what we are working on.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize my colleague across the way. We sit together on the Ethics Committee. I know that my colleague is capable of explaining the issues that we're dealing with. So I'd like to hear her talk about, how things really are right now. How urgent is it to move forward with an action plan so that we can ensure that this type of thing doesn't happen again and to restore the image of the military? Because currently, it's clearly very urgent. And in fact, even several years ago, it was extremely urgent. So I'd like her to talk about that, because it's clear that the official opposition has decided to, bring forward a motion that just has to do with laying someone off. The Honourable Member. Thank you, and I want to thank my honourable colleague. We certainly have had a number of conversations together on some of these issues. So it's important to act on the real problem here instead of looking for individuals that we can blame. I think it is urgent to act. That's why we appointed former Justice Arbour, who has an absolutely world-class reputation. And we know that she will be capable. She will base herself on the work that was already done by Ms. Deschamps, and she will be able to implement a plan that will not only identify the problem, but also set up a process that will really work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the question is not whether Justice Arbour is competent. It's whether the Liberal government is competent to manage this crisis of sexual misconduct in the Army. It's been going on for a while now, and all they're doing is redoing an external review when Justice Deschamps did something very similar 6 years ago, and then the Liberals did nothing for 6 years. So I'm wondering, are we actually moving forward here, or are we just playing hot potato? The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague across the way for his question, because, things that are difficult are difficult to do. You can't just change things overnight. So Justice Deschamps' work shows us that, there are a certain number of problems that were identified. And now we want to have an investigation led by Ms. Arbour, Justice Arbour, so that we can see what was actually done within the chain of command. What we already know, based on recent events, is that we need a process. And we need to have an external process. And now, people at every level within the armed forces agree that we need an external process. Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate today on the efforts that the Canadian Armed Forces has made to address the issue of sexual misconduct within its ranks. Every day, members of the armed forces make enormous sacrifices to protect Canadians. When allegations of misconduct are raised, appropriate processes must be followed. And that's exactly what the Minister of Defence has done. In fact, he followed the same steps than the previous government in 2015. As Ray Novak said at the time, when the leader of the official opposition informed him of the allegations of sexual misconduct, those allegations were referred to the Privy Council Office for investigation.
Affectés par l'inconduite sexuelle n'ont pas confiance au processus et nous devons faire mieux.
We need to do better. That is why Madame Arbour will be making concrete recommendations on how to establish an external and independent reporting mechanism that is separate from the chain of command. Sexual misconduct can have devastating long-term effects. Providing support to those affected and ensuring their well-being is our top priority. It's also an incredibly complex social issue, and the Canadian Forces know that they don't have all the answers. They need the guidance of experts in the field. The Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces know that the only way to improve is to measure progress and be accountable for actions and decisions. That's why we recently launched a comprehensive and independent external review to determine exactly how and why our current culture allows these harmful behaviors to exist, and what we need to do to change it. We need to change this culture of toxic masculinity. That's also why the 2021 budget includes funding to increase support available to those affected. These measures include establishing a new peer support program and expanding the reach of the Sexual Misconduct Response Centre, or SMRC. I'm pleased to talk to you today about the outstanding work being done by the SMRC under the leadership of Dr. Denise Preston, a psychology professor.
C'est ça?
Well, it appears that we have a problem with the internet connection. Now, I'm wondering if her device is connected wirelessly or not. Sometimes that can cause a problem. Sometimes the Wi-Fi doesn't work or is not adequate. So I would allow the honourable member to continue, but we have had technical interruptions twice so far. So we will try one more time here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am indeed, I do have a wired connection actually, but it seems that in the region there have been some internet connection problems recently. So I'm sorry about that. I can't, unfortunately, do much better than this. I apologize. I will try to continue as long as I can.
Alors,
it appears that the internet connection is not working. I wonder if it would be possible for the honourable member to speak to an IT ambassador to see if we can sort out this problem. So I'm just going to take a short break and we'll consider some of the options.
No.
Okay. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London will speak next. So I believe we're going to move along to the next speaker, and we will ask the IT ambassador to call the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to see if we can fix the technical problems there. And then we will ask her to continue her comments on the bill later. So now we will continue.
Now with the debate, and we'll go to the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Speaker. This afternoon, I'll be splitting my time with the member for the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. And Speaker, this subject that we're discussing today is of tremendous importance. We're talking, of course, about the situation arising from an epidemic of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces and a failure of government to address it. Now, we know that in 2015, the Deschamps report was released, and after taking government in 2015, this government, of course, was able to act on all of the recommendations that were made by retired Supreme Court Justice Deschamps with respect to sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces. But here we are 6 years later, and amidst a political crisis, this Liberal government is proposing a new review conducted by another retired Supreme Court judge into sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces. In 2018, the Ombudsman for the CF was made aware of allegations of sexual misconduct perpetrated by the then Chief of Defence Staff. Being the top soldier in the Canadian Forces, the top of the chain of command, the Ombudsman took these serious allegations to the minister responsible, the Minister of National Defence. And when he advised the minister specifically that this complaint and these allegations were of a sexual nature, that it was sexual misconduct, the Minister of National Defence heard this and then pushed away from the table. And following that meeting, he then made sure that that information was passed to the Prime Minister's office. We know from documents that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, Ms. Katie Telford, was made aware of the nature of these allegations, that it was of sexual misconduct alleged to have been perpetrated by the Chief of Defence Staff, Canada's top general, against one of his subordinates. No more grievous a breach of trust or offence against those who have committed to serve could the CDS make than this. Members of our Canadian Forces serve our country, serve Canada under what is known as unlimited liability. That means that they can be given lawful orders to enter harm's way that could result in their death in service to this country. But when they take their oath and they agree to serve under unlimited liability, they expect rightly that not only will they be protected with all means possible and that are available by the chain of command, by the Chief of Defence Staff, they also expect, and rightfully, that their chain of command, that Canada's top soldier, will not be the one who is taking action that would injure them or cause irreparable harm. Certainly not that they would perpetrate acts of a sexual nature in an inappropriate way. Certainly not. The men and women of Canada's armed forces deserve to have a system much like is outlined in the Deschamps report of March 2015 that gives them the assurance that they can serve their country without having to be subjected to sexual misconduct, harassment, crimes, and other actions of a sexual nature, particularly by their chain of command, by those senior to them. The power imbalance in the military is textbook, of course, in what a power imbalance looks like, because it's codified in the rank of those who serve, and the Chief of Defence Staff being at the top of that chain. So when those complaints that were brought to the Ombudsman in 2018 were then given to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, action was required. Action was required by the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office had failed to act on those 2015 recommendations. After years of lessons learned and victims and survivors having to endure the system in the Canadian Armed Forces, those recommendations were made, and this government failed to act. And then in the face of those new allegations, again, they failed to act. But what's worse is the Prime Minister has said he was not informed that there was this complaint, and that his office didn't know that it was a complaint of a sexual nature, that it was a Me Too allegation. Well, the facts simply don't support that contention. We know that Ms. Telford knew the nature of these allegations. And so if the Prime Minister is to be believed, then we understand that along with the Minister of National Defence, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff orchestrated a cover-up to protect the Prime Minister and to protect the aggressor, the individual alleged to have committed these offenses, the then Chief of Defence Staff. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that we ask everything, up to and including the lives of those who serve our country in uniform, but the accountability we're getting, or lack of accountability that we're getting from this government, doesn't even amount to a single person being fired for covering up this sexual misconduct. The women and men in our Canadian forces deserve better. We owe it to them. We owe it to them to implement the recommendations from retired Supreme Court Justice Deschamps' report in 2015 before we embark on another review. Let's implement those. That's responsible. That's showing that we're listening. That's showing that we're acting, that we're standing up for victims, for those women and men who've come forward and those who haven't come forward, because we know that simply failing to act because there is silence is tacit approval of the behavior that we know is going on behind closed doors. And we've seen that with the suspensions, resignations of some of Canada's top soldiers. The Canadian Armed Forces is a tremendously proud organization, and we should, as Canadians, be so proud of the women and men who serve and who have served. This is certainly the least that we can do. We must hold those in the highest offices in this country to account. And so if the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff orchestrated or participated in a cover-up to protect her boss, the Prime Minister, and to protect the Chief of Defence Staff so as to avoid an embarrassing political situation, well, then the Prime Minister must fire her. He must. And then we need to hear from the Minister of National Defence about what he's prepared to do, how he's prepared to be accountable for what has happened. The recommendations in 2015 were clear. The actions that this government failed to take in response to the evidence that was given to the Ombudsman, and the action that they did take in covering it up, is a blight. It is a stain on this government, and it is a shame not worthy of the victims and survivors who've brought that forward. And so we're all very proud, and I am very proud of our women and men in uniform. But we need to demonstrate with our actions that pride. We need to demonstrate that this organization, those women and men, are worth protecting, that they're worth acting on the report that came out in 2015. Not trying we don't have a government that's trying to trick Canadians into confusing motion for action. This new report it's inappropriate to commission a new report without acting on the first report that was commissioned in 2015. We owe the victims that much. So it's time to demonstrate our pride and fulfill our commitment to the men and women of the Canadian Forces like they do for us every day. And it's this government needs to do that by taking action and holding people accountable for covering up serious allegations of sexual misconduct in our Canadian Forces. It's absolutely the bare minimum that we can do for the women and men of our Canadian Forces, and that's what we'll be voting for on this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to address my remarks through you, given that I was warned last time. Mr. Speaker, what I find a shame about this motion is that it seeks only one thing, and that is to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat who will not solve anything about the broader issue of the fact that the parties turned a blind eye to this situation years ago. And the victims of sexual misconduct are suffering. What does my colleague think? Instead of finding a scapegoat, don't you think that we should take immediate action to send a clear signal to the victims that the parliamentarians are taking care of them?
It's Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
I absolutely believe that we should take immediate action, and I think that the recommendations that were made in the report that was completed in 2015 by retired Justice Deschamps are in the immediate arsenal of recommendations that can be acted on by this government. They absolutely can do that. That is concrete steps, an evidence-based approach that this government can take to address sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. But people must be held accountable. And it's to the Prime Minister to hold those individuals accountable. And if through his interventions and responses, he has said that his chief of staff has kept this information from him, well then that individual is the first to be held accountable for orchestrating a cover-up of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, Chair, I'd like to pose a question to the member. First of all, thank you for his speech. But I think when we look at this, what the military is really looking for is leadership and action. I'm just wondering if the Conservatives agree that the time has finally come for the Office of the Canadian Forces and National Defence Ombudsperson to be made a fully independent officer of Parliament with the ability to independently investigate matters such as these.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the member opposite Speaker for her advocacy for the women and men in the Canadian Forces and for veterans. And I think that step one is to implement the recommendations from the 2015 Deschamps report. And I think the next step is absolutely to look at the powers and the reporting structure for the ombudsperson for the Canadian Forces, and to make sure that we don't have a situation where we have to have the minister or a PCO or PMO acting on this because we've seen a failure to act. So absolutely, I think that we need to put all the options on the table. We need to address those that failed to act, and at the same time, the recommendations from 2015 are available immediately for the government to act on, and they can do that concurrently with the new report that they have commissioned.
We have time for one more short question. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
This government sat on serious allegations of sexual harassment at the highest level for over 3 years. The Bloc is stating that they believe that this motion is about scapegoating. I wonder if my colleague could talk about how this is about accountability at the highest level of government, not scapegoating on very serious allegations.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I thank the member for her question. It's vital that we hold people accountable for failures of this nature. This is the most grievous situation where the top soldier in the chain of command is alleged to have perpetrated sexual misconduct on one of his subordinates. That is the greatest example of a power imbalance in this type of situation that one could imagine. And so we must hold all of those accountable who covered it up. And we have heard that the Prime Minister was not informed by his Chief of Staff, though she knew, and therefore he must hold her accountable. And if there are others who were part of that cover-up, then he must hold them accountable as well. And if he fails to, Canadians will hold him accountable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would really like to thank my great colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, who not only serves as a member of Parliament, but has also served in the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you to all of those who have served. So, Mr. Speaker, I am truly honored to rise here to speak about this important Opposition Day motion. As the former chair of Status of Women in the 42nd Parliament and a portion of the 43rd Parliament, and former Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality, this motion today is extremely important. The investigation into General Vance and the treatment of our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces and the culture of sexual misconduct must be investigated thoroughly. This begins at the very top, and that is exactly what we have brought to you today. Today's motion reads that given that women and all members of the Canadian Armed Forces place their trust in this government to act on claims of sexual misconduct, B, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was informed about a specific sexual harassment allegation against General Vance 3 years ago. C, the Prime Minister asserts that this sexual harassment allegation was never brought to his attention. And D, the Prime Minister said that those in a position of authority have a duty to act upon allegations. The House will call upon the Prime Minister to dismiss his Chief of Staff for failing to notify him of the serious sexual harassment allegations at the highest ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and for being complicit in the hiding of the truth from Canadians. We can talk about timelines, which I know that many of the members speaking on this motion today will do so. They will talk about the promotion of General Vance, former investigations, but most importantly, the top office in our country knowing of these allegations and doing nothing. To begin, when we first started hearing about these allegations months ago, following media reports, the PM indicated that his office knew nothing. But we know that after testimony presented at the Defence Committee by a former advisor in the PMO, this was not true. Katie Telford, the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister, was aware of the allegations and was aware of the sexual nature of these allegations. The person who came forward as an intimate relationship with General Vance, she was aware of the mindset and his personal views of his position and the status within the Canadian Armed Forces and the leadership within our country. She came forward to speak about what she saw and what she thought. An article written by David Pugliese on April the 22nd of 2021 titled, "General Vance boasted he was untouchable by military police, Commons committees told," unquote. In this article, I quote, "Canada's former top soldier boasted that he was untouchable and that he owned the military police who are investigating allegations of sexual misconduct made against him. We know that following testimony by military ombudsman Gary Wilburn in 2018, that an allegation of inappropriate behavior was brought forward and that the Chief of Staff Katie Telford, and the Minister of Defense were both aware of this claim. Although this Prime Minister is indicating that nobody knew this was a Me Too moment, email threads disprove that sexual harassment does equal a Me Too moment. So I want to go back to my role as the chair of the Status of Women Committee and the work that we had completed in a recent study that was tabled in June of 2019. Unfortunately, I don't have a response from the government or from the minister on this because they were allocated 120 days and we were short by a few days on this. So we never received a response on this because we had gone into an election, though I'd be very interested to hear what the defense minister would have to say about this. I share with you some of the testimony and why an allegation has been taken to the top office of our country and not acted upon is truly negligent. You know, I really want to talk about Operation Honor. Throughout the study and treatment of women within the Department of National Defense, we heard a lot about this program, and there was a clear mandate. Operation Honor 1.6. Operation Honor is the mission to eliminate sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. It's based on the principles that every member who serves their country deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. Anything less is simply unacceptable. And any attitudes or behaviors which undermine the camaraderie, cohesion, and confidence of serving members threatens the CAF's long-term operation of success. 1.7, Operation Honor seeks to achieve a positive institutional cultural change in the Canadian Armed Forces through 4 lines of effort: understanding the issue of sexual misconduct, responding more decisively to incidents, supporting affected persons more effectively, and preventing incidents from occurring. In a statement by General Vance, the CDS, addressing the Standing Senate Committee on National Security and Defense in June of 2018, quoted, "Leaders need to drive change by providing vision and a consistent personal example that empowers and inspires subordinates to set the conditions for the elimination of sexual misconduct." Wow. I mean, you listen to those words now, you reflect on what we're talking about today, and it's sort of like who was in charge of that candy jar. In the manual for Operation Honor, it states, bystander intervention training. A Canadian Armed Forces bystander intervention unit level training helps Canadian Armed Forces members recognize and react decisively to sexual misconduct and harassment when they see it. This program illustrates to bystanders and leaders that if they fail to act when faced with an incident of sexual misconduct, they are perpetrating the behavior. The program also explains the power that bystanders and leaders have to take positive action to stop sexual misconduct and support CAF members. In short, it demonstrates why it is crucial for witnesses to sexual misconduct to speak out against it rather than to stay silent. The most ironic thing about this all is this program was launched by General Vance. This program about what we need to do when our members are facing sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces is led by General Vance. We heard from many former members of the Canadian Armed Forces who described their time in forces and their own personal experiences. So why do I want to bring this forward? Trust and confidence in our government, accountability, and assurance that this will never happen again. In testimony brought forward by former Canadian Armed Forces member Paula McDonald, she stated, "When I was in basic training, I called the Canadian Armed Forces Sexual Response Center to ask them to help me. All they did at that time was the same thing that the Ombudsman would do, which was direct me back to the mechanisms within the Canadian Armed Forces that would deal with the abuse. So they direct me back to the individuals who were sexually harassing me to resolve the issues. There is no way you can resolve the issues when someone who is trying to do that to you." Paula is no longer a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, but she does continue to have these conversations with members. And she has quoted in that testimony also indicating, "It's still that way. I've asked them, and I've been following along with these changes to see how it's been evolving. The Sexual Response Center still refers the information to the chain of command. The individuals who were involved in the direct positions that created incidents that I think are considered human rights violations, they did a cabinet shuffle and moved them into the positions that were to deal with Operation Honor." Her resolution, this is of Mrs. Paula McDonald's, she believes that we need to have a new reporting structure, that we need to report directly to the Minister of Defense, as opposed to the chain of command, in order to ensure that harassment policies and procedures are being followed throughout. You know, we look at this and we understand that there has been so much discussion on this. There's been so much difference and changes and socialization over the last number of years. We recognize that. But I'm looking at the fact that we are not doing anything right now that is negatively impacting our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, and we should be doing more. I wanted to quote during the committee something that Dr. Alan Orskus stated. A common phrase among young Canadians these days is check your privilege. An old phrase among military officers is RHIP, which means rank has its privileges. There's a culture clash. So why this is important? We know as members of parliament that there are issues with reporting. Why? Because nothing ever gets done. We have studied this and talk about violence against women. We talk about sexual harassment in the workplace, and we talk about Me Too. And when this is taken up to the very highest level of our government, when this is taken to the PMO, nothing is done. So when someone like Vance is in charge of a program, and I quote, "In my experience in many different areas, the law does not apply to him," says Major Brennan, why would people not feel that they have no option but to take it to the Minister of Defense, to take it to the Prime Minister's office? When they know that this is not working, they have no other options. So why does this land at the Prime Minister and Katie Telford? We know that these are the individuals had gone there, that they were looking for assistance. They needed to bring this to the PMO, and the PMO did nothing. I bring you back to operation and the top of the chain of the command of the Canadian Armed Forces. The chief of the staff for the PM knew and remained silent, according to the Prime Minister, as she was not aware of this. The bottom line is, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office failed our Canadian Armed Forces, failed Canadians, and ultimately failed any woman here in Canada. They have turned a blind eye, and I believe that the Prime Minister's office should speak and be open about this finally. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que c'est commentaire? La députée de Thérèse de...
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Listening to her, I heard about the issue of the General Vance inquiry, among other things. And I know she is very concerned about the nature of the inquiry. So my question is the following. Why was the Conservative Party much less concerned about this issue at a time when the Conservative Party's leader had been also informed about sexual misconduct allegations against General Vance? That didn't prevent him from appointing him to the position of Chief of Defense Staff. So then how is it that my Conservative colleague can care so much about the inquiry now, but didn't seem, or her party didn't seem to do so at the time? And why blame an employee, a staffer now? That sets a dangerous precedent. That's my question.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And I'd really like to thank the member for this question today. I know she has asked many members of our party. And the fact is, back in 2017 or 15, we know that there was an investigation. We know that obviously the Prime Minister had spoken to General Vance. General Vance, as indicated by even the testimony in what we saw the Status of Women Committee, there is this idea that he was not telling the truth. And that was also reported when we had in the Defense Committee a few weeks ago as well. The fact is there was an investigation. It is different. Here what we're looking at is this was taken to the Prime Minister's office in 2015, where the Prime Minister's office actually opened and started questioning. What we saw here is they just said no and shut the door on this entire inquiry. Yes, the Chief of Staff is Katie Telford. She is the most powerful woman under any elected official. She is the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister who runs this country. Somebody needs to be accountable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London. Sorry about that. For her speech. I have a lot of time for the member. But I just want to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, why do the Conservatives believe that the right course of action here? She mentioned how complicit the Minister of Defense is, the Prime Minister himself. but here is a motion to fire the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, one of the few women involved in this whole mess, when the real issue is the inaction of the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister that has allowed for the continuation of a sexualized culture that tolerates sexual misconduct among the military's top brass. Why pick Katie Telford?
And
the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much. And thank you very much to the member. I, too, have great respect and love working with him. You know, I look at the fact that we're not just talking about any old staffer. We're not talking about somebody that happens to be in my MP's office or somebody doing communications. We're talking about the #1 staff person here in Canada. She is the chief of staff to our Prime Minister. Yes, ultimately, the Prime Minister is 100% responsible, he and this Defence Minister. But, you know, I guess at this time, maybe we'll see if the Prime Minister stands up for Katie Telford and actually starts to tell the truth. So perhaps this is a way of calling his bluff as well, sir. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague for Elgin, Middlesex, London, I found it very helpful to have her perspective on the conflict in cultures around check your privilege and rank has its privileges. I thought that was quite brilliant. But I can't agree that this motion is at all appropriate. It is concentrating on one single person when we don't have all the facts, and getting the facts matters. And I don't even think we ever got the facts on the SNC-Lavalin matter, which again is a question of what happens in the Prime Minister's office? What happens in the Privy Council office? Let's get to the bottom of things that matter, and not. This looks like a very personalized and a pretty uncomfortable attack for a full day in the House of Commons.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much to the honourable member. I really do appreciate your question on this. You know, I think what we have to look at is what have we been seeing every year? It's the Aga Khan one year. The next member, it's going to be the SNC-Lavalin. And then it's going to be, you know, it's going to be who's going to be getting stuff during this pandemic. We have seen over and over and over again what this Prime Minister's office is doing. It is in total, the most untransparent, let's find that word. But when it comes to transparency, this is something that this PMO does not do well. When it comes to accountability, he pushes that off on everybody else. And I very much respect her personal opinion on this, but I think we finally need to get accountability from this PMO, and this may be the way we get there. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Nous avons...
Resuming debate. I'm happy to say that we've been able to correct the issues with the connection of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. So she will be able to continue with her speech. And then there will be questions and comments period. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. I will continue then. As I was saying, we're talking about a matter that reports to the Minister of National Defense, and this center functions independently of the military chain of command. There is no hierarchical nature between the center and the Canadian Armed Forces or the defense staff. However, it does listen to the needs of the members of the armed forces, and it offers counselors to listen to members of the armed forces. The Department of National Defense recognizes that some people who are affected by sexual misconduct may not be ready to report officially. So, the response center will offer them a listening ear, some place that they can be listened to and can find answers and counseling. The counselors in the center are civilians. They will not have the same obligation as military members to report, so the interactions are confidential, and military members can receive support services without having to provide personal information. If someone does decide to report an incident, the center team can help the victim get in touch with the appropriate organization, whether the military police, the National Investigation Service, or local authorities. In August 2019, the center launched a new program which offered the members of the armed forces affected by sexual misconduct the services of a designated coordinator who accompanies them through each step of the process and offers them support and assistance. These designated coordinators help people find information and the right resources. They support people throughout their path through the process of reporting, and they help them get measures at work that can assist them and offer other assistance depending on the needs of the military member. The center can also ask for the help of a military liaison team. These members will be devoted to the work of the center and will be specialists in their area. They can give advice to military members on how to report. Each individual has unique needs, and each individual has a specific situation and concerns. Center counselors will take all that into account when they offer support. They can also put people affected by sexual misconduct into contact with a very broad network of services throughout the country, whether health services, chaplains, or regional assistance centers for victims of sexual assault. In addition, the center is preparing a national survivor support strategy and other programs. In all these areas, the center consults military members affected by sexual misconduct and external experts. It wants to meet the needs of those who have suffered harm and found all of its programs on data and best practices. It is supported by an external advisory body, which is composed of independent, impartial third parties with significant relevant expertise. Together, these organizations represent a real well of knowledge, perspectives, and experiences. The center will use that expertise and draw upon it to provide advice and recommendations to leaders in the defense system. It will also offer advice on how to evaluate the effectiveness of programs and how to make them accountable. It is a leader in research and best practices to support and prevent. The center will also respond to requests from leaders and supervisors who wish to get advice on how to behave when there is an incident and how to support their staff. In addition, under the definitive settlement agreement for sexual misconduct in the armed forces, the center is responsible for designing and implementation the design and implementation of a reparations program. It will offer people in the class action safe and flexible options to speak about their experience to leaders in the defense team. That way they will be heard and recognized. This will contribute to a change of culture and will enable leaders to better understand the consequences of sexual misconduct, their collective responsibility to the current culture, and the role they must play to create change. The Sexual Misconduct Response Center is working constantly to help those who have been affected by sexual misconduct. The team is extremely hardworking and independent. It is one of the pieces of the puzzle. Since 2015, the team has grown and has taken on more responsibilities. It is helping to shape the armed forces' methods to respond to sexual misconduct. I'd like to thank all the members of the center for all of their efforts and all the people they've helped over the last 6 years. Thank you.
Comments. We'll first go to the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her remarks. I want to ask just a question about, I guess, the relationship between individual failure and system failure. It seems to me for victims to be heard, to receive justice, the system has to be working and the individuals within that system has to be working. So clearly, if there's no system for making complaints, for being heard, then we have a problem. But even if the system is perfectly designed, if individuals fail to act as they should within that system, or if people who hear these complaints don't respond appropriately to them, it doesn't matter how good a system you have, because if the individuals who have to carry out the requirements of the system aren't acting, then we have a problem. Now, it seems to me in the case of what happened with General Vance, that there were very clear individual failures, that individuals had information that they did not use, that the defense minister was told information and he pushed back from the table and said, I don't want to hear that. So I appreciate that the member spoke about systems and structures that should exist. But the question of individual failure, I think, needs to be addressed as well. And I wonder if the member can speak to her view of the actions of the defense minister in particular in response to having heard allegations and choosing not to deal with them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie mon collègue pour sa...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. There are some parts of his question which we all recognize that we need to take measures, bold measures. I think we agree on this. We need to take bold measures to transform the culture in the armed forces on sexual misconduct. I think that the process that was followed also by the previous government, it's the same process. And that process simply doesn't work. We need to change it. We need to strengthen measures and implement new measures so that we don't find ourselves in this situation again. We need to respect the independence of the system and the arm's length distance we must maintain from the army in situations like this. But at the same time, we need to ensure that in future we are strengthening a process to protect victims. The Honourable Member for Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. She's from the next riding over. My question is, why did the government wait this long? Why did it wait until it was under pressure to request an inquiry? Why didn't it commission an inquiry earlier? And why wasn't it proactive? And also, there are various elements in this study that could be implemented right now. Why not act right away? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my neighbour for the question. Now, this is why I talked about the Sexual Misconduct Center that already exists, that was created in 2015, and it's been working for 6 years. We've already taken action. We took action 6 years ago, but we now realize we need to go farther. And the mandate we gave to Justice Arbour, well, we already know what we need to do, but we need to figure out how we will do it. We need to do that within the structure of the Canadian Armed Forces so that we can always defend victims' interests. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also a neighbour in the next riding over from the member for Schlagan. I think it's very unfortunate to see that after many years in power, the Liberals have continued to let this horrible workplace culture persist. The Minister of Defense was contradicted by the Ombudsman. Now everyone's pointing fingers at someone else. And today, the only answer that the Liberals can give us is to commission a new inquiry. It seems to me like this is just a way for them to try to kick the responsibility to someone else. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I'd like to thank my other riding neighbour for his question. I don't agree with my colleague. He says something about kicking the ball to someone else. Soccer analogies are all very well, although they're fairly masculine as analogies go. But what I would remind him is that we have implemented the first national strategy to prevent gender-based violence. We have invested money to create structures to defend the interests of victims. We need to ensure that victims are protected. That's what we've been doing ever since we were elected. We need to defend women in situations where they are victims of sexual harassment. We need to deal with organizational structures that are extremely entrenched.
Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I do want to inform the House that I'll be sharing my time with my good friend, Member of Parliament from Oakville, North Burlington, who I have a privilege of working alongside on so many issues, including in our committee at Public Safety. Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise today and to address the House on a subject that concerns all of us, the well-being of our members of our Canadian Armed Forces and those who support them. In the recent months, Canadians have heard the heart-wrenching accounts of the Canadian Armed Forces members and civilian colleagues who have been subjected to behaviors, treatment, and experiences that are completely unacceptable. For far too long, their accounts have been ignored. For instance, the opposition knew of the rumors against General Vance in 2015 and yet still appointed him. They appointed him while there was an active Canadian Forces National Investigation Service investigation into him and appointed him to the most senior position within the Canadian Armed Forces. The current leader of the official opposition says he passed along sexual misconduct rumors about General Vance since 2015, claiming those were looked into. So I asked my fellow Conservative members, how is it possible if General Vance was appointed at the same time and that the investigation was suddenly dropped? What our members have endured is wrong. The Canadian Armed Forces is entrusted to keep Canadians safe at home and abroad. The organization owes survivors more. Every Canadian Armed Forces member makes enormous personal sacrifices to protect Canadians, and regardless of rank or gender identity, they have an undeniable right to serve in safety. We must and we will live up to that expectation. The Minister of National Defence has always followed the processes that were put in place when allegations were brought to his attention. And this is something he has said publicly, he said this in this House, and something he will continue to do so. But as you have no doubt heard from my honourable colleagues, our government is taking important steps to address systemic misconduct within the Canadian Armed Forces to bring about cultural change within the organization. Mr. Speaker, the need to change the military's culture is born of the reality that the lived experiences of many defense team members are completely out of line with the values professed within the organization and by the organization, that are values of integrity, values of inclusion, and that's of accountability. And that needs to change, and we're committed to bringing about this change. If we want that change to be significant, if we want it to be meaningful, if we want it to last, then we need to reflect honestly on what's been happening. Where we find failings and fault, we must accept responsibility. Where we're able to learn lessons, we must seize the opportunity to build a better organization. Where members of the defense team share their accounts and experiences, we must listen, and we must listen very carefully. And Mr. Speaker, the end goal is simple. It is to ensure that every member of defense team and every member of the Canadian Armed Forces is valued and is respected. Defense culture and professional conduct must reflect the core values and ethical principles our military aspires to uphold as a national institution. That is what the Canadian Armed Forces members, veterans, recruits, public servants, and Canadians expect and deserve of the organization. It is clear that the measures we have done already since being in government haven't gone far enough, and they haven't moved fast enough. And that is why last week we announced that the Madam Arbour will conduct an independent review into the Canadian Armed Forces, including the creation of an external reporting system that is independent from the chain of command and meets the needs of those impacted by sexual misconduct and violence. That's also why, Mr. Speaker, that in Budget 2021, we committed over $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence in the Canadian Armed Forces, including expanding the reach of the Sexual Misconduct Response Centre and providing online and in-person peer-to-peer support. All options to create a safer future for women serving in the Canadian Armed Forces are going to be considered to change the culture of toxic masculinity that exists in the Canadian Armed Forces. And last Thursday, Mr. Speaker, Minister of Defense announced the creation of a new organization to lead us there. Among many other initiatives that I just talked about, the Department of National Defense appointed Lieutenant General Janie Carrion as DND's new Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. Under her leadership, the Professional Conduct and Culture organization will unify, it'll integrate and coordinate all of the policies, programs, and activities that address systemic misconduct and support cultural change within the forces. The organization will include a new Assistant Deputy Minister who will directly support Lieutenant General Carrion. The team will bring together members from all ranks and classifications, reflecting the diversity that Canadians expect. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, this is not a generic, prepackaged solution to a long-standing problem. And before any future steps are taken, those working to bring about change will actively listen to the accounts of people affected. People at every rank, people at every level, and people across regions of this country. Mr. Speaker, as so many Canadians, so many members of the defense team have already shared experiences and recommendations, we don't have to wait before implementing a number of much needed changes. Lieutenant General Carrion and her team will take a number of steps to bring about change right away. To start, they will wrap up Operation Honor. Much has already been said about drawing this initiative to a close, but it bears repeating. Lieutenant General Carrion and her team will review all of the research conducted under Operation Honor, so its finding can inform renewed cultural change efforts. This new team will also develop mechanisms to implement workplace harassment and violence prevention regulations of Bill C-65. And it will also support ongoing efforts to bring the remaining provisions of Bill C-77 into force. This includes introducing the Declaration of Victims' Rights into the National Defense Act. The next order of business will be to form a team to establish a framework that will help achieve a number of longer-term goals. They will also realign responsibilities, policies, and programs that address elements of systemic misconduct across national defense and the Canadian Armed Forces. They will also simplify, Mr. Speaker, and enhance misconduct reporting mechanism, including for people outside of the chain of command. They will also give greater agency to and strengthen support mechanisms for those who have experienced misconduct. They will enhance tracking mechanisms from initial reports of the misconduct to case closures. They'll also integrate additional data points such as intersectionality, reprisals, member satisfaction, and retention. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they will lead institutional efforts to develop a professional conduct and cultural framework that tackles all types of harmful behavior, biases, and systemic barriers. Mr. Speaker, so much work to build healthy, safe, and inclusive workplaces is already being done within the department. So many organizations are focused on developing programs and policies to move us in the right direction, whether it is the gender-based analysis plus the integrated conflict and complaint management program, whether it is the anti-racism secretariat, the Canadian Armed Forces diversity strategy, the Canada's anti-racism strategy, or Canada's National Action Plan for Women, Peace and Security. Mr. Speaker, the Professional Conduct and Culture Organization is being established within a clear understanding that previous culture changes efforts have been fallen short for what was needed. With that, standing up for this new organization, the defense team is taking a fundamentally different approach, an approach that will be more holistic and coherent to addressing the complex challenges faced by the Canadian Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to reiterate that the deepest concern, our deepest concern for the well-being of every member of the Canadian Defence Team. The standing up of the Professional Conduct and Culture Organization is a testament to our genuine commitment to protect members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and our government has shown that we're dedicated and committed to creating a lasting cultural change across the defense team That is the goal, Mr. Speaker, and we will do just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. The honourable member still seems to be on mute there. We'll give that another chance. There we are. There we go.
There, my apologies.
Go ahead.
I want to thank, if I may still proceed, I want to thank the member for her thoughtful speech. And then it's clearly a speech that recognizes there's a problem and proposes solutions. And I don't question her sincerity at all. It's just that I found myself again thinking this is a speech really that the Minister of National Defense should be giving as well. But to the contrary, when he was interviewed by Mercedes Stephenson on the weekend, he was asked 5 times if he knew that that the allegations were around inappropriate sexual behavior, and he refused to respond. So I guess my question is really, how can this government really solve a problem when the Minister of National Defense won't admit that there is one?
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, our government has absolutely no tolerance for misconduct. We followed, and the Minister of Defense follows the proper process, the same as the previous government follows, Mr. Speaker. And I find it, kind of hypocritical to, from the Conservative government to ask questions about, what could have been done and what didn't happen, because the current leader of the opposition was made aware of the misconduct rumors back in 2015. It was serious enough that he asked his staff to notify Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, who then took it to the Privy Council office for review. In other words, the same steps that we had followed, Mr. Speaker. So can the leader of the opposition seriously have his party stand here and decry about this process, the same one that he took?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've been hearing the same question over and over for several hours here. I'm going to take a different tack. I've only been in Parliament since 2019, so I've been learning as I go along. But I also have to look at what happened in the past. Now, I wasn't in the House in the past, but I have an observation. Earlier I asked how urgent is this particular issue and this very serious issue, particularly when it comes to the image of the armed forces. Now the government's decided that, maybe they'll take action. After an election, you lay down some objectives, but why do we always have to wait for the government to be up against the wall? Why do they always have to wait until the last possible minute? This is a serious issue. They should have taken action earlier. It's not too late now, but what are they really going to do? The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, in my comments earlier, I talked a lot about what we've been able to do, but certainly a need to do a lot more, Mr. Speaker, because there is a system did fail. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, along with the work that we've been able to do last week, we announced that, Madam Arbour will conduct an independent review into the Canadian Armed Forces, including a creation of an external reporting system that is independent, from the chain of command and that will meet the needs of all those impacted by sexual misconduct and violence. Mr. Speaker, it's also important for me to recognize that in Budget 2021, our government committed $236 million to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence into the Canadian Armed Forces, including expanding the reach of Sexual Misconduct Response Center and providing online and in-person peer-to-peer support. Mr. Speaker, we know we've been able to do a lot of work, but we also know there's a lot of work that we need to do, and that's why we've taken the steps that I mentioned in my speech to address them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. But similar to the previous question, the Deschamps report came down in 2015 under the Conservative government. They didn't implement it. The Liberals have been sitting on those recommendations for 6 years, and now they're up against the wall, and they say they're going to take action, but they're not going to implement the Deschamps report. They're going to have another review. They're going to make another framework. So why didn't the Liberals implement the reforms of the Deschamps report when they took power in 2015?
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, and as a Minister of National Defense has always said, first and foremost, there is absolutely no tolerance for misconduct. Although, as I agree with the member that the cultural and institutional cultural change is complex and it takes a lot of time. And the time for patience is over, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, we announced that we're creating a new internal organization that is led by, as I mentioned, Lieutenant General Jenny Carrion as the chief of professional conduct and culture. She will be tasked with unifying, integrating, and coordinating all policies and programs, activities that currently address systemic misconduct and support cultural change across national defense, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure that everyone who wants to come forward feels comfortable coming forward. Thank you.
And we're just going to take time for one last short question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Brampton West for her intervention today. I've been sitting here listening to this, and to me, nothing demonstrates that the Conservatives are more tone deaf on this issue than the fact that they can't even get the Bloc and the NDP to agree that this is a good motion. I don't see how this is going to help the cause, this particular motion. We have serious work to do in our armed forces. Why the Conservatives didn't bring forward another motion to actually help address the issue is beyond me. Can the member comment as to whether or not she agrees on that?
Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very quickly to the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands, he's absolutely right. This motion doesn't address any of the things that they seem to, or at least they're saying that they care about. And in terms of the work that we've been able to do, with the announcement that Madam Armour will conduct an independent review into the Canadian Armed Forces, including a creation of an external reporting system that is independent from the chain of command. I think those are tangible things that we're doing within the Canadian Armed Forces. Those are important things. As a member will agree with me, but I'd like to thank everyone for at least contributing to this debate, certainly to ensure that everyone feels safe to come forward, especially when it comes to any misconduct. Thank you.
So we're good there.
Okay. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women in Canada are often forced to choose between staying in a violent home or leaving and experiencing poverty and homelessness. Women who are low-income seniors living alone are often forced to choose between paying rent or paying for food and medication. Single mothers are struggling to secure adequate housing to avoid having their children taken away from them. Women have experienced the worst impacts of the housing affordability crisis for far too long. Poor women, racialized women, and women with disabilities face the greatest risks. Last week, a 17-year-old Indigenous woman who was homeless died in Nanaimo. Her name was Jada. The people that knew and loved Jada and were trying to help her are devastated by her death. Mr. Speaker, the right to housing means every person has a right to a safe, secure home where they can live with dignity. Too many women in Canada are denied that right.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that young Canadians have seen a tremendous amount of job losses due to COVID-19. One of the many ways our federal government is stepping up to support our youth is with a record-breaking 150,000 job opportunities being offered through the Canada Summer Jobs program. This program will not only help students gain work experience and earn money, but will also help organizations and businesses bring in fresh energy and ideas at a time when we need them as we're trying to support our local economies. In my riding of Davenport, $1.9 million was allocated to 113 recipient organizations and small businesses to create just under 400 jobs. This is a six-fold increase from when I was first elected 5 years ago. I want to thank the organizations and businesses in Davenport for stepping up to offer excellent jobs, with a special shout out to Roseneath Theatre, Blueberry X, Dawa Center, West Toronto Legal Services, First Portuguese, and so many more. I encourage all students in Davenport and across the country to visit jobbank.gc.ca to apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, media revelations that the RCMP kept information from the Liberals' long gun registry that Parliament ordered destroyed is blowing new holes in Canadians' already shaky trust in government. Now we know why the RCMP targeted certain homes for firearms collections during the High River flooding in Alberta. It is because they had a copy of the registry information and they were not supposed to have it, and they knew exactly where to look. It is disgraceful that the government and its national institutions cannot be trusted to honor the same rules they in turn expect all citizens to follow. What a betrayal this is of Canadians' assumptions of equality under the law. In light of these reports, the Prime Minister and his Public Safety Minister need to ensure that the RCMP destroy their secret list and come clean on just what other private information they have compiled that the law does not permit them to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Not so long ago, in a galaxy not so far away, a rebel alliance of scientists, researchers, including a few Jedis, I'm sure, worked together to eradicate smallpox and polio. And because of their courage and that of all the Padawans who did their part by getting vaccinated, a new hope emerged. And these diseases are something we mostly only hear about. Unfortunately, last year, we all learned that a new virus decided to strike back, and we saw truly the dark side of a global pandemic. But as was the case before, the alliance worked hard and brought us the return of the vaccines and helped awaken us all to the fact that vaccines are safe and effective, Mr. Speaker. Alors, j'encourage tout le monde.
So I urge everyone in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to join me in making an appointment to receive their vaccine as soon as possible. In the meantime, let's continue to follow public health directives and, of course, the advice of a Grandmaster Jedi who says, wear masks, we do. Wash our hands, we must. Overcome, we will.
May the 4th be with you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Seaway is a natural resource that crosses my riding. When boating season begins, traffic blockages on the La Roque and Saint-Louis-de-Gonzague bridges are part of the citizens' everyday experiences. Drivers, cyclists, and pleasure boaters deserve that need the Seaway website to be updated so they can count on an exact schedule to plan their day. That's why I sponsored petition E3252 online until May 11th, launched by Daniel Pinsonneau from Coteau-du-Lac. I urge all citizens to join him and also the 12 municipalities calling for these changes. The relationship between the management corporation and our community is valuable, and through this petition, we're seeking to strengthen a culture of communication. I commend the administrators of the Seaway who recently improved their website, and it's a step in the right direction, but more can be done. I call on them to commit to continue on this path. The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to celebrate National Mental Health Week, of which the theme is Get Real. Close to 20% of Quebecers have stated that they suffer from mental illness, and half of all mental illnesses develop before the age of 14. In my riding, many initiatives have been launched by community organizations, schools, and individual citizens to break down isolation. For example, Le Pivot is a civic initiative that helps Quebecers in Mercier-West to break down isolation by fostering social reintegration. Or in Hochelaga, Montcartier, which is a private group of over 26,000 members on Facebook, which allows people throughout the pandemic to stay in touch despite the lockdown. I would like to tell all citizens in Hochelaga and across Canada, if you know someone who is going through a difficult period, call them, send them a message. We have to take care of each other because it is together that we can break down isolation and depression. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I speak today to recognize the inspiring work of Habitat for Humanity and to congratulate Haldimand, Norfolk's newest Habitat homeowners, Russ, Sharon, and Kristen. Habitat for Humanity mobilizes volunteers, businesses, and communities to help families in need build strength, stability, and self-reliance through affordable home ownership. In our area alone, more than 25 families have new homes, thanks to them. Habitat also operates home improvement stores called Habitat Restore, where donated surplus furnishings and building materials are sold at bargain prices, the ultimate in recycling. Where else could you buy an $850 toilet for $52 or a wingback chair for just $15? My heartiest thanks go to the volunteers, donors, businesses, and staff who work so hard to make the dream of affordable home ownership come true, even during a pandemic.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week is Mental Health Week. This year's theme is centered on getting real about how you feel, building our own capacities, and giving voice and understanding to our own mental health. The mental health of Canadians has been challenged this past year. For the many families, essential workers, and health teams from coast to coast to coast, this is an important time to reflect on how we are doing and supporting our mental health and well-being. During Mental Health Week and every week, we should be able, without stigma, to name and deal with our emotions. Being able to talk about our ups and downs, as awkward as it might sometimes feel, is essential. Conversations about our mental health with friends, family, and neighbors, especially during these challenging times, is something we should and must talk about. Mental Health Week reminds us to take care of ourselves and to show up for one another, to take action and use the resource networks available to us, like wellnesstogether.ca and Kids Help Phone. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, we know that a healthy society is one that supports the mental health of all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our artists have been hit hard by the pandemic, and yet right now we need them more than ever. It is their stories and songs that are helping us through COVID-19. Helping artists and creators is at the heart of what C10 is about, making sure that web giants creative industries for the stories.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Member. If I can get her to maybe bring her microphone up a bit and start over, so that I know it's an important message that she's giving, and I want to make sure that everyone hears it.
Well then, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our artists have been hard hit by the pandemic, and yet right now we need them more than ever. It is their stories and songs that are helping us get through COVID-19. Helping artists and creators is at the heart of what C10 is about, making sure that web giants contribute to our great creative industries for the stories, for the music, and for the Canadian jobs in this important industry from coast to coast to coast. I hope that the Conservatives will end their filibuster and allow all of us to complete C10 and the urgent work required for our artists. I was pleased to see Canadian Independent Music Association, SOCAN, IATSE, Unifor, and others show their support for us to continue through clause by clause and to make it easier to discover Canadian shows and music and make sure that web giants are making financial contributions to the Canadian sector. Let's get this done for our artists.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, local farm kid Clarence C.B. Lang took his first job at the Hushcroft Sawmill in Creston, BC. It was a chance flight with an RCAF World War II flight instructor, Ken Hushcroft, who owned the sawmill, where Lang discovered his passion for flight, joining the Royal Canadian Air Force the following year. Clarence was chosen to fly the difficult slot position with the famed Golden Hawks. In 1966, he was a squadron leader of the Golden Centenaires, formed to celebrate Canada's 100th birthday. They flew over 100 shows and were the only Air Force aerobatic unit to land and take off in formation, considered the best in the world. In fact, commander of the American Thunderbird said it was the finest exhibition of precision flying ever seen. Colonel Clarence Lang retired to Creston. Hushcroft's son Johnny purchased a Golden Centenaire Tudor and is now working to pedestal the Ionic plane near Creston this summer, hoping to one day see the snowbirds fly over. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to acknowledge Johnny Hushcroft, his team, and the important works to secure the legacy of this hero, Clarence C.P. Lang.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Speaker, yesterday I had the wonderful virtual opportunity to join our Polish and Lithuanian residents in Canada to commemorate the 230th anniversary of one of the oldest constitutions in the world. For our 1 million plus people of Polish and Lithuanian descent living in Canada, this was an important occasion. Poland also celebrated its National Day, which marks the anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of 3rd of May, 1791. Our Polish and Lithuanian Canadians continue to help make Canada the strong and vibrant country it is today. You have made a remarkable contribution to local businesses, services, and the cultural fabric of our country. I am also truly honored to represent one of the largest Polish communities in our nation. This past year has been a very challenging year. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our Polish and Lithuanian frontline essential workers. It is indeed a commendable, brave fight against COVID-19. I am proud to convey my heartfelt, huge thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Today is International Firefighters Day. After the tragic deaths of 5 firefighters in Australia in 1998, the day is observed to remember those who died in the line of duty, while at the same time showing our support and appreciation to firefighters who work in unimaginable situations to protect our communities. As a former firefighter, I can speak to the commitment and professionalism that every firefighter has for the communities they serve. It's a proud tradition, a calling that's often generational, as it was in my case with my uncle Peter Hayes, who worked 35 years with York and then Toronto Fire Services. This calling, however, comes with great sacrifices, occupational illness and disease, mental health issues, broken families, and death related to service, to name a few. But if you ask any firefighter if they would choose another career, many would say no. To my former IAFF colleagues in Markham, to the Barrie and Innisfil firefighters, to all firefighters across Canada, happy International Firefighters Day. Stay safe and stay healthy.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Halifax International Security Forum has announced the winner of the 2020 John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service, Tsai Ing-wen, President of Taiwan. Despite being pressured by the government to withhold the prize, the Halifax International Security Forum decided to stand up and speak out for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. President Tsai Ing-wen has been a strong leader in standing up to the belligerents coming from the Chinese Communist leadership in Beijing and speaking up about their violations of human rights and international law. She has been a tireless champion for the rules-based international order. Once again, congratulations to President Tsai Ing-wen on receiving the John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, cultural events lie at the heart of life in Northwest BC, whether it's the all-native basketball tournament in Prince Rupert or Hobier in the Nass Valley. Having these events canceled by the pandemic has been hard on folks. But now people have found a reason to come together virtually because Kiefer Collison, the voice of CFNR and the All Native, has made it to the final week of the reality show Big Brother Canada. A proud Haida, born and raised in Old Masset, Kiefer's huge smile, signature mullet, and generosity of spirit reflect the best of the Northwest. His time on Big Brother is teaching Canada who Indigenous people truly are, erasing stereotypes, and bringing people together. Here at home, store windows are decorated and people of all ages are wearing Keep It Real t-shirts to cheer him on. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has been overwhelming and stressful for many, so when there are small things that bring joy, it's worth embracing them. Best of luck, Kiefer, and as Kiefer says, love, peace, and Ulick and Grease.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is National Mental Health Week, and we must remember that the pandemic specifically affects people who are the most vulnerable. So I am very pleased to announce that we have a new project in my riding, the Café Parenthèse, which offers an environment that is non-restrictive, welcoming, and safe for people who are socially disorganized or emotionally distressed, and where they can receive services from different care workers and emerge from their isolation. This is a true parenthesis, a place that is accessible, non-judgmental, and that allows isolated people to progress at their own pace. More than ever, we need initiatives like the Café Parenthèse to help those who are marginalized and underprivileged get back to a good quality of life. Thank you to both organizations that sponsored this project, the Atelier Ensemble On Se Tient and the Écluse des Laurentides. And a specific hello to Ms. Priscilla. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
In democracy, it is the government's job to defend people's right to speak freely. Yet this Liberal government is doing the exact opposite. The Liberals changed their own legislation, Bill C-10, by removing the one section that protected the content Canadians post on their social media pages. The reason to ask is why? For Bill C-10 to become law, it first has to pass a sniff test to make sure that it abides by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In November, the Justice Minister gave C-10 the green light, citing Clause 3, which protected individuals' online content from censorship. Interestingly enough, however, that's the very section that was removed. Last week at committee, I put forward a motion that would seek to ensure Canadians' rights are protected. The Liberals shut down debate. Indeed, freedom is messy, but the alternative is soul-crushing and altogether destructive. Respect for the Charter should not be a partisan issue. However, it is increasingly so. Conservatives will always defend Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I would invite the Liberal members to do the same.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the Outaouais region recently lost an ambassador, the chef and owner of the restaurant Laurier du Bois in Chelsea, Mr. Jean-Claude Chartrand. I would like to express my sympathies to his spouse José and their children to whom I spoke this morning. We called him Chef Jean-Claude, and he will be forever remembered thanks to his sense of the hospitality and the pleasure that he took in making food. The public appreciated his sense of humor, and particularly his love for the local products of the Outaouais region, especially when he was on the Le Combat des Villes show on Radio-Canada, where he made it to the finals. Mr. Speaker, for many Quebecers, including myself, Chef Jean-Claude is the one who gave me who introduced me to cooking and who made me aware of how important it is to support our small local agricultural producers. I had the privilege of being his sous chef as part of the Foire Gourmande, and it was quite an honor for me. On behalf of myself and the citizens of Pontiac, I extend my sincerest sympathies to the loved ones of Chef Jean-Claude Chartrand.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, vaccines, clear information, and quick tracing, 3 tools that we can use to fight this pandemic. For months, we told Canadians to get vaccinated. The Canada Pharmacists Association is concerned that this government's unclear information will lead to vaccine hesitancy. Why are we getting different messages from this government every week? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are constantly following science, which of course can change. We will continue to stress that people need to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. Health Canada has authorized all of the vaccines we're using in Canada as being safe and effective. We continue to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated because it is only when nearly the entirety of the population is vaccinated that we will be able to overcome this pandemic.
Tools you need to fight a pandemic: vaccines, rapid tests, and information. And this government has been failing in all 3, and the Prime Minister is causing confusion again this week. For months, Canadians have been told to get the first vaccine available to them. Today, the Prime Minister refused to confirm that advice on 10 different occasions. Canadians deserve clarity from this government. Is there a preferred type of vaccine?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's extremely important that Canadians get the facts, and that's why we continue to update them on scientific recommendations and experts recommendations of doctors. But the reality is, and I will say it, as I said it many times this morning, as I've been saying it for months, the most important thing is to get vaccinated. With the first vaccine offered to you, it is how we get through this. Every vaccine for use in Canada has been judged safe and effective by Health Canada. We all need to get vaccinated to get through this pandemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, during the Mark Norman trial, we learned that General Vance was so close to the Prime Minister's office that he went to dinner with senior staff, including Katie Telford. Mark Norman could not have been charged, Mr. Speaker, without the testimony of General Vance. Did Katie Telford sit on the General Vance allegations to further the Norman prosecution?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because when this Prime Minister in January 2019 was asked questions about the Norman trial, he said he was in regular contact with General Vance. That was a year after the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was aware of sexual misconduct allegations against the General. And that was 4 months before this Prime Minister gave the General a $50,000 raise. Did the Prime Minister himself know about the allegations against General Vance, or is he satisfied with the cover-up conducted by his Chief of Staff?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, as a government, we have always taken extremely seriously our responsibility to ensure that survivors who come forward with allegations or experiences of sexual harassment or sexual assault get properly supported. We have seen time and time again over many years that the processes in place have not been strong enough to support them. We made significant investments and improvements in those processes, but there is more to do, and that is what we are focused on as a government by appointing Justice Arbour and General Carignan. We will continue to make sure we are supporting anyone who comes forward with allegations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A survivor did come forward 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, but it seemed to interfere with the Mark Norman prosecution. The testimony of General Vance was critical to the Norman prosecution. And PCO lawyers, the department that is the Prime Minister's department, were found in documents to have said they needed to, quote, engineer the issues at stake, end quote, in the Norman trial. Who was doing the engineering? The Privy Council Office and Ms. Telford, the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister. So I will ask him again. Did his Chief of Staff sit on allegations against the Chief of Defence Staff to further the Norman prosecution?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to watch the Leader of the Official Opposition try to twist himself in knots to try and prosecute some sort of conspiracy theory. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have moved forward on strengthening supports for survivors of sexual assault, make sure we're strengthening processes. There is more to do, but as a government and as an office, we have always taken that seriously, and every woman and man who serves in the armed forces or works in any workplace in Canada deserves to be supported if they come forward with concerns and allegations.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 1 million people throughout Canada have fallen victim to identity fraud. 1 million people who will be asked to pay taxes on sums that they never received. They are fraud victims. The government has told them to pay the taxes and that they'll be repaid later. We don't know how much money that represents, neither in total nor on a province-by-province basis or for Quebec. How can this government justify that tax fraud victims will have to pay the taxes instead of being supported by the government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's entirely false. The priority with the CERB was always to help Canadians quickly when they needed it. That's exactly what we did with CERB. We know that some Canadians have fallen victim to fraud. The department is working closely with the Canadian Anti-Fraud Centre in order to attempt to resolve this problem. We will continue to work together, but we would like to stress that fraud victims will not be responsible for the sums stolen by those who stole their identity. We are here to support Canadians during this difficult time. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, just said the opposite of what is being done. He said that victims will not be held responsible for the sums stolen by fraudsters, but they are being asked to pay tax on the sums stolen by the fraudsters. That's exactly the opposite of what the Prime Minister just said. Quebec gave an extra month to people to give them the time. We could at least give some time to the public service to understand what's happening. And maybe we should even give 6 months to the minister so she can understand her file. Will the Prime Minister reassure victims that they wanted to pay taxes on these sums? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the departments are working closely with the Anti-Fraud Centre in order to resolve these problems. We will always be there to support fraud victims in this country. We also provided the departments the necessary resources to increase their capacity to detect fraud, to carry out investigations, and to help Canadians. We will be there to help fraud victims. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, we were in the same situation in 2015 when it comes to sexual misconduct in the armed forces. Justice Deschamps drafted a report where she clearly said that it is completely inadequate to repeat the mantra zero tolerance without actually taking action to protect women. And what did the Liberal government do? It just continued to repeat empty words without taking concrete actions to help women in the armed forces. Why is this Prime Minister refusing to implement the recommendations of the Deschamps report? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we have taken concrete measures, both in the armed forces and within our government, to support the victims and survivors of sexual violence. We listened to survivors. We strengthened our laws against conjugal violence. We reinforced our gender-based violence strategy. In June 2017, we announced the first federal strategy to prevent gender-based violence. We invested $200 million in that. We established a national action plan that was announced in January. We will continue to work hard to protect everyone.
For Burnaby South.
Right now, there is a chilling message being sent to women in the Canadian Armed Forces that if you raise a complaint and it makes it to the highest office of this land, you will be ignored and nothing will be done. Instead of fixing it, the Liberal government wants to put in place another inquiry, despite ignoring the inquiry from 2015 and not putting in place any of the recommendations. And the Conservatives want to get into a fight about who's worse. Let me help you out. Both the Conservatives and the Liberals have failed to protect women in the Canadian Armed Forces. What will the Prime Minister do concretely to protect women in the Canadian Armed Forces?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week, in addition to appointing Justice Arbour to move forward on lasting reforms, we appointed General Jenny Carignan to head up a unit specifically dedicated to hearing, receiving and supporting anyone who comes forward with allegations of unacceptable conduct or harassment or assault. We have continued over the past many years to make investments in fighting gender-based violence, in pushing back against misogyny, at fighting domestic violence, at being there to support survivors, and we will continue to. There's much more work to do.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the PMO Chief of Staff is supposed to be the Prime Minister's right arm, the person working behind the scenes to keep everything working, the ship's rudder during a storm. It's a person who works very closely with the Prime Minister. The Ombudsman confirmed that Chief of Staff Telford was aware of the allegations against Mr. Vance. Either the Prime Minister knew, or there is absolutely no communication in his office, which is true. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear the Canadian Armed Forces members make enormous sacrifices to protect Canadians, regardless of rank or gender, and have an undeniable right to serve with safety. It is clear that we have not lived up to our responsibility to protect members from misconduct, and we're going to do better. And that's why we announced Madame Louise Arbour will lead an independent external comprehensive review. Plus, we have also named Lieutenant General Jenny Carrion as the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture. These are just the first initial steps, and we will do more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces are a global leader with regard to the proportion of women in the ranks. The Liberal Party claims to be the party of feminism and diversity, but it continues to sweep scandals under the rug to protect its old boys club. The Minister of Defence neglected to protect women in service. It's this government's code of silence. Will this Prime Minister continue to claim that he wasn't aware of what was happening? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be very clear that Mr. Waldman, when he brought up those concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief of Defence Staff, he did not provide details. But, Mr. Speaker, you know who had the details? The Leader of the Official Opposition, who knew rumors back in 2015 regarding General Vance that he felt were so serious enough that he brought it to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff at that time. Perhaps the Leader of the Opposition would like to provide greater details, what he knew in 2015, and still appointed General Vance. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, that minister had actual evidence, not just rumors, and did nothing with it. The Defence Minister was personally briefed by the former military ombudsman about sexual misconduct allegations against General Vance, but the Defence Minister refuses to say he knew it was sexual misconduct. Senior advisor to the Prime Minister, Elder Marquez, knew it was sexual harassment, and so did the Prime Minister's Privy Council office. They released briefing notes and emails that prove beyond a shadow of doubt it was referred to as sexual harassment. So how does the Defence Minister expect us to believe he never told the Prime Minister that his top soldier stood accused of sexual misconduct?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear. When, as I said at committee, do not know the nature of the specifics of the details. The former ombudsman brought up concerns of misconduct involving the former Chief of Defence Staff, but did not provide any details. But, Mr. Speaker, you know who had the details? The Leader of the Official Opposition. And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite was the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence at that time, while there was an investigation going on in General Vance, and they still appointed him. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member opposite would like to provide further details of what he knew when he was in that position, and still they made that appointment when there was an investigation ongoing at that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe that Defence Minister would like to be the architect of some better talking points. Former Ombudsman Gary Walbourne testified at the Defence Committee that he told this minister face-to-face that the allegations against General Vance were inappropriate sexual behaviour. But the minister keeps denying this. Gary Walbourne just said on Twitter he's willing to take a lie detector test to prove that he's telling the truth. Will the Defence Minister accept the challenge and take one, too, right beside Gary Walbourne so we can know once and for all who is telling the truth?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've repeated the answer many times. As I stated, we did not provide any details of the case. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing that we have done is making sure that we take action to provide support to our women. We know that more work needs to be done. While the official opposition and the member opposite plays politics, we'll stay focused on the work at hand to making sure that we create a harassment-free workplace, something that we are committed to, Mr. Speaker, that maybe also the member opposite would like to explain when he was a parliamentary secretary what he knew at that time when there was a formal investigation going on and still made the appointment of General Vance as Chief of Defence Staff. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, the Minister of Defence said that the nature of the complaint does not matter. When the general's in charge of an Operation Honour, it matters. When he appoints a head of HR with so many sexual misconduct allegations against him, he's known as the Mulligan Man, it matters. When you're a woman serving her country, it matters. Can the man who is the Minister of the National Defence tell me why he thinks it doesn't?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear. To take a quote out of context, on what I've stated was that followed all the process when the information was provided. But when it comes to a chief of defense staff, any type of misconduct that is brought forward, it has to be taken seriously. And that's exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker. We know that we have more work to do, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing to making sure that we create a harassment-free workplace inside the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has nowhere to shift the blame on this total failure. He continues to claim that he knew nothing of the allegations, but his Defence Minister knew, the Defence Ombudsman knew, his Chief of Staff knew, Elder Marquez knew, the former Chief of the Privy Council knew. How can the Prime Minister claim that all of these people knew the details of the allegation, but he was left in the dark?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has absolutely no tolerance for misconduct. We follow the process, the same one that the previous government had followed. The current leader of the official opposition was made aware of misconduct rumors back in 2015. It was serious enough that he asked his staff to notify the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, who then took it to the Privy Council office for a review. In other words, the same steps were followed, Mr. Speaker. And so can the leader of the official opposition seriously have his party stand here and decry the same process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the Defence Ombudsman presented the Defence Minister a file of sexual misconduct allegations concerning the Chief of Defence Staff. What did the Minister do? First of all, he refused to listen to the Ombudsman and said he wouldn't get involved. 2, he said that he hadn't spoken to anyone, so he covered up the allegations. 3, he increased the General's maximum salary by $50,000. And 4, when the allegations turned out to be well-founded, he claimed that no one had tried to tell them about them. 4 strikes, Mr. Speaker. Is this minister still credible? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, completely disagree with the assertions that the member opposite is making. When information was provided, as I stated, no details were provided at that time. Nonetheless, we gave direction to the Ombudsman, which was followed up the very next day, Mr. Speaker. The process was followed. Now, it did not provide the justice for the survivors, Mr. Speaker, but in this case here, no politician should ever get involved in any type of investigation, Mr. Speaker. We have more work to do, but we will get it done. Thank you.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, in reaction to the scandal, the Minister of Defence mandated former Justice Louise Arbour to investigate. The mandate he gave her is essentially to examine the recommendations of another inquiry with another ex-justice, Marie Deschamps, whose report was published 6 years ago. The minister, therefore, is asking for recommendations on other recommendations that have been shelved for 6 years, but that are suddenly seem to be very important now that he's in trouble. As long as he's the one who is responsible for having those recommendations applied, can victims really believe that something will be done? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that we have a lot more work to do to making sure that we create an inclusive environment for all in the Canadian Armed Forces. The work that was done with the Sexual Misconduct Response Center obviously has not gone far enough. We want to go further. We need to be more bold, and that's exactly what we're going to do with the work that Madame Arbour is going to be doing, and the work that Lieutenant General Carrion will be taking on. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
At a press conference today, the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada said that further advice will be forthcoming regarding second doses for people who have received 1 dose of AstraZeneca. Will this new advice mean that Canadians who have received 1 dose of AstraZeneca may have to obtain 1 or more doses of Pfizer or Moderna to achieve full immunity?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member opposite has a hard time understanding this, but this is a brand new pandemic, a brand new virus. And certainly the science continues to evolve and provide us advice and evidence on how best to protect Canadians. I can say this, Mr. Speaker, it's important that Canadians accept the first vaccination that is offered to them. All vaccines that are in use in Canada are approved as safe and effective, and we can be part of the solution, Mr. Speaker. We can protect lives and we can stop the spread.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
When the minister patronizes me, she patronizes every Canadian who has the same question. So the concept of vaccine mixing will be confusing to some Canadians. And the Chief Public Health Officer opened this front this morning. So I'll ask her again. For Canadians who have already received one dose of AstraZeneca, should they wait for another dose of AstraZeneca no matter what the time delay? Or does the health minister expect Canadians might be told they can or should have one or more doses of Pfizer or Moderna to achieve full immunity?
The honourable minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me first again reiterate to Canadians that all vaccines that are approved for use here in Canada are safe and effective. In fact, I was so excited to receive my first dose of AstraZeneca just over a week ago. And I certainly encourage my friends and my family, certainly all of the people in my community to accept the first vaccination that offered to us. We know that vaccines save lives, Mr. Speaker, and they also contribute to stopping the spread. We can see the finish line. We can see the finish line here and across the world. Vaccination is important and will continue to provide Canadians with the best science as it evolves.
L'honorable député de Charbot.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the vaccine campaign in Canada is a clear example of this Prime Minister's lack of leadership. He boasted about having the best vaccine portfolio in the world, but that was never the case. Yesterday, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization confirmed that Canadians should wait for one of the two preferred vaccines if they can. There are two messages to Canadians. On the one hand, get vaccinated, and on the other hand, wait to get vaccinated. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister isn't doing anything. When will he show some leadership?
Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been very clear. All vaccines approved for use in Canada are safe and effective, both for stopping the spread of COVID and for saving lives. It is very unfortunate to hear the member opposite try to incite fear in Canadians. I would encourage Canadians who have questions about vaccination to speak to their healthcare professionals, to speak to the pharmacists, to speak to the vaccinators across the country who are taking such great care and working so quickly. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over 14 million Canadians have received their first dose. Vaccination is our path forward, and I am so thrilled and honored to be vaccinated myself. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Charbot.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I would remind the minister that I'm not trying to scare Canadians. We are listening to scientists, and scientists are saying something different from the minister. Now, another question. Millions of masks ordered by Ottawa for the pandemic were not delivered because of a quality problem, but an $80 million payment was made to the Montreal company Tango Communications Marketing. And now, taxpayers are on the hook for $80 million for masks which don't meet Canadian standards. Perhaps the Prime Minister thinks that money grows on trees. Can the Minister tell us when she will recover these $80 million? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is with the taxpayers in mind that we have terminated the contract that was referenced in the question, and that we will be seeking legal remedies as a result. We stand up for Canadian taxpayers, and we will not pay for defective masks. That is the purpose of our terminating the contract and seeking additional remedies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Once again, the Liberals have bowed to a web giant, and once again, it's Netflix. When you read the budget, it becomes clear that Netflix will not have to pay the famous tax on digital services, the 3% tax. We thought maybe it was another mistake, so we asked the Minister of Finance's office, but it turns out they did it on purpose. In 2020, Netflix generated $25 billion in revenue. $25 billion, and it doesn't pay any taxes here. The Liberals don't see a problem with that. Will the minister reverse this decision and have the courage to do what's fair? It's not complicated. Do or do not. There is no try.
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. And I want to underscore that there are no specific exemptions for Netflix or for any other digital company. In fact, on July 1st, we will be imposing, for the first time in Canada's history, GST or HST on digital service providers such as Netflix. This amount is included in the Budget Implementation Act and should bring in $1.2 billion over 5 years.
Well, member for St. John's East.
Millions of Canadians lost their jobs during the pandemic, and with it, their dental benefits. Millions more never had them to begin with. People end up in emergency rooms with pain and serious complications that could be prevented with basic dental care. Today, the House debates my plan to create a dental care program for those with family incomes less than $90,000. Nearly 7 million people would benefit, including half of those over 60, over 30% of young adults, and half the residents of Newfoundland and Labrador. Will the minister support providing dental care to those who need it most?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree that dental care needs to be equitably accessible to Canadians across the country, and I look forward to talking to provinces and territories about how we collaboratively strengthen our healthcare systems. As a member opposite knows, I have encouraged TESA, if they find it a topic of interest, to study the issue of dental care and how Canadians could access better dental care all across the country.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
I'm proud to be part of a Liberal government that recognizes the valuable contributions that seniors have made to Canada and continue to make in our communities, like my riding of Alfred Pellan. It is essential that we support the health and security of seniors, particularly at this critical moment in the pandemic when we need to defeat COVID-19. Can the Minister of Seniors update this House of our commitments in Budget 2021 to protect and support seniors?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his leadership with the Liberal Seniors Caucus and for the question. Budget 2021 recognizes seniors' increased needs as they age. In August, we are issuing seniors who are 75 and older as of June 2022 a one-time $500 payment. And we're delivering on our commitment to increase old age security by 10% for those 75 plus in July of 2022. We're also investing $3 billion in long-term care and $90 million over 3 years to launch our Age Well at Home initiative. Our government will always be there to support seniors.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
10 times the Heritage Minister has decried fake news when questioned about Bill C-10. Those who have criticized the Liberals' attempt to violate Canadians' freedom of expression have been called extremists. Yesterday, the minister resorted to a new low by attacking my personal beliefs and values because he didn't like that I was asking important questions that Canadians have. Is this government only interested in protecting the speech they agree with?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our artists are amongst the Canadians who have been hit the hardest by the pandemic. They're suffering financially and mentally. C-10 brought them the hope that things would get better soon, with the promise of forcing web giants to invest in our stories and music. Now, the Conservatives are stalling C-10, siding with web giants against Canadian artists who are deprived of hundreds of millions of dollars. Why is the Conservative Party siding with Google, one of the wealthiest companies in the world, instead of Canadian musicians and artists, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, that was a non-answer. For bills like C-10 to become law, they have to pass a sniff test in order to make sure that they adhere to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In November, the Justice Minister gave C-10 a green light, but the bill has changed significantly since that time. Experts believe that a new opinion is needed from the Justice Minister. Over and over again, the Heritage Minister, including just right now, has proven incompetent in his ability to answer my questions. So, to the Justice Minister, does he agree that a new charter statement is needed?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill isn't about what Canadians do online. It's about what the web giants don't do, which is to support Canadian stories and music. This bill explicitly exempts individuals from contribution requirements. We have and will continue to improve this bill so it can serve Canadian creators. But again, Mr. Speaker, the real issue is, why is the Conservative Party taking sides with some of the wealthiest companies in the world, like Google and YouTube, instead of supporting Canadian artists?
The Honourable
Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, For the last week, we've been asking the Minister of Heritage to explain why he won't listen to experts who say that Bill C-10 is a direct attack on freedom of expression. He denies the facts and refuses our request for a new opinion from the Department of Justice. So since he can't take responsibility, I'm going to ask my question directly to the Minister of Justice. Will the Minister of Justice provide us with a new opinion to ensure that Section 2B of the Canadian Charter is respected? Yes or no? For the Minister of Justice. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, actions speak louder than words. My respected colleague has the opportunity here to support Francophone artists all across the country. Bill C-10 would allow us to invest tens of billions of dollars in culture and music and television shows, movies, to support Francophone culture all across the country. So if he cares so much about Francophone culture as he says he is, why doesn't he stop throwing a wrench into the works and support all of the artistic unions in Quebec who say that this bill should be supported? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. It's fascinating to see that we have a new Minister of Justice. Well, the former CRTC Commissioner, Peter Menzies, said, "This is a full-blown attack on freedom of expression and the foundations of democracy. It's hard to understand the level of hubris or incompetence that would lead someone to believe that such an encroachment on rights is justifiable." So I repeat my question to the Minister of Justice. Will he provide us with a new opinion to ensure that Section 2B of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms is respected? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Google made profits of over $180 billion US. For YouTube, over $15 billion. And all we're asking for in Bill C-10 is that a small portion of that be invested to support Canadian and Quebec culture for our artists. The Conservatives are stubbornly insisting on protecting these companies whose profits have increased just scandalously during the pandemic. It just makes no sense. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, for years the cultural community and the Bloc Québécois have been calling for web giants to be taxed for the revenues that they make in Quebec and Canada. For years, this has been referred to as the Netflix tax. Well, imagine that this Netflix tax does now exist, but it won't be applied to Netflix. You can't make this stuff up. The web giants that make their profits from subscriptions won't have to pay a penny of tax. Quebec companies, of course, will continue to pay their share, and foreign companies will continue to not pay theirs. Why is the government still giving a free pass to multinational companies? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my honourable colleague, what he says is simply wrong. A year ago, there was no obligation for web giants to invest in Quebec culture, but that's what we're trying to do with Bill C-10. There was no taxation of web giants, but that is in the latest budget. And as many other companies, we've announced that we would move forward with this. I mean, name one country in the world that is currently doing so much to attack the web giants. There isn't one. That's the simple answer. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I'd like to correct my colleague, Mr. Speaker. Netflix is not subject to this tax if he looks at page 833 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals always act using half measures. The Bloc Québécois proposed that the money from taxing web giants be directed to a fund for culture and media creators, because they are the main victims of this unfair competition from these multinationals. First of all, the government refused to create this fund, but worse, giants like Netflix, Amazon Prime, Spotify, and YouTube Premium are exempted from paying taxes on the revenues they make in Quebec, even on profits from Quebec content. The goal of the bill was to put an end to this injustice, so why is Ottawa still abandoning our creators? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if anyone is abandoning our artists, it's the opposition, because they're refusing to move forward with Bill C-10, even though nearly every artistic organization across the country is calling for that to happen. The Union of Artists was calling for it. So why did the Bloc Québécois vote in favor of a conservative resolution that would stop work on the passage of Bill C-10, which would invest tens of millions of dollars in Quebec and Canadian culture all across the country. It just doesn't make any sense.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, as Justice Deschamps said at FIVO, in order to bring about cultural change in an organization and to reduce the occurrence of sexual harassment and assault, it is essential that senior leaders, and particularly those with general oversight responsibilities, become directly engaged in cultural reform. Instead, what we've seen here, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister and the Prime Minister consistently refusing to take responsibility. When will the Minister of Defence stop avoiding his responsibilities and bring about true cultural change?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. This is something that we're absolutely committed to. The work that we have done with the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, we need to go further than that. As I stated before, this is one of the reasons why we have actually appointed Lieutenant General Janine Carillon as the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture. She'll be tasked with unifying, integrating, and coordinating all policies, programs, activities that currently address systemic. Mr. Speaker, we need to do more, we will do more, and we will get it done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, in Justice Deschamps' 2015 report, she recommended a fully independent reporting system outside the chain of command, and the Liberals didn't implement it. They had 5 years. How many more reports does this Minister of Defence and the Liberals need before they do the right thing and create an independent reporting structure? And how many more victims of sexual misconduct will there be while the Liberals order yet another justice to issue yet another report that will take a year to complete, let alone implement?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. The work that was done on the recommendation that Madame Deschamps had made, what we want to do is go even further, and that's the work that
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. If I can get him to start over. There seems to be some technical problems today, but just start the answer from the beginning. We'll start the time from the beginning.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated, I want to thank the member for that question. The work that was done with the implementing the recommendations with Madame Deschamps, the SMRC was a place where for the independent reporting to occur. What we want to do is go even further with Madame Arbour's recommendations, is to be able to go even bolder so that we can actually create an independent structure that cannot be changed and put greater trust into that system. In the meantime, the work that Lieutenant General Janine Carillon will be doing is unifying that work so we can provide immediate support as well. We will be taking bold action, Mr. Speaker, and we will get this done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, we know the definition of insanity. The Prime Minister keeps on doing the same thing, expecting different results, appointing another Supreme Court justice to write another report means you'll get the same results. Victims of sexual misconduct need results, not more reports. Why won't the Prime Minister admit the only woman he's interested in protecting is Katie Telford?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to making sure that we have a harassment-free workplace in the Canadian Armed Forces. There's a lot more work that needs to be done with the work that Madame Arbour will be doing, recommending organizational possible changes that can actually create an independence. Also, the work that Lieutenant General Janine Carillon will be doing is taking all the programs that we have to be able to work faster. We do have more work to do, Mr. Speaker. We will get it done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we know that all Canadians deserve a safe and affordable home. It's particularly important to help young Canadians who are looking to buy their first home. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development please inform this House of our first-time home buyers incentive and how it will support young Canadians at this important stage of life? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for his question. We know that it's very important to help Canadians who are looking to buy their first home. That's why yesterday we announced the expansion of the first-time homebuyers incentive by improving eligibility in Toronto, Vancouver, and Victoria by changing the income threshold for eligible homebuyers. With this incentive, we are supporting more young Canadians and continuing to build on this historic commitment.
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, dozens of constituents have written me to express their shock and dismay at the government's attempt to control speech and online content with Bill C-10. Government censorship of the internet is something that happens in totalitarian societies, not free ones. Since Canada already has laws that cover hate speech, what is the hidden agenda of the Minister of Heritage that requires these additional censorship powers?
The Honourable Minister.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. This issue has nothing to do with free speech. This has nothing to do with what Canadians do online. This has everything to do with what web giants aren't doing, which is investing in Canadian artists and Canadian musicians, in Canadian culture. But again, Mr. Speaker, why is the Conservative Party protecting the interest of some of the wealthiest companies in this world instead of protecting the interest of Canadian artists and musicians, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, my office has been inundated with calls and emails from constituents who are furious about Bill C-10, and for good reason. By rejecting an exemption that would have protected them and their social media posts from the long arm of the CRTC, this government is taking away their charter rights of freedom of speech and expression. Now, I know the Prime Minister admires basic dictatorships, but my constituents do not. So, Mr. Speaker, why is this government feeling so threatened by Canadians' rights to free speech?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our artists are among the Canadians who've been hurt the hardest by the pandemic. They're suffering financially and mentally. C-10 brought them the hope that things would get better soon, with the promise of forcing Web Giant to invest in our stories and music. Now the Conservatives are stalling C-10, siding with Web Giants against Canadian artists and creators who are deprived of hundreds of millions of dollars. Why is this Conservative Party siding with Google, one of the wealthiest companies in the world, instead of Canadian musicians and artists, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
It makes no sense. Desperately needed deliveries of vaccine are being delayed, but the Liberals are pushing away a Canadian solution. Providence Therapeutics in Calgary is leaving Canada because the Liberals refuse to support a Canadian vaccine. The CEO of Providence said, "I gave the Canadian government the ball on the goal line. They just needed to punch it in, but they picked it up and ran the other direction." Is the Prime Minister really willing to fumble away a made-in-Canada vaccine simply because it's based in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague, this is highly offensive, Mr. Speaker. Since the earliest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have focused on investing in made-in-Canada vaccine candidates across the nation and increasing our domestic biomanufacturing capacity. Like Providence, every company that came forward was reviewed by the COVID-19 task force, which is made up of leading scientific and industry experts. In fact, we have invested nearly $10 million, Mr. Speaker, $10 million in Providence Therapeutics project, and I will continue to engage with the CEO like I have done in the past, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Conservatives chose to spend their opposition day debating vaccine and timeline facts. Let's be clear, we are all focused on ensuring everyone has access to a vaccine as quickly as possible, and we have seen that. But Mr. Speaker, rather than presenting us with an honest debate, members opposite proposal magical timelines, showing yet again how out of touch with the reality they are. Mr. Speaker, can the minister provide Canadians with vaccine facts they can trust for today and going forward?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Brampton South for her question and excellent work. This week, Mr. Speaker, we're receiving 2 million doses of Pfizer and 1 million doses of Moderna. That's 3 million doses, Mr. Speaker. And then in the month of May, 2 million doses per week of Pfizer and up to 2.4 million doses per week during the month of June, for a total of 48 million doses at a minimum, cumulative over all doses by the end of June. Mr. Speaker, those are the facts, and we will report and stick to the facts. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Women in Canada's armed forces are asking for real action to address the toxic culture that has existed within the armed forces for years. Instead, Liberals and Conservatives are busy playing the blame game. Well, newsflash, you're both to blame. Mr. Speaker, it is the Prime Minister's responsibility to restore women's broken trust and ensure that reports of sexual misconduct will be taken seriously. Will the Prime Minister end his platitudes, stop dragging his feet, and take responsibility for his failure to act? Will he implement the recommendations of the Deschamps report now?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces members make enormous sacrifices to protect Canadians regardless of rank or gender and have an undeniable right to serve with safety. It is clear that we have not lived up to our responsibility to protect members from misconduct, and that's why we have announced Madame Louise Arbour, who will lead independent external comprehensive review into harassment and sexual misconduct to make even bolder recommendations and changes to the Canadian Armed Forces. We've also named Lieutenant General Jenny Carillon, who will be the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture. These are just some of the first initial steps, Mr. Speaker. We have more work to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East. I believe the honourable member's on mute. I'll get her to start over right from the top, and we'll stop the timer as well.
Mr. Speaker, my office has received many complaints from constituents who have been waiting since 2018 to take their oath of citizenship. There is also a delay of over 6 months in processing work permits, putting people's lives in limbos. Overseas sponsorship applications from many countries are delayed by 5 years. Medicals and criminality checks have expired, and citizens are getting frustrated. Could the Minister for Immigration please advise what is being done to reduce this unfair processing backlog? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has an exceptional track record when it comes to meeting our immigration objectives. In the last several months alone, we welcomed over 80,000, prioritized over 50,000 new individuals to the family of Canadian.
I'm just going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. If I can get him to start over, there's some technical difficulties. There seems to be a few of them. I'll let him start from the top.
He's stuck.
Mr. Speaker,
there we go.
Our government has an exceptional track record when it comes to meeting our immigration. In the last sponsorship applications, and we welcomed over 50,000 new individuals to the family of Canadian citizenship. And we're not going to stop there. We're going to do these things because we know that immigration is one of the keys to our economic recovery and Canada's long-term prosperity.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons pour la période de questions aujourd'hui.
That's all the time we have for question period today.
3:10 p.m. Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to taking the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Monsieur Deltel to the motion at second reading of Bill C-12. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moved that Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's effort to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Mr.
Deltel, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Decline to give second reading to Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, since the bill fails to mettre en
implement a plan that recognizes climate change is real and addresses the significant problem it represents, while also ensuring that economic development and job growth can flourish all across Canada. And
partout au Canada. B, address the fact that after committing, may I dispense? Thank you. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
La Chambre attendant.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. Si des députés
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Ms. Atwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to vote against. My camera wasn't working on my phone.
Okay,
Ms. Atwin, against. Contre.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai vu passer mon vote à l'écran, mais l'application me demande de vérifier qu'il a bien été capté. J'aimerais voter contre.
Ça a été enregistré comme contre.
It was recorded as against.
Mr. Maguire.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote yea.
Mr. Maguire, yea. Pour.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Had technical difficulties, Chair, and I'd like my vote to be recorded as yea.
Okay.
So we received.
According to the application, it was recorded as yea, then got changed to nay. In order to change it right now, we'll need unanimous consent of the House to allow that to happen. Do we have unanimous consent? Yes? We have unanimous consent. Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Thank you. I would like my vote to be counted as yea.
It's counted as yea. No other. Very good. The table now will compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 212, 212.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
La prochaine mise à voix.
The next question is on the main motion.
La question est la.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moved that Bill C-12, an act respecting transparency and accountability in Canada's efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The 10 minutes period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rood.
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Motz,
Mr. Motz,
Monsieur Godin,
Monsieur Godin,
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
The House will now wait for the voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended.
Members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties. They may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Atwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to vote against.
Mrs. Atwin, against. Contre.
Mr. Maguire.
I vote against.
Mr. Maguire, against. Contre.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 122, 122.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, reprise du débat sur la motion de l'opposition au nom de Mme Bergen.
Resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Bergen regarding the allegations.
Because of the deferred to recorded division, government orders will be extended by 29 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take my time today to put some important issues on the record for the House. The most important of which is ensuring that survivors of sexual misconduct or harassment or assault must feel comfortable coming forward. They must be supported when coming forward, and eliminating all forms of misconduct, abuse of power, and creating a safe work environment for everyone in the defense team must be our collective priority. Survivors must be at the center of all that we do. And while our government has always made this a top priority, as we have learned, survivors still do not feel safe coming forward. I am also deeply troubled by the fact that the Conservatives are once again ignoring facts and playing political games with a sensitive issue. So let me take the time to lay out the facts. In 2018, the former National Defense Ombudsman Gary Walbourne met with the Minister of National Defense. This meeting was a normal meeting with staff, but then at the end he asked to speak privately with the minister. He then told the minister he had evidence of misconduct against the former Chief of Defense Staff. The minister did not ask any specifics or details on the nature of the allegations, as was the right thing to do. Instead, he followed a process, the proper process. He immediately had his staff reach out to both the Prime Minister's office and the Privy Council office. They took the allegation and reached out to the former ombudsman to get details to be able to look into the allegation. The ombudsman did not have the approval of the complainant to share that information. Therefore, as Michael Wernick, the former clerk of the Privy Council, stated at the National Defence Committee, an impasse was reached and no further action was taken. No further action on an allegation that the former ombudsman called unactionable. Now, in 2015, under a Conservative government, let's go through the process that was taken right before General Vance's appointment as the new Chief of Defence Staff. The minister at the time was made aware of an allegation or rumor. He shared it with his Chief of Staff, who then shared it with the Privy Council office and the Prime Minister's office, including the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff then ensured that the matter was, quote, looked into. Sound familiar? Well, because it was the same process. The leader of the official opposition thought it was serious enough that he had his staff reach out to the Prime Minister's office, and he has assured this House and Canadians that the matter was looked into. But let's explore that, shall we? We heard testimony from Ray Novak, Prime Minister Harper's former Chief of Staff, that they had the National Security Advisor investigate these rumors. How did he investigate? He went directly to General Vance. He asked him about the rumors. While that is wholly inappropriate when someone comes forward with an allegation, Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that they would go directly to the person who is being investigated, but they did. And General Vance assured him there was nothing there. That is that is what they dealt with. That's it. That's all. We don't know if there was any follow-up. We don't know if it was looked into, but the leader of the official opposition assures us it was looked into. That's shocking, considering all we've heard with regards to how that rumor was looked into was the former National Security Advisor asking General Vance his opinion. That's not a process. That is not appropriate. And frankly, it's disconcerting that the former Conservative government just took the accused General Vance's word for it, especially considering there was already an active investigation being conducted by the Canadian Forces National Investigation Service, the CFNIS, into General Vance. I would like to remind my honourable colleagues of the very troubling news that we learned last week. The CFNIS was actively investigating General Vance in 2015. More specifically, they were investigating General Vance right up until July 17th, 2015. Do my colleagues know what also happened on July 17th, 2015? General Vance was appointed as the new Chief of Defence Staff. Then we learned through an ATIP that the commanding officer in charge of the investigation was facing pressure to wrap the investigation up. Pressure from whom exactly? The former Minister of National Defence, the former Prime Minister, the former Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, or the current leader of the official opposition? Surely we can all agree here that politicians should not be involved in investigations, so to exert pressure on an investigation to conclude would be completely inappropriate and perhaps illegal. Yet we still haven't gotten a definitive answer from the Conservatives on who was giving that pressure. No one has answered. No one has provided details. Can the leader of the official opposition finally give us an answer? Because so far, the leader of the opposition has provided absolutely no details, but has just stated that the way he handled it in 2015 was proper and that it was the right way. But let's continue with the troubling news from last week, because not only was the investigation facing pressure, then abruptly ended, the investigation actually officially was closed on July 21st, 2015. That's 4 days after General Vance was appointed. Why was the investigation closed 4 days after he was appointed? Why wasn't it closed before he was appointed? Why did the Conservative government appoint General Vance in 2015 with an active investigation from the CFNIS still ongoing? All of this is incredibly troubling. We not only have rumors that weren't investigated properly, we also have a chief of the defense staff rushed through to a point, even though there was an active investigation ongoing. And all this because they wanted to appoint him before the 2015 election, which was called only a few short weeks later. Now, all we have heard from Conservative politicians are concerns about the process our government followed. The one that ensured that the highest ranking civil service was aware and engaged on the issue. The one that went as far as it could before the former ombudsman stated he could not provide the information because the complainant had not signed off on it. The same one the Conservatives followed in 2015. They say that those rumors were acted upon in 2015. I then ask what action was different from what we took? They'll say that the National Security Advisor was involved. Well, the National Security Advisor in 2018, Daniel Jean, stated he would not know of the details or be involved in the investigation at that point because there weren't enough details to investigate. In fact, I quote from him, "I wish to indicate that these 2018 allegations were never brought to my attention. I also think it is important to add that this is not necessarily unusual, particularly, as I explained before, if PCO senior personnel were not able to obtain information that would have allowed and warranted the pursuit of an investigation," end quote. So we know why the NSA wasn't involved, but the top civil servant in Canada was. So then what is different about what happened in 2015? If the Conservatives can stand up and explain to this House how it was different, I would be shocked, because you know what? It wasn't. It was the same. So let me lay out the facts one last time. The Conservatives followed the exact same process we did in 2015. The Conservatives appointed General Vance when there was an active investigation into him. The rumors that the leader of the official opposition that he says were looked into, the only thing we know about that was the National Security Advisor going directly to General Vance and asking his opinion. And finally, there was pressure on the investigation into General Vance to conclude. This is very concerning, and the House deserves answers from the opposition leader. Canadians deserve answers, and survivors deserve answers. I want to close, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the process failed survivors under the Conservative government and under ours. The Prime Minister has clearly stated that this needs to improve so that survivors of sexual violence and harassment receive support and a means to come forward without fear of reprisals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say first that I normally have the greatest respect for the member for Oakville North Burlington. But I am disappointed with the speech today where she engages in the both of us failed, who failed first, who failed more when it comes to survivors, because there was an opportunity in 2018 for this government to succeed. The Minister of Defence was presented with evidence of sexual misconduct. He was told it was evidence of sexual misconduct, and he refused to look at that evidence. He says he told the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office took no action. So what we had here is a missed opportunity to restore the trust that's needed for any future reforms to be successful. Does the member really believe that no one knew that General Vance had been accused of sexual misconduct in 2018? And does she believe these procedural arguments excuse the failure to investigate and remove him from office?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I sat in on the testimony that we had during C65. And no one who testified said that politicians should get involved in allegations of sexual misconduct and sexual harassment. What we heard was that there needed to be independent investigation into those charges. And if it was independent, people might have some confidence to come forward. Even then, they were still fearful. Now, I know that the Chief Professional Conduct and Culture that's just been appointed, led by Lieutenant Governor Jenny Carignan, will be looking to implement C65. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but what I am saying is we need to improve the process. And I find it really disturbing that the Conservatives stand in this House and accuse the Liberal government of not following the proper process when it's exactly the same process that they followed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the speech from my colleague was actually very disturbing. I mean, and it should be disturbing for the victims. She goes back and is saying, like the colleague from Sooke, that they're just going back 6 years and pointing their fingers. Does she justify their government not acting on very, very clear recommendations from the Deschamps report when they've been in government for over 6 years and when they've made a clear commitment to the women that serve in our military to actually take action?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would remind the honourable member that we created the Sexual Misconduct Response Centre in 2015. I would also remind the honourable member that it was her government that appointed General Vance, ignoring rumors that were put in place. And I would also remind her that the toxic masculinity that exists in the armed forces is something that no government has dealt with well in getting rid of. And I would also remind her that these women are survivors. They're not victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Alors, la députée d'Avignon, la Métis Matin, Metpedia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know that she denounces sexual misconduct in the military. We are aware of what's been happening for years now. There's the Deschamps report. And instead of acting, the government asked for a new report from Justice Arbour, who said she was surprised that she was asked to do this report when we're already aware of the current problems. I would like to know what she thinks of this new request for a report and whether the government would be ready to act to eradicate sexual misconduct. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a bit of a delay there with the translation. Yes, absolutely, we want to act on allegations of sexual misconduct and sexual violence. And that's why Madame Arbour has been appointed. I'm not actually a fan of doing report after report. I think we need to take action. But having said that, I think we need to find out how we can implement these the recommendations of the previous report, and also why women still do not feel comfortable coming forward in spite of the fact that the response center was set up in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je vais commencer en disant que je vais partager mon temps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'm going to share my time with the member for Calgary-Nose Hill. I'm pleased to speak to the motion today. As this Prime Minister continues to speak untruths in his speeches, we must continue to speak the truth about him. Without a doubt, this Prime Minister, who identifies himself as a feminist, has shown all of Canada over the past 6 years that his words do not come close to matching his actions. In other words, he is by far he is the Prime Minister who insists that he would lead the way for Canadian women and yet throws them under the bus at every opportunity. The first sign of his duplicity was his treatment of women in his own caucus. He removed women from his team. And why? Because they were not willing to blindly follow him in corrupt practices. They had enough character to say no to him, while the rest of the Liberal caucus remained silent to avoid being kicked out as well. He then dragged his feet on getting answers about the murder of Marilyn Lévesque. He dragged his feet because he knew that it was his appointees to the parole board that allowed a violent murderer to be released with the authority to solicit women for sex. Parliament is waiting in vain for answers on this issue, because the Prime Minister has ensured that the answers will never come. His most recent insult to women of Canada is his assertion that while everyone around him knew about the sexual allegations against General Vance, he didn't. I have no choice but to take his word for it, because we all know that this Prime Minister never, ever lies, according to him. To make sure that everybody understands, here's what our motion says. A. Women and all members of the Canadian Armed Forces place their trust in this government to act on claims of sexual misconduct. B. The Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was informed about a specific sexual harassment allegation against General Jonathan Vance 3 years ago. C. The Prime Minister asserts that this sexual harassment allegation was never brought to his attention. And D. The Prime Minister said that those in a position of authority have a duty to act upon allegations. The House therefore calls upon the Prime Minister to dismiss his Chief of Staff for failing to notify him about a serious sexual harassment allegation at the highest ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces and for being complicit in hiding the truth from Canadians. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians were shocked to learn of the allegations of sexual misconduct against the former Chief of the Defence Staff and the subsequent cover-up. Once again, the Prime Minister claims he had no prior knowledge of the allegations despite evidence that his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford, knew about them for years. To add insult to injury, instead of doing the right thing by the women who serve our country in the Canadian Armed Forces, this Prime Minister decided to bury the issue until the next election. After months of reports of sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces and Liberal attempts to cover it up, the Prime Minister has now announced an external review of sexual harassment in the Canadian Forces. This will take at least a year before we get to recommendations. This is insulting to Canadian women and men, as they know that this issue has already been examined by former Justice Marie Deschamps, whose report was tabled in 2015. There's no need to review this again. It had already been well done. I don't know Katie Telford. For that reason, I cannot say whether she has a history of lying or whether she has a history of telling the truth. I don't know her personally. But for more than 6 years, the Prime Minister has been telling this House that he always tells the truth. And we cannot forget that he has the words Right Honourable in his title. We have no choice but to believe him. If the Prime Minister is telling the truth, and we suppose he never lies, he must fire his Chief of Staff if he wants Canadians to believe him when he says he had no knowledge of the evidence of sexual misconduct against General Vance. If he is telling the truth, it proves that Katie Telford not only failed to inform him of a serious allegation of sexual misconduct, she then orchestrated a cover-up to hide the truth. If the Prime Minister does not fire Katie Telford, it will be an admission that he misled Canadians about his knowledge of the sexual misconduct allegations against General Vance and that he is complicit in the cover-up. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you agree with me that it is time for the Prime Minister to stop hiding the truth from Canadians and take responsibility for the actions of his own office. Last week's announcement by this government is not an action, it is another attempt to take the heat off the cover-up. Canadians are not fooled. They've had enough of rhetoric. They know a lie when they hear one. And they will have the last word when it's time to vote. In the next federal campaign, the Prime Minister will ask Canadian women to vote for him again. And to that, they will say, Mr. Prime Minister, you're asking for more than we can give you now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, and we'll first go to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake said something very interesting a week ago in this House regarding this issue when he was asking the Prime Minister a question about this. He said, and I quote, Prime Minister Harper heard a rumour, had the head of CSIS investigate it, and then had the courage to sit down, look the General in the eye, and ask him questions about it. I'm just curious if the member feels as though the Prime Minister did the right thing, the Prime Minister at the time, Prime Minister Harper, did the right thing by sitting down with the General to discuss this with him after he heard the rumour.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I have to answer is that the initial allegation was made in 2015. In 2018, the new Prime Minister, who was aware of sexual misconduct allegation, reappointed or extended General Vance's term of office by 3 years. So he was aware, his entourage was aware. The General was renewed for 3 years with a $50,000 raise. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
Le vidéo. Oh oui, c'est là.
Ouais, j'ai fermé la caméra.
I'm sorry, I shut my camera off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for his presentation. The Bloc Québécois will be voting against this motion. To begin with, I can assert that. It's not up to the House to manage the Prime Minister's office and to blame an employee for the minister's inaction, the defense minister and the Prime Minister's inaction. That would create a dangerous precedent. Why does this member or that party want to blame a staffer who was simply following orders? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which is a good one. You have to understand that the situation is that the Chief of Staff was aware of the facts, and the Prime Minister says he wasn't. So if the Chief of Staff didn't inform the Prime Minister as his Chief of Staff in the Government of Canada, it's a serious wrongdoing, and the person should simply be fired. But if the Prime Minister was aware, that's a different problem, and we have to wait to see what the Prime Minister answers.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention this afternoon.
I think the honourable member just lower the boom on her headset there. There we are. Good.
the honourable member was having tea previously. I would just like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. It was very interesting. I had a member of the military, a young woman, reach out to my office. She didn't feel comfortable reaching out to either the Conservatives or the Liberals, and had reached out to my office and expressed concerns that the systematic problems within the military were so deep that it would require such fundamental change. And one of the things that I know that my colleagues within the NDP have been calling for is to finally have the office of the Canadian Forces and National Defence Ombudsperson be made a fully independent officer of Parliament with the ability to independently investigate matters such as this. Would the member agree that it is finally time that we did make that office fully independent?
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for her question. I served in the Canadian Armed Forces, and that's why the Conservative government years ago appointed Justice Deschamps to do a report, and that report that was issued was clear and included mechanisms to allow victims to make complaints. And that's what the Liberal government has failed to actually carry through on over the past 6 years. So I don't know the person the member is referring to, but the government should always protect victims, and that is why we had recommended Justice Deschamps' report.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deschamps report is very clear, and we need an independent body that investigates sexual misconduct in the Army. I have heard from constituents who have dealt with sexual assault complaints that weren't taken seriously by the military and weren't taken seriously by the RCMP. And it is clear that women are not getting the service that they need when they bring these complaints forward, and they're not being taken seriously. And so I would ask the honourable member, is it not time to have this? I would support this motion. It would ask that the Deschamps report and its recommendations be fully implemented. And I'm wondering why that isn't what this motion is about, and would he support that?
Deschamps.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's true, and we agree, because the Deschamps report, when it came out, there was a change in government. If we had stayed in office, then obviously those recommendations would have been implemented. They were good ones. We don't understand why today the Liberal government still has done nothing of the sort. And all the victims in the forces, when they see what's going on at the highest levels, you can understand why they'd be reluctant to complain. And it's going to take a change in government for this to get fixed.
Nose Hill.
Systemic misogyny persists when silence gives cover to the sins of powerful men. And I've heard a lot of sanctimony here today, a lot of sanctimony. So let's start with the facts. Every political party who has participated in debate today has members who have been silent and given cover for the sins of powerful men. So let's not kid ourselves about that. We don't need another report to provide justice for women in the military. We need courage. And we need to stop the garbage that's happening here. I have been in this place for 10 years, and I have experienced systemic misogyny. I have had my rear end fondled. I have been called every name in the book. And I've watched other women come behind me and have the same experience. I have publicly called out my party when I have had instances come forward or come to light within my own tent, because I've had to. Violence would have then provided cover for the sins of powerful men. Don't need another report. We need courage. Every single party here has had it happen in their own tent. The NDP, the Liberals, the Greens have had an article in the Toronto Star. Enough. I am so tired of listening to people finger point. Really? You're going to blame Stephen Harper? Not a single Liberal backbencher has stood up and said, hey, maybe the defense minister did something wrong. You know, The only way things change is when people have courage to speak up and to demand change within their own tent. I have watched for 6 years, under the watch of this government, quarter be given to the most senior people in government. I have watched at the same relative time as these allegations about General Vance come out, the Prime Minister have unresolved groping allegation. Not a single Liberal has called this out within their own tent. Not one. Not one. And if one wants to stand up today and talk about Prime Minister Harper, to me, they better start by addressing that, which has never been addressed. Then I watched them unceremoniously can the member from Vancouver, Granville, I believe, and Jane Philpott for daring to speak truth to power. Not a single Liberal spoke up for these women speaking truth. Not one. So if a Liberal wants to get up and talk about Prime Minister Harper, they better speak up about that injustice first. Then, of course, we've got the member from Kitchener-Hespeler, I believe, who the Liberals allowed to run for them, knowing that there were substantiated harassment allegations. Not a single Liberal spoke up about that. Not one. So if somebody wants to get up and talk to me about Prime Minister Harper, they better speak out about that. When a similar thing happened in my party, I trotted myself out into the House of Commons and said, no, no more. This has to change. So if somebody wants to ask me about Prime Minister Harper, they better be asking about that. I'm just furious. Can you imagine being a member of the armed forces and watching this debate today? Of course we need to call out the people who are at the highest level of power, because they're the ones who give silence to the sins of powerful men. Come on, don't kid yourself that the Prime Minister's office didn't know about this. It's just ridiculous. And now another report. What we need to be doing is saying no more silence on any political tent, there shouldn't be quarter anywhere. I am tired of having to do the heavy lifting as a woman. It gets really tiring to have to explain to people that, you know what, silence is complicity. And that when you cover it up within your own tent, it tells people that are in your tent that there will be no justice. And that's what's happening with the defense minister right now. Come on, question period after question period. And it was Stephen Harper's fault. Look inwardly. Somebody call it out. Somebody say this can't continue. Every program that you put in place, you can put hundreds of millions of dollars. Ask every Supreme Court justice in the world to do another report. But if silence gives quarters to the sins of powerful men, systemic misogyny persists. I have always put my money where my mouth is on this issue. And I've watched other women in this place do the same. Kudos to Jane Philpott. Kudos to her. She went to the wall for her colleague because she knew she was doing the right thing. But silence is rewarded around here. Silence is rewarded with promotion. You know what's not rewarded? Courage. You know what's rewarded? Covering up stuff like this. Honestly, that's what's rewarded. And that is what's wrong with government, and that's what's wrong with power systems in this country. I cannot believe that we are having a debate where Liberal members who have not once had the courage to publicly speak out in any form, even anonymously, like, hey, I have concerns about the competency of the defense minister, or hey, what about the Prime Minister's chief of staff? Surely she must have known something. And then to bring in her gender about it. That's disgusting too. Come on. Misogyny knows no gender. There are women who cover up the sins of men with their silence, and we shouldn't give them quarter just because of their gender either. Something happened here over the last 6 years. Evidence upon evidence. You have somebody offering to give a lie detector test. And you know what? A woman who's watching this is in the armed forces today is going, get your act together. I don't need another report. I need safety. And I need people who have covered this up to come to justice. I have a stepdaughter who is serving in the United States Armed Forces, and she is incredible. She inspires me every day. She is watching this debate. She's watching one of her allied countries and literally watching members of parliament go, well, it was some other guy who wasn't here 6 years ago fault. He's not prime minister anymore. Okay? He's not prime minister. Somebody else is, and somebody else was in charge of this. To keep deflecting this, to not have a way forward, to not hold people to account, to give quarter to this is everything that is wrong with this system. And it is every reason why systemic misogyny exists. I am tired of having to stand up here and call people to account. It makes me angry, it makes me frustrated, and makes me sad as a Canadian. Honestly, somebody needs to be fired over this. And systems need to be put in place to make sure that it never happens again, that nobody ever gets promoted within a cabinet or within a prime minister's office who knew about this. For now and for forever going forward. Honestly, my party's not perfect. No, we're not. The NDP is not perfect. The Greens not. And the Liberals aren't either. But they are in power today, and they have the power to change things. They are in power. And if they want to show Canadian women that they have any credibility on feminism, any credibility at all, they have to deal with the fact that they are continually and perpetually silent on these issues. Silence every single time. Anytime there's any sort of sexual harassment or misconduct or whatever, it is silence and crickets across their backbench. And that's wrong. And that's what that report is going to tell you. You don't need to pay somebody else to do that or another 5 years. You need change. So I dare somebody to ask me a question right now about Stephen Harper. You better stand up, whoever does that, and say, what the defense minister did right now is wrong, and I stand in solidarity with you across political lines, across partisanship, and stand up for justice for the women in the armed forces and for every woman who suffers from systemic misogyny, from systemic racism in this country. Enough is enough. And if we stand here and keep bickering along partisan lines to keep protecting the people up our food chains, nothing will ever change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention on some level. I, too, am angry about misogyny and sexism, although I find the member's comments incredibly hypocritical given her party's position on a woman's right to choose. My question isn't actually involving Prime Minister Harper. It's her own leader now. She talks about people getting a promotion who knew. What about her own leader? He gets a promotion to become leader, and he knew about these rumors and allegations. And Mr. Speaker, my other question is about why is it always women who have to shoulder the responsibility for the actions of men, the accusations of men, yet this member is advocating to fire a woman for what she supposedly knew or didn't know, yet her own leader, she isn't calling for his resignation for what he knew. Why is it always women shouldering the consequences for the actions of men and the perpetrators of this violence?
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, let the record show that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health holds the biggest parliamentary record for missing the point, missing the boat, and lack of courage.
Questions and comments?
Hello?
Order.
Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech that she delivered with passion, and I fully agree with her. We don't need another report. We just need a bit of courage. And suppose the Liberal government were to fire everyone who's contributing to this misogynist tradition and this culture of silence, I imagine that would be a whole bunch of people leaving. But if they were to do that, what do we do next? What's she proposing as a solution to put an end to this type of conduct or misconduct? The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Clean house, no quarter.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Calgary, Nose Hill, not just for her passionate speech today, but for her standing up for women the whole time I've served together with her in Parliament, and also for her standing up for my own community of those on sexual orientation and gender identity. I do agree that she puts her money where her mouth is. And we may disagree on some details about the motion today. But my question for her is whether she would agree with me that reforms going forward really have little chance of being taken seriously by either survivors or perpetrators if no one pays the price for the silence in 2018.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
He's right.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. I just asked the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I think just the boom on his mic. There we are. Okay, good.
Okay. I just want to thank Mr. Speaker, my friend from Calgary Nose Hill, for her impassioned speech. She has been a true champion of fighting misogyny, of fighting discrimination, and fighting against this type of sexual violence. And I want to thank her husband and her stepdaughter for their service in the United States Armed Services. I know that she lives this and understands all too well what needs to be done going forward. And I also know that for whatever reason, people are trying to make an excuse for Katie Telford, who may be very complicit in this cover-up for the past 3 years. And so I just ask my colleague and friend if she can talk about what steps need to be taken now so that women and men can feel safe in the Canadian Armed Forces from being harassed.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Clean house, no quarter.
Question commentaire?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very emotional speech, and for a prime minister who claims to be a feminist. Imagine what things would be like if he weren't. In this situation of sexual misconduct allegations, there's something that I think is very important that very little is mentioned about, and it's aggravated in the case of General Vance, and it's the abuse of authority that he allegedly committed here with his sexual misconduct. This is a man who's in a situation of authority, and unfortunately, it never should have happened. So I'd ask my colleague two things. Is there anything that might be relevant about this in this second study? And does she want the minister to...
Nothing will change as long as the men who have perpetrated this type of abuse and the people who have stood idly by and watched it, knowing full well what is happening, are allowed to have continued employment. They need to clean house across every place that this has happened, everybody that knew about it, and there needs to be no quarter.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today. I will be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament from Peterborough, Cawthra. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to discuss an important issue for the women and men who serve our country, and indeed for all Canadians. How we can best ensure that members of the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces are guaranteed a safe, respectful, harassment-free work environment. All members of this House know that Canadians deserve nothing less, and our government will accept nothing less. Our government has always taken allegations of sexual misconduct extremely seriously. Whenever any allegations against anyone in the Canadian Armed Forces have been raised to him, regardless of rank or position, the Minister of National Defence has acted diligently and referred them to the relevant authorities. When the Minister of National Defence was made aware of the allegation against the then Chief of the Defense Staff in 2018, he acted immediately, and they were referred to the Privy Council, which manages Order in Council appointments. The exact same process followed by the previous Conservative government, including the now leader of the opposition. But we know we need to do more, and we need to create better systems. The minister and our entire government continue to take this issue extremely seriously. Though our work is nowhere near done, but we have made progress. Our government established the Sexual Misconduct Response Center, or SMRC, which offers members confidential support 24/7 anywhere in the world. And I am happy to say that Budget 2021 increases our investments in the SMRCs. Since the SMRC operates outside the military chain of command, reporting directly to the Deputy Minister, it allows affected persons to access support in a confidential manner. The SMRC offers many programs and services to help the affected members. One of them is the Response and Support Coordination Program, which helps Canadian Armed Forces members navigate systems from the moment they make contact with the SMRC until they decide they no longer require support. At every step of the way, SMRC personnel accompany those affected by the sexual violence, providing whatever support may be necessary. Canadian Armed Forces members seeking information about the reporting process can contact the SMRC to explore their options while remaining anonymous. Civilian members of the defense team can also access support through the SMRC as well as the Employee Assistance Program. But though the SMRC is an important tool, we haven't got this right yet, and our work is far from over. That's why Canada's defense team is in the midst of a top-to-bottom change of its institutional culture. This is the right thing to do. It is not just a moral imperative, it is also vital to the success of the Canadian Armed Forces now and into the future. Only when members have complete trust in one another, they can perform at the highest levels as a team. Our goal is to create a defense team where all members feel valued, included, and supported by their peers and leaders. An organization where sexual misconduct is never ignored, minimized, or excused. To achieve this transformation, we must make sure that members of the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence who have been affected by sexual misconduct are supported at every step of the way. Last week, we announced some steps to get us there. First of all, the Government of Canada has initiated an independent external comprehensive review led by former Supreme Court Justice Louis Arbour. This review will look into harassment and sexual misconduct in DND, Canadian Armed Forces, which will examine policies, procedures, programs, practices, and culture within national defense and make recommendations for improvement. We will learn from what did not work and build on what we did. Secondly, the Department of National Defence will work with the Veteran Affairs Canada to develop a professionally co-facilitated peer support program to assist Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans who have suffered harm as a result of experiencing sexual misconduct in connection with their military service. This peer support program will be available online and in person and is fully resourced through funding included in the Budget 2021. Budget 2021 also includes funding to enhance other support services, including access to free, independent legal advice, and will help enable Canadian Armed Forces members to access support without making a formal complaint. Thirdly, we announced that Lieutenant General Jenny Carignan will begin a new role as the Chief of Professional Conduct and Culture. which will unify, integrate, and coordinate all policies, programs, and activities that currently address systemic misconduct across culture change. In addition to these steps, our government is following through on its commitment to consult with victims of service offenses, which will inform the development of the regulations needed to implement the Declaration of Victims' Rights from Bill C-77. National Defense has engaged directly with victims groups and will soon be launching an online questionnaire to collect anonymous feedback from DND employees and the Canadian Armed Forces members. To the victims groups who have generously devoted their time and energy to sharing lived experiences and feedback with the government, I want to say this: we have heard you. We are taking action, and there is much more to come. Today, I want to highlight some of the resources which are available to Canadian Armed Forces members to access counseling, advice, and other support services. These include Canadian Armed Forces Medical Centers, military chaplains, the Canadian Forces Member Assistance Program, military family resource centers, and the Family Information Line. Another avenue for members to bring forward concerns or incidents is through one of the 16 complaint management centers located across the country under the Integrated Conflict and Complaint Management Program. This service combines harassment, grievance, and alternate dispute resolution approaches in a streamlined fashion, and they report, track, and resolve complaints of inappropriate behavior like sexual harassment. If the nature of the sexual misconduct requires the involvement of the military police and justice system, there are supports for Canadian Armed Forces members during this process as well. The military police have established 6 sexual offense response teams trained to handle sexual misconduct cases appropriately and with empathy. These teams are sensitive to survivors and help them connect with other resources and support systems they may need. In addition to the Director of Military Prosecutions has established the Sexual Misconduct Action Response Team, made up of specifically trained prosecutors. Their role again is to make sure survivors are treated with compassion and understanding, and that they receive the information and support they need throughout military justice proceedings. We know that supporting survivors of sexual misconduct is essential, and that's why the military has taken steps to ensure support is available and provided from the moment a person seeks advice or counsel through investigation and prosecution. Along with future changes, these steps will help build a healthy, safe, and inclusive workplace where all people are supported and treated with respect. We know that there is much more work to be done, and our government will continue consulting with the experts and those who have been affected by sexual misconduct. I know together we will create a defense workplace where everyone is treated with dignity and with respect, and we will build the right systems so that when an incident occurs, members of the Canadian Armed Forces and Department of National Defense have access to a process that is sensitive, fair, and compassionate. We are listening.
We'll need to leave it there. We'll need to leave it there. We'll need to leave it there. The time for the member's speech has expired, and we're now going to go on to questions and comments. We'll go first to the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the member can say what she just did. I have laid case after case on the desk right here in this chamber of the Defence Minister to follow up on the acts of sexual misconduct, sexual assault, brutal rape. And you know what happens? The woman gets farmed off to another residence. She's off her course. The perpetrator even admits on tape to the police that he did it. And what happens? He continues on as though nothing happened. She's sent off to another province. You know what the pastor said to her, the padre? He said, "You're in the military now. You're owned by the military. If you know what's good for you, you'll forget about this and carry on." How can that member say that everything is being done and is on the way to being corrected when that type of situation is still happening in our Canadian Armed Forces?
A member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable colleague for her question. I want to assure her that our government has absolute no tolerance for misconduct. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to get the politics out of this and focus on how we can change the culture in the armed forces and ensure in place so that when someone wishes to move forward with a complaint, they have confidence that their complaint will be taken seriously. At the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, we have heard powerful testimonies from people who have experienced the toxic culture firsthand. We have also heard many excellent suggestions on how to take on that culture and how to build independent and external reporting systems. I hope the recommendations our committee will make to the government will form part of the government's comprehensive response to the issue and contribute to positive change and improvement.
Some comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think one of the real issues here is that if we're talking about a culture change, then typically that involves somebody at the top taking some responsibility for what's not going right. And in this case, we've actually already had a number of studies, including one recently just 6 years ago, talking about how to make changes in order to change the culture in the military to actually punish instances of sexual abuse rather than seeing people get promoted. And the government's response has been for nobody to take responsibility and to have a study of the last study. So how does anybody who's concerned about seeing this culture change take any real solace or comfort or confidence in the proposal of the government in the face of further reports of failure, in this case at the highest levels, both of government and the military?
A member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would thank the honourable colleague for his question. We recognize that the measures we have taken since we came into government haven't gone far enough. That is why we announced last week that Madam Arbour will conduct an independent review into the Canadian Armed Forces, including the creation of an external reporting system that is independent from the chain of command and meets the needs of those impacted by sexual misconduct and violence. We owe it to our members and to Canadians to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, well, listen, you've just asked Ms. Arbour to make recommendations on recommendations that had been formulated by Ms. Deschamps. Well, and you're saying that your government is taking this serious. Do you think this is serious to act like this? A journalist was saying that she had compared both press for Ms. Arbour and Ms. Deschamps, and it was pretty much the same. What do you say to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that our focus should be how we can create a safer future for women and for indeed everyone that serves our armed forces. I think there is much to be learned from the Deschamps report, and I look forward to Justice Arbour building on her work with her independent review into the Canadian Armed Forces including the creation of an external reporting system that is independent from the chain of command and meets the needs of those impacted by sexual misconduct and violence.
Before we get to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East in respect to immigration, refugees and citizenship. The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana in respect to natural resources. And the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan regarding Canadian heritage. We'll now go to resuming debate, and the Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hello, colleagues. Bonjour, Anin, salam alaikum. I'm on Mississauga and Anishinaabe territory, and so grateful to my colleagues for their thoughtful debate today, those who have focused on survivors, on how to move forward. I also want to acknowledge that many Muslims working with us are fasting right now, and Ramadan Kareem to you as well. Mr. Speaker, I'll focus my remarks on what we've heard from survivors, on the work done to date, and the work moving forward. Let me thank survivors who've taken the time to talk to me and our colleagues who have shared their accounts and who continue to guide us in this very important work. And I think all of us agree that we want them to be safe. They have chosen these difficult jobs, which require many sacrifices. And those who are charged with keeping us safe deserve to be safe with their colleagues and in their workplaces. We want their parents, their spouses, their children to know that when they go to work, they will be safe with their colleagues. When they come home, they feel like their service and contributions mattered. That when they come forward, there is a place for them that is independent from the chain of command and treats them with respect and dignity. Mr. Speaker, from the moment we formed government, we've taken serious action to address and prevent gender-based violence in all its forms, in institutions like Parliament, in homes, in communities across the country. But we must do more, and faster. We are the first government to put forward a serious federal plan to address and prevent gender-based violence. We're the first government to make women's health, women's safety, and women's labor force participation anchors of our economic growth strategy. We have the humility to acknowledge that gender-based violence is complex and that we cannot eradicate it on our own. And we have a track record that allows us to work with necessary partners, organizations, survivors, and experts like Madame Arbour to do better faster. One of the things that survivors I've spoken to have taught me is that 50 years ago, when the Royal Commission on the Status of Women tabled its report, it included a few recommendations around CAF, Canadian Armed Forces. Those recommendations were to include women, open all trades to women in the CAF, to stop prohibiting married women from enlisting, to stop releasing women from forces when they have kids, and to pay women and men equally in the force. They reminded me that it wasn't until 1989 that almost all occupations were open to women. It wasn't until 2001 that the submarine service was open to women. They've taught me and all of us that gender-based violence and sexual misconduct is a symptom of a much bigger issue, and that rather than expect women, gender-diverse folks, and racialized folks to assimilate into the armed forces, much more needs to be done to integrate women, gender-diverse folks, and BIPOCs into the armed forces, where they feel safe and welcomed. We want to ensure meaningful change. The survivors who have come forward with courage have asked us for meaningful change, and I can appreciate that they are skeptical. For too long, too many governments, every government has let you down. I can assure you that we hear you, your stories and accounts matter, and change is already happening.
The allegations and the accounts shared by survivors have been deeply troubling, often triggering other survivors and victims of sexual assault, including in this House. Your accounts have led to meaningful discussions on how to improve culture in the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence. And we hear you. And while some progress has been made, it is clear that it's not been enough, that it's not been fast enough, and we must go further. The underlying reasons for cultural issues that persisted in the armed forces and defense were never truly understood. We take this work seriously, and we're taking serious action. And as we build on the foundation and the partnerships that we have formed since day one of coming into office, we will continue to keep survivors at the heart of this work. The House of Commons is an important place for progress made, Mr. Speaker. Concrete action has been taken, such as introducing a federal strategy to address and prevent gender-based violence that breaks down traditional silos and is saving and transforming lives. We've introduced measures to develop a more comprehensive and equitable criminal justice system, including ensuring a clear definition of consent, strengthening laws against gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, toughening bail eligibility for repeat offenders, introducing 5 days paid leave for survivors of family violence so they can get the help that they need, and supporting legislation that ensures judges receive training on gender-based violence and counteracting centuries of common misconceptions, biases, and myths about sexual assault. We're working with Indigenous partners, those in territories and provinces, to move forward after 38 years of the federal provincial table on the status of women meeting, Mr. Speaker, to move forward with a national action plan on gender-based violence so that no matter where they are, survivors can count on reliable supports. This past year, we've helped close to 1 million women, children, and gender diverse folks during the pandemic find safety and supports. And every year, programming through Women and Gender Equality supports, saves, and transforms the lives of some 6 million Canadians. Moving forward, Mr. Speaker, survivors continue to deserve trauma-informed, culturally sensitive supports and a system that allows them to seek the justice they receive. Budget 2021 includes $3 billion to address and prevent gender-based violence in all its forms. It includes $236 million to address and prevent sexual misconduct in the military. That fund is going to provide a professionally co-facilitated peer support program. It's going to enhance supports to the Sexual Misconduct and Response Center, which we've heard much about during the debate. Let me take the time to thank those who work at the SMRC, as well as its founding members who have worked so hard. This is emotionally laborious work, Mr. Speaker, and they ought to be saluted. The budget includes $70 million to research women's health and to support access to sexual and reproductive health. $160 million to support the mental health of Canadians, serious investments in early learning and childcare, and of course, $600 million to move forward with a national action plan. As for the armed forces, they will dig deep to root out the harmful attitudes and beliefs that have corrupted their culture and enabled misconduct. They will eliminate discrimination, biases, harmful stereotypes, and systemic barriers to create a truly diverse and inclusive workforce and culture. And most importantly, they will listen and learn from their people, past and present, as they work to rebuild trust. And we will be there working with them and moving them forward, ensuring that survivors remain at the heart of this work. As Minister Sajjan said last week, to every member in the armed forces and to every person in the Department of National Defence who's been affected by sexual harassment and violence, we are truly sorry. We regret the pain that it's caused you and your families, and we regret the talent and the contributions that your country has missed out on. We know the current reporting system does not meet your needs, and that you don't feel able to report misconduct out of fear of reprisal or retribution. We know that culture change is key. We've heard you when you said sexual misconduct is a symptom of the problem, not the root of it, and that we need to have a more holistic approach to this work. We know the work ahead is difficult, Mr. Speaker, but we also know that the institution that we're talking about is strong enough for this change. And clearly, every member of this House is ready, willing, and able to support the institution in this important cultural change. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my honourable member. I must say I do know that the member does work when it comes, she works very hard when it comes to violence against women and when it comes to sexual harassment. But I'm really concerned that the higher-ups, the people in the PMO and the Defence Minister, did not recognize that there was such a problem. I'm looking at this and I'm just concerned because as the minister, you know, I know what it's like because her and I have both looked everything on status of women. We know that it's a report after report after report. And today we are talking about this government providing another report in response. So that is my first question. Will another report do the job? And my second question to the minister is, when you asked, obviously the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister are reaching out to this minister on this. When she asked about what they would do better and for a checkup, how did the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defence talk to the minister on this, and how did they approach what has just happened in the Canadian Armed Forces under their watch?
Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her passion and her commitment to advancing women and gender equality. The work that Madame Arbour is doing, as you've heard from Madame Deschamps, will build on the report that was presented. This particular phase of the response isn't about if there are changes that need to be made, but rather how to make them. In addition to the report, Mr. Speaker, we're also very much looking forward to Lieutenant General Carignan doing her important work to have a one-stop shop that addresses equity and gender-based violence within the military system is important. For example, we know that there is data, but data is all over the place and it's difficult to access. And that's one example of the challenge that we're trying to solve and how both Madame Arbour's report and the work that General Carignan will be doing will matter. In addition, Mr. Speaker, there's $236 million in the budget, which I really hope we're able to pass together to support survivors.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Really, this is a very concerning issue, but I'm also wondering about the Liberal record in the use of the previous reports, the Deschamps report, but also, too, is that the former Chief Government Whip, Andrew Leslie, served in the military as Lieutenant General, and then also served as a Liberal Member of Parliament in their cabinet during this time frame as well. So I'd like to know from the member whether or not she or her government have reached out to Andrew Leslie to get his perspective, because he was Lieutenant General for the Land Forces for a number of years, but also sat as a Chief Government Whip and also a Liberal Member of Parliament for Orleans.
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague and assure him that my time is spent listening to experts, listening to survivors who have the courage to come forward, and connecting with colleagues in this House, as well as Defence and Armed Forces, to make sure that we get it right. We get it right this time.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Rimouski-Neigette, Rimouski-Basque.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, the Deschamps report demonstrated that within the armed forces, there was a sexist culture that closed its eyes on sexual misconduct. In this report, there were 10 recommendations. The main one was to making complaints independent of the armed forces. Justice Deschamps appeared before the committee and appeared to demonstrate that the centre is not independent of the armed forces. With my colleague, what is the point of conducting another report, they were unable to implement the main recommendation of the report from 5 years ago. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague can appreciate, the issues around gender-based violence are complex and deeply rooted in society. But sexual misconduct and gender-based violence, as it occurs within institutions like military, is even more complex. The work that Madame Deschamps did years ago is important, and it has allowed the government and DND to make progress, but far more work needs to be done. Madame Arbour's work is going to allow us to move forward, and we're not waiting for a report. As she hears testimony, as we continue to hear from survivors, we will be sure to implement measures that improve the safety and well-being for all members in DND and armed forces. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we're also looking for ideas that this chamber may have. In addition to that independent review, what else can we do as parliamentarians to change the conversation about gender-based violence and workplace harassment, not just in the armed forces, but in every workplace?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Lakeland. As the Member of Parliament for Garrison Petawawa, located in the force-wielding riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, soldiers know I always have their back. It's a great disappointment to Canadians that once again the Prime Minister has chosen to waste the public's valuable time. Our economy is about to burn, the raging pandemic is worsening. All the while, the Prime Minister insists the Conservative government in waiting deal with the problem of toxic masculinity. This motion is to dismiss his hapless employee, Katie Telford. Another woman will be sacrificed. In this case, it's for misplaced loyalty. The Prime Minister's toxic masculinity is out of control. It has been for a very long time. Now, the Prime Minister's toxic masculinity problem is a Liberal brand problem. It must be degrading to be a female member of the Liberal Party and be forced to continually have to apologize and make excuses for the Prime Minister's toxic masculinity. The member for Canada Carleton wore the uniform for the member of the Canadian Armed Forces. Does she and female colleagues like Defence Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Ottawa West Nepean, not realize that by defending the Prime Minister, his unacceptable misogynistic behavior, they're enabling toxic masculinity? Do the women in the Liberal Party not see this pattern of behavior? Do these women really think that the former female Minister of Justice, the female Minister of Health, the Prime Minister's own female Parliamentary Secretary were all wrong in refusing to put up with the Prime Minister's toxic masculinity? It all comes down to power. Another female Liberal in the Liberal Party who thought she had power, Katie Telford, is being thrown under the bus by the Prime Minister. He's become the laughingstock of world leaders with his blackface, Mr. Dress-Up, cultural appropriation antics. If Katie Telford, as the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, cannot understand she should have resigned months ago, she must be fired by the Prime Minister. It's not as if she didn't know the Prime Minister has a serious problem with toxic masculinity. Her job as Chief of Staff is to say no every time the Prime Minister has an ethical and moral lapse in judgment. Gerald Butts failed to do his job, and he fell on his sword. Now it's time for Katie Telford to do the same. Toxic masculinity is a Liberal problem. On International Women's Day, I asked the Minister of National Defence a simple question. Who was the minister trying to protect, himself or the Prime Minister? That same question has now been answered by the Prime Minister's female Chief of Staff. Now that the story from the Prime Minister is that the Chief of Staff withheld important information from him. It was the Prime Minister who shut down the investigation by the Standing Committee on National Defence into the appalling record of the government in defending gender equality for women serving their country in the military. Operation Honour, the Canadian Armed Forces mission to prevent and address sexual misconduct within its ranks, was doomed from the outset. How could anyone in the government take Operation Honor seriously? Soldiers dubbed it Hop Honor. Why would anyone take it seriously when the Prime Minister was not taking these incidents as sexual harassment of female soldiers seriously? The same can be said about the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. She obviously doesn't take the concerns of sexual harassment of female soldiers seriously. If we believe the Prime Minister's claim that his Chief of Staff could not be bothered to inform him of the claims of sexual misconduct. This is the same Prime Minister who, when confronted with the facts surrounding his groping of a young female reporter, exclaimed, "She must have experienced it differently." That's a classic blame the victim trope. The Prime Minister's toxic masculinity is a festering sore that's infected the entire Liberal Party. Now, the Prime Minister has directed the female members of his caucus to look for someone or something else to blame. According to the female member of Parliament for Ottawa West Nepean, it's the culture of toxic masculinity from the Canadian Armed Forces that's to blame. Blame the soldiers for the breakdown in leadership that stops at the top with the Prime Minister. Not to be outdone to curry favor from the Prime Minister, the female member from the rural Newfoundland and Labrador riding of Long Range Mountains even went further in trying to tie toxic masculinity in Canada's military to Canadians recruited from rural Canada. Her Liberal talking point somehow tied Canadians from rural Canada who joined Canada's armed forces as convenient scapegoats. She's from rural Canada, and in this case, Atlantic Canada, indicating the member's experiences with her own constituents. Well, as they say in Atlantic Canada, the fish rots from the head. Liberal female MPs, such as the one for Pickering, Uxbridge, Ottawa, and Newfoundland and Labrador should be ashamed when the name of the leader of the Liberal Party is used in the same paragraph as Harvey Weinstein's and Jeffrey Epstein's to make a point that Canada is going backward, not forward, when it comes to making progress combating sexual misconduct and violence against women in all its ugly faces. Toxic masculinity is not a military problem. It's a Liberal Party problem. And the greatest disappointment in this entire discussion has been the deafening silence from the female Liberal caucus. They've quietly condoned the Prime Minister's behavior with their silence. Not one female Liberal MP rose to defend the female reporter who was subjected to an unwanted sexual advance by the Prime Minister in her workplace, the Kokanee Grove. Not one government MP rose to demand a coherent explanation of what the Prime Minister admitted to doing when he was shamed into providing an apology to the young female reporter who was the subject of his unwanted advance. Enabling bad behavior guarantees it will continue, like blaming the victim. Silence is tacit approval. And the problem of toxic masculinity starts at the top with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has an outrageous record of making bad decisions when it comes to Canada's military. This policy failure of the Prime Minister and his government, and his failure to deal with sexual harassment in the military, can be traced to his treatment of women. It's no different from the way the Prime Minister treats the women in his own party, such as the former Justice Minister during the SNC-Lavalin scandal. This is what a female member, Ontario Liberal member and a member of the Prime Minister's caucus had to say. Quote, "In a feminist government, throwing female members of Parliament under the bus, I didn't appreciate that. Especially at a time when we're saying we believe in women. You believe in them when it's convenient, and you leave them when it's not." So we're just a number of different instances that just didn't sit right with me and the principles that I hold dear. And I wanted to make sure that I was able to look at myself in the mirror the next day. End of quote. How can female Liberal members of Parliament still look at themselves in the mirror every day, knowing that after Operation was blown out of the water? It recorded 581 incidents of sexual assault and 221 cases of sexual harassment between April 1st, 2016 and March 9th, 2021. The Prime Minister thinks that having female members of his caucus mouth empty platitudes will fool women. Well, he sure doesn't fool this female Conservative, proud to be a Conservative member of Parliament.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for a surreal speech. We hear more and more talk about people being woke. I suppose this was supposed to be a woke on acid kind of speech. I'll stop there. There was a lot of reference to toxic masculinity, and I find it all the stranger coming from a party that constantly questions women's right to make decisions about their own bodies when it comes to abortion. But let's just leave that aside. We know that the government was slow or simply didn't act on the General Vance case. But I'd like to ask my colleague a question, because we also know that in 2015, the first allegations about that general were raised, and her party, the Conservative Party, decided to shunt those allegations aside. They're the ones who put General Vance in that position. Are they not the ones demonstrating support for toxic masculinity?
It goes off on tangents, it deflects. In 2015, the current leader of Her Majesty's official opposition heard a rumor, and based on rumor alone, took it to the Prime Minister's office to have investigated. Here we have a minister who had the ombudsman for military come with an actual evidence of inappropriate sexual behavior. And what did he do? No, I don't want to see it. Swept it under the rug and then deny, deflect, delay. Until maybe it'll go away. There'll be an election, and we can all start over again. That's not going to happen, not this time.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just double checking. I have my headset with me today. I would like to thank the member for her comments today. And she did speak a lot about toxic masculinity. And I want to follow up on my colleague from the bloc from 2015. Prime Minister Stephen Harper and former Prime Minister, my Premier of Alberta, the then Minister of National Defence, Jason Kenney, were aware of the allegations and the investigation being conducted in 2015. That's not up for debate. Does she not worry that by attacking one of the only women involved in the Prime Minister's office in this scandal, in this issue, that she is in fact punishing a woman while allowing that same toxic masculinity that we saw with Stephen Harper, that we saw with Jason Kenney, that we see with the current Prime Minister and the current Minister of Defence? That is she not allowing that toxic masculinity to continue?
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
First of all, the allegations about former members of the Conservative Party are irrelevant and unfounded completely. In terms of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, we're not punishing her. We have invited her to come before committee and explain herself. All these allegations are being made. We want her to be heard. We want her to have a voice. That's why we've invited her, so we can get to the truth.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like my honourable colleague's opinion on the best way forward to hold, the Prime Minister to account. Ultimately, it was his Chief of Staff that failed to provide the information to him that this was of these sexual sexual misconduct allegations against the Chief of Defence Staff. And again, that's what we're debating today, is why the Chief of Staff failed to bring that information forward to the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
Again, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing in committee is we asked her to come forward to be able to defend herself. Did she really give the Prime Minister executive deniability by not telling him about the situation? Or is she being thrown under the bus? We want to give her a chance.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quote, "There is no room in the Canadian Armed Forces for sexism, misogyny, racism, anti-Semitism, discrimination, harassment, or any other conduct that prevents the institution from being a truly welcoming and inclusive organization." That's how the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence began her reply to an order paper question by the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, detailing how the Canadian Armed Forces deal with sexual misconduct. And I just want to give kudos to my colleague from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for her powerful and utter indictment that she just delivered. It is becoming disturbingly clear that the Liberals have actually allowed room for sexual misconduct and harassment in the military, despite all their rhetoric. Doubtlessly, they would be happy to take credit for how much progress has been made otherwise. Indeed, this defense minister in particular is not shy about taking credit, as he did when he stole valor and claimed to be the architect of Operation Medusa. But true to pattern, the Liberals are dodging, shutting down committees, keeping staff from being questioned, and embroiled in yet another cover-up scandal. Today, it's Parliament's job to debate this cover-up by the Prime Minister's own Chief of Staff. She was informed of specific sexual harassment allegations against General Jonathan Vance 3 years ago. 3 years of another victim's voice being silenced. Committee testimony revealed that senior PMO staffer Elder Marquez briefed the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff about an issue related to the Chief of Defence Staff, and that the Military Ombudsman and the Canadian Armed Forces had discussions with the Minister of National Defence. Now, Mr. Marquez doesn't work for the Prime Minister or the Liberals anymore, so he wasn't barred from testifying at committee like every other Liberal staffer has been. His testimony shines a light on how high up these discussions went and how many people knew but turned a blind eye. In March 2018, the Privy Council office was informed of the allegations, but came to a, quote, impasse. No further action was taken. This didn't clear General Vance, rather it only stalled the investigation. And even so, a pay raise that bureaucrats say this minister was involved in was still given to him in May 2019. Allegations began being publicly reported in 2021. 581. That's the number of sexual assaults reported under Operation Honor between April 1st, 2016 and March 9th, 2021. 221 is the number of sexual harassments reported during that same time period. These numbers represent real men and women in uniform, and they are just the ones that are known about. How many more have not and will not come forward because they see how these allegations are handled, because they see those in the highest positions of authority avoiding their responsibility to protect them, like the Minister of National Defence. The Minister's inaction and evasiveness harm Canada's men and women in uniform. That's perhaps the most disturbing part. Operation Honor is referred to casually in the military as Operation Hop on Her, and ironically, in the very worst way, was headed by General Vance. Many members of the military report that if they come forward with sexual assault allegations that are not proven, they're given two options: return to their unit or be honorably discharged. So effectively, lose your job or go back with your abuser. Sadly, this kind of thing isn't that unusual in predominantly closed institutions that rely on the discipline of a rigid power hierarchy. But it's mind-boggling that this minister failed to take any real action during the past 6 years since the Deschamps report and recommendations on sexual misconduct and underreporting in the military in 2015, while simultaneously declaring themselves a feminist government and turning a blind eye to allegations brought directly to him by the military ombudsman. 6 years of failing to act and to proactively address this systemic challenge for the men and women he served with and who served under him. The Minister of Defence is avoiding his own responsibility and is an active part of this Liberal cover-up. I can't fathom why he would choose to ignore the evidence brought to him by the Ombudsman and to silence voices of victims, but perhaps the fact that General Vance was this minister's superior during his own military service is insightful.
Regardless, when confronted with difficult situations, strong leaders take responsibility and take action. The Ombudsman confirmed that the Defence Minister was strong in one way, strong in his refusal to see any evidence about the allegations against General Vance, and strong in his efforts to keep the Ombudsman away from his office after that. He cancelled 7 meetings to avoid further discussions. Ombudsman Walbourne testified, quote, "I did tell the minister what the allegation was. I reached into my pocket to show him the evidence I was holding. He pushed back from the table and said, no." When presented with evidence of sexual misconduct, evading and avoiding can never be the reaction. The Defence Minister failed in his duty and has broken trust with men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces and with all Canadians, more than once. It's reported that General Vance believes he is, quote, untouchable. I suggest the Minister and all the people at the top have enabled that conclusion. But that seems to be systemic in this particular government. This Prime Minister first claimed his office knew nothing about the allegations, but the evidence shows his most powerful, privileged, and likely closest confidant and staff member knew about it. And she abdicated her duty and orchestrated a cover-up of the allegations. So she is also complicit in silencing voices of victims and survivors of sexual misconduct. And if she had nothing to hide, I think she'd gladly step forward in committee and proactively share the steps the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, and government are taking to strengthen the reporting, investigations, and consequences for sexual misconduct in the military. Instead, they're interfering with committee scrutiny and have announced yet another review rather than acting on recommendations from the major report done shortly before they were elected in 2015. But Canadians have heard this song and dance too many times from this Liberal government. Yet another example of passing the buck, of dodging responsibilities, of saying one thing and doing another. The filibustering of witness discussions at Defence Committee clearly imitates the filibustering, delaying, and dodging that was a hallmark of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister pressured the former Attorney General, still the member for Vancouver-Granville today, to interfere in an independent prosecution. And when she refused and resisted months of relentless pressure that he also denied, he fired her. And it's much like the still ongoing cover-up of the We Charity scandal. As recently as April 27th, the Prime Minister said neither the Defence Minister nor his office knew the complaint against General Vance was one of sexual misconduct, but his own former staffer testified that he himself kept the Chief of Staff updated about the bureaucratic investigation into the claims, and that the bureaucrats were informed the allegation was related to, quote, sexual harassment. The Liberal chair of the Defence Committee unceremoniously cancelled the meeting to which the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff had been invited to clear all of this up. And as recently as this past weekend, the Defence Minister studiously avoided answering directly whether he knew the allegation was sexual in nature. All of this stretches the bounds of believability of the Prime Minister's claim that no one really knew the details. But of course, it all makes sense in the context of hiding something. Canadians know well the lengths to which this particular government will go. And with this government, where there's cover-up, there's scandal. There are clearly networks of very powerful people at the very top who must be held accountable. And as this Prime Minister once used to say, there's clearly a need for sunlight as the best disinfectant. Quite obviously, the Liberals ought to actually walk their talk and work immediately to implement recommendations from the report they have sat on since 2015, instead of simply doing yet another review, despite the esteem of the former justice now in charge of it. Because justice delayed is also justice denied. And for victims of sexual harassment and abuse, that is only too true. Operation Honor itself puts a fine point on it in the path to dignity and respect. Quote, whether real or perceived organizational tolerance of sexual misconduct or a pervasive, insufficient organizational response to incidents will contribute to a climate where sexual misconduct is ignored, minimized, or excused, and impacts the willingness of people to report incidents. It's chilling that the top soldier in charge of it was the very person who reportedly intimidated and threatened consequences against his target. Major Kelly Brennan said, quote, it's recorded, him directing me what to say, what not to say, how to say it, what to exclude, how to perjure myself and to lie. And that, quote, I definitely feel that there will not be justice for me. If my speaking out can change everything for others to come forward and to change our policies, that's okay with me. Such a debt of gratitude is owed to her and to all men and women who volunteered to enter into harm's way to protect all of us and serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. The loss of trust in leadership must be staggering, and it must be severely damaging. The least that can be done is for the Prime Minister to take the first step in showing that people will be held to account by firing his Chief of Staff. But it can't stop there. The Defence Minister is also complicit, and he also needs to be held accountable for his actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a bit of a hard time today following at times because I hear on one side of the House things that I can't relate to at all when they talk about toxic masculinity. And on the other side, on the Liberal side, I find that there's a patience. The women who've spoken have been very patient about the complaints about sexual misconduct. They seem, I don't understand where they get their complacency from. But something came out recently on social media. A senator said the following. According to him, Justice Arbour, who has a great international reputation, should not be playing in this cynical piece of theater because the victims have been sacrificed to protect the image of the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister. My question is this. Does my colleague hope or call for the Minister to resign? The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
I'm sure it won't surprise my colleague to know that I have no faith or confidence in this particular Minister of National Defense. And I think he's frankly earned that lack of trust and that loss of confidence. And not just on the issue we're talking about today, but including on some others that I've noted. I'm also glad to my colleague for raising this issue about toxic masculinity, which my colleague from Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke spoke about. And they were asking her why she was bringing it up. I'll tell you why she's bringing it up. Because in the response to her order paper question, it's the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defense who talks about that in the reply. The government's reply says, National Defense understands that a culture change within the Canadian Armed Forces is required to remove a culture of toxic masculinity. And then it goes on to say to create an environment where everyone is respected, valued, and can feel safe to contribute to the best of their ability. I think she quite rightfully and truthfully showed toxic masculinity well in the leadership roles of the current Liberal government. And what she is saying is to not blame the men and women serving in the military and a culture within the military, but let's hold the people who Canadians elected and trusted to do their jobs, like the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Defense, to account.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Les Îles, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague, since the former Justice Deschamps tabled a report 6 years ago, and the government since then has not taken any action and appointed a new judge, Justice Arbour, to do another analysis of the situation. We already know the conclusions that came out of the first report. Could my colleague, or does she think that this new report will bring us any new elements that will change the decision to do things differently in the Canadian Armed Forces?
For Lakeland.
I think I don't know the answer to that question, what a new review might find and what a new report might contain. But as my colleague pointed out, this work has already been done and recommendations have already been made to take concrete action to address this issue of underreporting and then a lack of consequences for sexual misconduct. And that's the right thing to do for all the men and women who serve in the Canadian Armed Forces and for the women and also men who are also victims of sexual misconduct. My real concern, I think that ought to concern every Canadian, is why the heck the Liberals haven't actually taken action based on those recommendations that were in that report shortly before they were elected in 2015, how they've possibly sat on that for the last 6 years while calling themselves feminists, while having evidence being brought directly to them against the top soldier, to which they turned a blind eye and now are continuing to perpetuate a cover-up.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Mathis Matapan-Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for this speech, and we talked about it yesterday in the committee. I think having a report after another report is something that just is never ending. Justice Deschamps had already provided recommendations to the government. Clearly, she will agree with me that the government is hiding behind a new report instead of taking action when it comes to General Vance. Does she think that it's not high time to take action instead of hiding behind yet another report? And if people have to leave, so be it. But I think there are other things that could be done. I'd like to hear comments on that.
For Lakeland.
Yes, similar to what my previous colleague asked, I certainly do agree with the member that it is high time for action to be taken. I think there's a couple of things. There needs to be immediate transparency and accountability for the subject of the issue that we're talking about, which is why we're calling for the Prime Minister to take action to fire the Chief of Staff. But obviously, they also need to allow everybody else who might have knowledge about this particular issue to testify at committee and to be transparent. But to the larger issue, I mean, I completely agree. I don't know why there has been a delay on acting on the concrete recommendations that were already provided. And I do want to say to this particular colleague, I very much enjoy working with her on the Public Safety Committee. I think she's an incredible MP, extremely gifted, very strong. And I know we constantly share our frustration at governments and committees. We're simply creating report after report after report. And I know that that's what we like to see action and call for action. I certainly know my constituents in Lakeland do too. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Ford Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with, and I made a big sigh there, it's because it's with a great deal of exasperation that I speak today on the issue of sexual misconduct allegations in the Canadian Forces as Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which has studied this issue. A very important issue at that. I have heard very troubling and worrying testimony from survivors. These survivors asked the current government to take action to restore confidence in this institution. We know that the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff was informed of a specific allegation of sexual harassment against General Jonathan Vance 3 years ago. We know that the Prime Minister stated that this allegation of sexual harassment was never brought to his attention, and yet we've learned enough to question the veracity of that. We know that the Prime Minister said that people in positions of authority had the duty to take action if there were allegations. However, and I'm going to repeat what my colleagues have said today already, that the Bloc Québécois will vote against this motion for a major essential reason. Because the House of Commons has no business in beginning to manage the Prime Minister's cabinet. Blaming an employee for inaction by the Minister of Defence and the Prime Minister would create a dangerous precedent when it comes to ministerial responsibility. The Trudeau government knew that there were allegations of misconduct against Vance. They chose to do nothing, to engage in willful blindness. Why try to blame an employee who was only following her boss's orders? This Conservative motion is therefore surprising. I will continue my speech by talking about the past position of the Conservatives, what we already know about the history in recent years under the Liberal government, and I will conclude in referring to various points related to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. First, the Conservative Party is in no position to give lessons. The current Conservative Party leader was himself informed of allegations of sexual misconduct against General Vance, which did not prevent the Conservatives from appointing him as Chief of the Defence Staff, even though everyone knew. The Prime Minister, the Minister of Defence, and the current leader of the official opposition are responsible and accountable for the scandals of sexual misconduct involving high-ranking members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It's time to take our heads out of the sand. The Prime Minister did not insert the implementation of the Deschamps report in the mandate letter of the current Minister of Defence, any of the three opportunities to do so in 2015, 2019, and 2021. In baseball, that's 3 strikes and you're out. Everybody in his office was aware of allegations against Vance, but the Prime Minister is claiming that he knew nothing. His own minister did absolutely nothing, or almost, by practicing willful blindness, and the Prime Minister never sanctioned him. The Prime Minister had rejected 2 ministers of his own cabinet, and this is a double standard. Why? He said they did not know about allegations against Vance, but everybody in his office knew and his own minister knew. If his own minister and his own employees were hiding this kind of information from him, it's proof yet again of his incompetence in managing his team, yet another proof of his egregious lack of leadership. The Minister of Defence did nothing when the former Ombudsman of the Canadian Armed Forces, Gary Walbourne, informed him during a private meeting on March 1st, 2018. The Minister of Defence refused to see the proof against Walbourne in what Walbourne described as a tense meeting. When he came to testify before the Standing Committee on Defence after the story about Vance was published in the media, the minister categorically refused to answer all the questions asked, saying instead that he was surprised to learn of the allegations against Vance in the media. Then, after having been accused of not even having wanted to learn anything about the file, according to the former Ombudsman Gary Walbourne, the minister came back to the Standing Committee on Defence, claiming this time that he did not learn about the allegations against Vance because he did not want to interfere, which all the witnesses heard, with the exception of the Liberals, and they consider this to be without foundation. More recently, the Minister of Defence affirmed that the nature of the allegations against Vance were not important, proving once again that he did not take this situation seriously. Furthermore, he has been the Minister of Defence since 2015. But he has not always implemented the measures set out in the Deschamps report. One of the main recommendations was to have an external mechanism for reporting sexual misconduct for members of the Canadian Armed Forces. It's been 6 years since Justice Deschamps provided these recommendations, but the Liberals did not follow up. Justice Deschamps commented in committee that, according to her, very little was done and very little had changed. The Liberal government had chosen to do nothing, like it chose to do nothing with General Vance. Instead, it chose to announce on April 29th, 2021, that it had given a former Supreme Court Justice Louise Arbour a mandate to conduct a full and independent examination of the misconduct problems in the Army. All my respect to Ms. Arbour, she has a great reputation. However, this does not excuse in any way the behavior and inaction of the government when it came to General Vance for 3 years. In 2015, the Conservatives appointed General Vance as the head of the Canadian Armed Forces when they already had heard allegations of sexual misconduct against him. The leader of the official opposition, then Minister of Veterans Affairs, knew that there were allegations of sexual misconduct against Vance. There was an inquiry by the military police against Vance, but it was abandoned the same day that Vance became Chief of the Defence Staff. So the boss of the military police, and this occurred on 17th of July, 2015. The Conservatives didn't even wait for the conclusions of the report, and they were no more cautious in appointing Vance as the head of the forces when they already knew that the role of the new Chief of the Defence Staff would be to implement the recommendations set out in the Deschamps report. Now, let's go back to some other facts related to these stories, particularly with regard to the Deschamps report. Since on March 27, 2015, former Justice Marie Deschamps published a devastating report on sexual misconduct, considering that sexual misconduct was generalized in the forces and that there was a sexist culture that was closing its eyes to cases of sexual misconduct. The report had ordered that in the wake of accusations against Warrant Officer André Gagnon, who had sexually assaulted a subordinate, Corporal Stephanie Raymond, in December 2011. Corporal Raymond had laid a complaint against Warrant Officer Gagnon in 2012, but the chain of command turned against her, pushing her to take leave for misconduct in 2013, and she came to testify before the committee. Warrant Officer Gagnon was acquitted in 2014, and then in 2021, after Raymond managed to appeal the decision, he finally pleaded guilty. Corporal Raymond came to testify before the Standing Committee on the Status of Women and confirmed the difficulties that had followed her complaint, including intimidation and the reprisals that she was subjected to, forcing her to resign. The report contained 10 recommendations, the main of which was to make the reporting of this kind of conduct independent and external to the Canadian Forces and the Minister of National Defence. When she testified before the Standing Committee of Defence in February 21 and the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, Marie Deschamps considered that very little had been done since the publication of a report in 2015 and that very little had changed. 3 recommendations out of 10 were only put in place in 2019. This is really not a good average. Elder Marquez, a former advisor to the Prime Minister, and the Liberals even filibustered in the committee to try to avoid having him come and testify. He finally came and testified before the Committee on Defence, and he confirmed that the Chief of Staff for the Prime Minister, Katie Telford, knew about the comments about Vance and that she had spoken to him about this. There were no details about the nature of the allegations, only misconduct was mentioned, but Marquez said that everybody understood that it was about sexual misconduct. 2 close advisors to the PM, and probably others were aware, but Marcus says that he didn't remember having raised this issue with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister denies being aware of the allegations against Vance, saying that Walborn never transferred the documents requested to his office and that he didn't know that there were these Me Too allegations. However, he never clearly denied that he knew that there were unknown allegations against Vance. He specified that he did not know that there were allegations of sexual misconduct, which could be his exit if any emails or testimony confirmed that he did know. The Liberals' defense then makes no sense. What the victim needed was leadership, but the Liberals did the opposite. The Minister of Defence was consulted in 2019 to increase Vance's salary by $50,000 retroactive to April 1st, 2018. The Prime Minister signed this pay raise. Why did he give a pay raise to General Vance after his office was aware of the allegations against him? It's unacceptable. On January 14, 2021, Vance retired. In February 2021, Global News reported cases of misconduct against Vance, including his relationship with a subordinate and obscene emails exchanged in 2012 with a much younger soldier. The woman in question was threatened by Vance on a number of occasions based on what she reported publicly. Vance was considered untouchable, and he confirmed that he controlled the National Canadian Forces Investigation Service. I heard this also in committee. The Defence Committee chose to undertake a study on the allegations against Vance. When the minister was called the first time, he affirmed that he had learned of the allegations against Vance in the media, and he refused systematically to answer the questions, claiming that the case was before the courts. The testimony by Gary Walborn, who confirmed that he had informed the minister and that the minister didn't even want to see the file, blew back up in the government's face. Other testimony in the committee confirmed that the minister should have taken action and that he had a number of tools to ask for an inquiry to be opened against Vance. The minister came back to the committee in March, accepting this time to speak instead of trying to defend his management of the file. He affirmed having refused to see Walborn's file on the pretext that he didn't want to conduct the investigation himself, that no one had asked him. The Liberals did not hesitate to filibuster to avoid having Liberal employees appear. And I know that because I was replacing someone on the Standing Committee on Defence and avoiding having Zita Astraves and Elder Marquez in particular come before the committee. When other employees were called by the House, the Liberals chose instead to send the Minister of Defence, and they said they were preventing their employees from testifying. But I want to repeat, the two parties chose to do nothing, even if the Conservatives had already heard of these allegations against him, but they still appointed him Chief of the Defence Staff. The Canadian Forces were severely criticized for their management of sexual misconduct and the general sexist culture. In the absence of proof, there are many rumors and allegations against Vance that remain. Why did the Conservatives not appoint somebody with a sterling reputation? The Liberals chose to do nothing in this file, and the minister has refused to meet the former ombudsman 12 times and refused to look at the evidence, claiming that he didn't want to interfere in the investigation. The Prime Minister's entourage know that there were allegations against Vance. But even if the Prime Minister didn't know the details, everybody around him did believe that the allegations involved sexual misconduct. Madam Speaker, the Minister stated that the nature of the allegations against Vance were not important. What counted were actions. The Liberals did nothing in this file. They didn't they didn't implement the main recommendations in the Deschamps report, particularly the independent complaints process. And today, there are 4 generals who have sexual misconduct allegations against them. It's not all the fault of Katie Telford, but all of Cabinet, with the Minister of Defence and the Prime Minister at the head of that. In conclusion, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, we learned, among other things, that officers regularly tried to interfere following allegations, and that Army prosecutors ended up negotiating inadequate agreements with the victims. A number of survivors developed a mistrust of the internal justice system and wanted the allegations not to be dealt with by the police, the prosecutors, and the judges belonging to the Canadian Armed Forces. Corporal Raymond won his case in the civil courts after many years of difficult trials. General Vance launched in 2015 Operation Armor, which promised to ensure that victims of sexual misconduct need not fear being heard, but Operation Honor did not keep its promises, according to investigations by the Fifth Estate. For the past 4 years following its launch, the rate of conviction for sexual assault was 14%, below the rate of 42% seen in Canadian civil courts. But beyond all this, it's an entire culture that needs to change. There is also the testimony in committee of Julie Lalonde, who came to confirm the difficulties she experienced when she tried to give training to cadets at the Canadian Military College in Kingston, when she tried to make them aware of harassment issues, and the comments that she heard were degrading, macho, and sexist. Another witness came to testify. An employee said that she was a victim of harassment. There were a number of other survivors who testified about the lack of recognition for the trauma that they have suffered, including post-traumatic stress syndrome during missions abroad. It's not the same thing for victims of sexual assault and sexual misconduct. The effects occur not just on survivors, but on their entourage. A study was undertaken by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, but it stopped during the election call in 2019. If there are allegations of sexual misconduct domestically, there must be cases of sexual misconduct also abroad during foreign missions. So, as I indicated, a study had been undertaken by the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, but then there was the election call in 2019. In conclusion, we must absolutely put an end to the silence around the abuse of power and harassment. We must stop blaming people. Let's conclude the studies. Let's bring forward concrete solutions. It is time to stop discouraging women and those who wish to serve in the Canadian Forces. We must stop pushing things off to future with yet another report. We need concrete solutions that can be put in place to help the survivors. Madam Speaker, let us take action.
Comments, the honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Near the beginning of the speech, the member mentioned how she's listened to the stories of victims who've come forth to her. My question is, what does she need to see? What needs to happen before she can recommend to a young woman to enroll in the Canadian Armed Forces, a daughter even perhaps? What does she need to know has changed in order to be able to recommend somebody to the Canadian military, a woman to the Canadian military with a clear conscience? Thank you.
Honorable député de Shefford.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie ma collègue.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. At the same time, there are so many things to change. I talked about the importance of regaining the trust of young women who want to enroll in the Canadian Armed Forces, but for that, given what's happening right now, everything that's being denounced in the media, it's not encouraging to young women. I think that they need to have their trust regained. There needs to be an independent organization. I talked about accompanying survivors, helping them to deal with PTSD. That's not recognized enough for victims of sexual assault. If we apply the Deschamps report, it would be important because it would help young women to feel more trust. But beyond that, what I wish to say is that based on other testimony that I heard, being on a we need kits so that there's easier ways to denounce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, in terms of the government not following through with some of its promises, how deflating that is that for real change? One of the things is if you use symbolism but don't act on actual specific measures and actually have consequences, what does it do for other people?
Je m'excuse. I believe the honourable member will have to repeat. We'll just double check because apparently there's a problem with the translation. Est-ce que la traduction fonctionne? Does it work now? Is it working now? The honourable member for Shefford, is the translation working now? No? Yes?
Madame la Présidente.
Okay, if you could do the question briefly again. Thank you. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, if there is not any significant consequences as opposed to just symbolism that the Prime Minister has shown, how deflating is that for real change and for the people affected and traumatized by what's taken place?
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Shefford. We have to move beyond symbolism and apply real actions so that people are accountable. For a Prime Minister that says he's a feminist, it's important to emphasize that those who are accused of sexual assault are properly punished and take the consequences of their actions, not through symbols, but through real action.
It being 5:44, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Bazan, move that given that A, women and all members of the Canadian Armed Forces, dispense? Dispense? Agreed? Therefore, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, we asked for a recorded division, Madam Chair.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Island has a point of order.
Right. Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:59 in order to start private members' business.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:59? Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. It being 5:59, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, affaires émanant des députés.
Private members' business. Debate on motion M62.
Of Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris, seconded by Mr. Davies, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should establish a federal dental care plan as soon as possible for Canadian families earning less than $90,000 per year who are not covered by a dental care plan as an interim measure toward the inclusion of full dental care in Canada's healthcare system. Debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am very pleased to rise today in this virtual House to begin debate on this extremely important motion that would establish a federal dental care plan for all Canadian families who do not have currently have a dental care plan, who are earning less than $90,000 a year family income. That would be an interim measure toward the inclusion of full dental care in Canada's healthcare system. And Madam Speaker, I think it's well known that Canadians are very proud of their healthcare system, their national, universal, publicly funded Medicare system. It's a point of national pride. It's in fact a defining element of our society. When you ask people in public opinion polls, they treat it as a national treasure, and indeed it is a national treasure. It provides equal care regardless of social status, income, the place of the country that you live. You're entitled to care by their healthcare system without using your credit card. You use your healthcare card. But, you know, we have a significant gap in that system because oral health, it turns out to be one of the most unequal aspects of healthcare in Canada because most dental care isn't covered by any public insurance plans. In fact, those with the highest levels of oral health problems are also those with the greatest difficulty accessing oral health care due to cost. We have about 35% of Canadians who have no dental care plan at all. And we have more than 20% of Canadians avoid going to the dentist because of the cost. It takes them in a situation where other aspects of their health is affected. Left untreated, poor dental hygiene is linked to many other serious conditions like cardiovascular disease, dementia, respiratory infections, diabetes complications, dementia, I mentioned, renal disease, premature birth, low birth weight. There's a whole series of diseases that are affected by a lack of proper dental care. The evidence is very clear that dental care and oral health care is part of health care and ought to be considered not as an add-on to a system, but as a part of that system. The situation in the last year and in the last year and a half through the pandemic has become even more urgent. We've seen millions of Canadians lose jobs over the last year, and with it, they've lost the health care benefits, including dental care. And this includes, of course, many people who also never had any health care, dental care to begin with. We have young people, 30% of young people have no access to dental care. They're young adults who are no longer covered by their family plan or never had a plan in the first place. We are seeing emergency rooms across the country feeling the full weight of COVID-19, but every 9 minutes, for example, someone visits an emergency room in Ontario for dental care when what they really need is to see a dentist. Also, a recent study at McGill University showed that those with poor oral hygiene are far more likely to experience more severe symptoms of COVID-19, and shockingly, patients with gum disease more than 3.5 times more likely to be admitted to intensive care, 4.5 more times to require a ventilator, and sadly, almost 9 times more likely to die from COVID-19 compared to those without oral health and gum disease issues. So this plan that we wish to put in place is extremely important because a large number of Canadians would benefit from that. The estimates are that almost 7 million people in Canada who aren't currently covered by a dental plan and can't afford to pay the cost would be covered. That would include more than half of Canadians who have low incomes, more than half of seniors who are 60 years and older, 30% of young adults, and including more than a quarter of women in our country would benefit from this plan because of the income test. Children with poor oral health are almost 3 times more likely to miss school due to dental pain than those with good oral health. some of the stories that I've heard, the feedback that I've received from people when we first started talking about this as New Democrats in the election campaign in 2019 are heartbreaking. The feedback that I've received is astonishing, Madam Speaker. Here's an example from St. John's East, Robin, who said, I needed a root canal, which would have cost $1,500. Since I didn't have dental coverage, I was unable to have this procedure done, which resulted in having the tooth extracted. This has a dire consequence on my mental health. And as someone who works with vulnerable populations, I see the pain, both physically and mentally, that they endure because they can't afford dental care. The government often talks about the importance of mental health, and access to oral health is a major part of this. Charmaine says, this is so late in coming, but better late than never. We absolutely do need dental coverage here in Canada. So many people suffering with pain, humiliation, low self-esteem, depression, and poverty. There aren't too many employment options for a person with, quote, dental illness, unquote. Jen is a chronically underemployed, disabled solo mother, and she says, I've been forced to choose my child's dental care over my own on many occasions. I've been forced to borrow money and to pay for costly emergency extractions and x-rays. Basic dental procedures should be covered by the government, especially for children. No one should have to suffer dental pain due to poverty in this country. And there were many, many comments like these who we've heard from the beginning of discussions about this particular program, which is absolutely essential to people's health. There's economic costs too for the lack of dental care. According to the Canadian Dental Association, poor dental health and oral diseases not only cause pain and long-term health concerns for individuals, but they account for over $1 billion in lost productivity in Canada per year. Almost 40% of Canadians have been taken away from normal activities because of dental complaints, 2.3 million school days, and 4.2 million work days lost annually to dental visits or sick days for dental problems. There's also expenses at emergency room visits for people coming in with dental care pain when they really need a dentist. But when we talk about dental care as being part of healthcare, many people ask, well, why isn't it already covered under the dental care system? Well, there's an astonishing answer to that a lot of people perhaps aren't aware of. In 1964, the Royal Commission on Health Services formed the original framework for Canada's public healthcare system, and in their final report called for the inclusion of dental services as part of a healthcare plan. But they noted that the shortage of dentists was so acute at the time that it would be impossible to implement a universal system. However, they did suggest that it was imperative to, at the time, establish a public dental care system for children, expectant mothers, and public assistance recipients that could be scaled up as resources expanded. Well, this was called, at the time, one of the highest priorities among all their proposals, in addition to the regular health care, but unfortunately, it was never established. Today, the situation is quite different. We have plenty of dentists. We have orthodontists. We have other providers in the dental and oral care system, but we still do not have universal dental care. In Canada, 94% of spending on dental care is private, and only 6% comes from government programs. This is the second lowest level of government spending on dental care among OECD countries, ranking even worse than the United States. So we are proposing a program that would provide dental care without premiums for families with family income less than $70,000 or less. For those with incomes from $70,000 to $90,000 per year, there would be a sliding scope copay system. This proposal would be administered by the federal government or by provinces and territories upon agreement. And the minimum basket of services would comprise diagnostic services annually, including examinations, radiographs, preventative services, which are very important, including scaling and polishing, fluorides, restorations, including fillings and crowns, endodontic services, including root canal treatments, and various other services that would be required, including oral services, extractions, orthodontic services, including non-cosmetic braces, and various other associated services as part of this program. It's been fully costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office, and that's been available publicly since October of 2020, costing about $1.5 billion per year. This is a lot of money. But when you look at what's been spent in this country in the last year on special programs by this government, it is certainly affordable. There may be some upfront costs of about $3 billion as well because of pent-up demand, untreated disease that already exists that would have to be looked after. But this is a doable plan. This is something that can be put in place now. It can be done by the support of this Parliament, by legislation that makes it possible, and it's part of what has to be done to deal with the significant lack of equality in this country in access to healthcare, the important part of healthcare, which is a problem that we can fix and we must fix. Madam Speaker, I see I'm getting close to the end of my time, and I would like to thank you. I would like to implore all members of Parliament, each of whom today have access to an excellent healthcare benefits through the House of Commons and dental care, to vote in favor of this motion. As I say, it's a problem we can and we must fix. And I want to give pay tribute to my colleague who will be speaking on this bill, this motion later on today, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, who himself has put forth a similar motion in this House. Mine came first in the draw, and I'm glad to say it will be a votable motion if we get to debate it for another time. So I want to thank him, the honourable colleague, for his work on this issue and for seconding the motion for me today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate greatly. I'd like to thank him for his work. Not everyone has the opportunity to have access to good dental care or the money they need to get that. But health comes under provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. I know we talk about that a lot here in this House. Does he not think that it would be up to the provinces and Quebec to be doing this, to be offering the public, everyone, this opportunity to have access to dental care? And what Quebec and the provinces have been calling for is higher health transfers to cover 35% of the costs so that this type of program could be implemented.
John Zeist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. It's a very important one. As we know, the Canada Health Act covers a lot of health care, but not dental care and oral care, and that is administered by Quebec in the inside of Quebec under the Canada Health Act, and this is not any different from that as a health care matter, and we would expect that any program of this nature would be similarly administered by a province, and there's that's something that would be guaranteed along with all other healthcare. And I totally agree with her, by the way, that there has to be a substantial increase in transfers for healthcare back to the kind of numbers we had in terms of percentage before.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech and for this excellent motion. The Green Party has long supported a dental care program that's added to our universal health care system. It's so important that we take care of people's teeth, and why exclude this part of a person's body from health care? the honourable member outlined a number of savings and benefits to the economy having a dental program like this. I'm wondering if he could speak about the health benefits and other implications. When people have problems with their teeth, we know that affects their health in other ways, and I'm just wondering if you could speak to that issue.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his support for this motion and for the question. He uses the word add-on, and I'm afraid I don't like that word because, yes, this is a patch, a short-term patch, but it is part of healthcare and really should be considered a part of that. The member is right in talking about the health benefits. They're probably more important in many respects because they have to do with a person's self-esteem, a person's ability to, if people have bad teeth, they can have difficulties eating and digesting food. They leads to other problems that they put off getting dental treatment, and they can get worse and cause other diseases, as I've mentioned in my speech. So it has in many cases, it can disfigure people. It causes stigmatization. It makes it has social implications as well and employment implications. So it's a whole raft of problems that are associated with the lack of health care for your oral issues. The same as it would have been before we had Medicare. People who were sick and who couldn't afford to get treatment didn't get treatment. They got worse and they didn't have as very productive or happy lives. The same thing applies to dental care.
And for a brief question, the honourable for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for moving this motion forward, and as he knows, I've moved the same motion forward. And I guess what I want to he raised the issue of class. It's not just that there's 12 or 13 million Canadians who don't have dental insurance. It's who those people are. They're primarily Indigenous people, women, single parents, young workers, low-income Canadians, seniors. And I'm just wondering if he could just spend a moment telling us about the social justice component of this healthcare measure.
The honourable member for St. John's East, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I think that it's very clear that this is part of a great divide in our country. It's very clear that there are a large number of people who are deprived of a proper health care that causes significant problems, and they are defined by race and by class and by the lack of opportunity, and unfortunately on top of that makes life more difficult for them, and it has to be fixed. And there is a major social justice component, and I hope everybody sees that when there comes to a vote today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
To rise today to participate on this discussion on dental care for Canadians. The government remains committed to its promise to work with Parliament to study and analyze this issue. Both the 2019 speech from the throne and the 2019 Minister of Health mandate letter committed to support Parliament in studying and analyzing the possibility of a national dental care program. Across the country, many Canadians have coverage for dental care through private employee health benefit plans, while many others are supported by government programs. According to the Canadian Institute for Health Information, $15.9 billion was spent on dental services in Canada in 2018. Of this, 55% was covered through private insurance plan, 39% was paid out of pocket, and 6% was publicly funded by a variety of federal, provincial, and territorial government programs. We know that 3/4 of Canadians visit a dentist at least once a year, which is higher than the OECD average, and that Canadians' wait times for dental care are amongst the shortest in the world. According to the results of the 2018 Canadian Community Health Survey, over 2/3 of Canadians reported having dental insurance that covered all or part of their expenses. Approximately 2 out of 3 Canadians report having no dental needs. Despite these figures, there is also evidence that many Canadians faced cost barriers to accessing care. Approximately 1/3 of Canadians are uninsured, and 22% of Canadians, roughly 6.8 million people, have avoided visiting a dental professional due to cost. Those with dental insurance are more likely to have visited a dental professional, although 14% of Canadians with dental coverage have still reported avoiding dental care due to cost. We also know that income is not the only barrier preventing Canadians from accessing dental care. By the time they are adults, 96% of Canadians have been impacted by dental decay. It is largely preventable and disproportionately impacts and more severely impacts our most vulnerable populations, those in rural communities, in particular age groups such as young adults and seniors, those with disabilities, and racialized persons, including Indigenous people, face unique barriers accessing dental cares. In 2017, the Auditor General of Canada found that Inuit and First Nations have nearly twice as much dental disease as the rest of the country. Further, the Canadian Institute for Health Information has found that day surgery rates for early childhood caries, which is generally preventable and treatable, were 8.6 times higher amongst children from neighborhoods with denser Indigenous populations. We also know that oral health is an integral element of overall health. Poor oral health and inequitable access to dental care is connected with multiple health conditions and challenges, including chronic pain, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, and certain forms of cancer. The Canadian Cancer Society advises that in overall cancer incidences in Canada, oral cancer ranks 9th in men and 13th in women, and the trend line is increasing. 5,300 Canadians will be diagnosed with oral cancer annually, and nearly 1,500 will die from it. Though I have spoken to figures that indicate access issues exist, this data is limited, often quite dated, and not available equally across the country. We do not have comprehensive data on an unmet dental care need at a national level, nor do we have a full understanding of the needs of various subpopulations. This is why our government has committed to support a parliamentary study on the issue. In addition, to address data gaps, the government has partnered with Statistics Canada to design an oral health component for upcoming cycles of the Canadian Health Measures Survey, funded by the Canadian Institute of Health Research, and in collaboration with leading researchers from all 10 of Canada's universities, faculties of dentistry, and experts from the US and the United Kingdom. The survey is scheduled to begin next year, although findings won't be available until 2024. Once available, this work will help to update our understanding of dental needs and will provide key information for those developing oral health programs and policies for Canadians. In addition to improving data on dental care, the federal government continues to provide coverage for dental care services for certain groups of people. Through the Non-Insured Health Benefit Program delivered by Indigenous Service Canada, the government provided dental coverage for recognized First Nations and Inuit. Over the period between 2016 and 2018, over 420,000 clients received dental services through the Non-Insured Health Benefits Program. In addition to this, the Children's Oral Health Initiative provides dental coverage for many First Nations children under the age of 7. The government also offers dental coverage through the employment benefits for federal employees, federal retirees, Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans, and RCMP members and veterans. In addition, it provides limited dental coverage for federal inmates and for some newcomers through the interim federal health program. Alongside these government programs, all provinces and territories fund and manage their own dental care services. That, as part of their Medicare programs, covers medically necessary surgical dental services performed by a dentist in hospitals when a hospital is required for the proper performance of the procedure. All provinces and territories also provide additional dental coverage at their own discretion. Through these programs, vary greatly between jurisdictions and often limited to select groups such as children in low-income households, people receiving social assistance benefits, people with certain disabilities, and senior citizens. The specific eligibility requirements, the type of service included, and the financial coverage levels vary greatly depending on the province or territory. At the same time, stakeholders have raised concerns about rising dental costs coupled with stagnant financial limits for the public dental coverage programs, creating a barrier by asking dentists to absorb costs and turn patients away. Provincial and territorial healthcare programs, including those with dental coverage, are supported by federal funding through the Canada Health Transfer, or CHT. The CHT is a key federal funding mechanism for supporting Canada's healthcare system, providing long-term predictable funding to provinces and territories. Provinces and territories are free to decide how to allocate those funds in order to best address their individual healthcare priorities, including dental care and related services. The CHT is providing $40.1 billion to the provinces and territories this fiscal year. This will continue to increase each year in line with the growth rate of the economy, with a minimum increase of at least 3% per year. Over the next 5 years, this funding to provinces and territories is expected to exceed $234 billion. To support the improvement of the oral health of Canadians and fulfill our international responsibility, the government works with partners and stakeholders, nationally and globally, including organizations in the professional, regulatory, and educational domains, such as the Canadian Dental Association and the Canadian Dental Regulatory Authorities Federation. We also collaborate with international health and dental organizations, such as the World Health Organization and FDI World Dental Federation and oral health authorities around the world. Madam Speaker, these initiatives demonstrate that our government is playing a constructive role to support access to dental care for Canadians. We look forward to the outcome of the parliamentary work on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary, Nosio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to this bill, and I also acknowledge the contributions of my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway on this issue, who I serve admirably with on the Health Committee. So, as I've said before in the House, or in debate on similar issues, income and ability to pay should not stop from people having access to needed treatments and care. And I think that that's a principle that every Canadian supports. It's something that sets our country apart from others as well. And that whole principle of Canadians having reasonable access to health care that they need and that they deserve. The question really becomes, how do we deliver that? We can all agree on the principle, and the question becomes how. And so this bill or this motion suggests one way, and I do have a few questions for my colleagues who are proposing it. So I guess I would need a little bit more information before I would go to nationalizing dental care as the best way to achieve this outcome. My understanding is that the motion proposes to establish a nationalized dental care plan for individuals who are uninsured with a household income of less than $90,000 per year. And while this is laudable, I'm not sure the motion recognizes that there are already a number of government-funded dental care programs that are specifically catered to help vulnerable groups such as these persons gain access to dental care. So I'm just wondering, with regard to what's being proposed here, what the gaps are that are being discussed and why what's being put forward here is necessary if programs like this already exist. And I guess on the flip side of that, the motion in how it reads to me, it doesn't clarify how Canadians who already have a dental care plan through their employment, union, insurance, or provincial government would be affected. And I've raised this concern in a similar motion around nationalized pharmacare system. But for the purposes of this evening, let's talk about dental care coverage. So in my research, in 2018, according to Statistics Canada, approximately 65% of Canadians have access to dental insurance to cover all or part of their expenses. And then there are existing provincial programs that fill in the gaps. So the motion doesn't say how adequate that coverage is and where the gaps are in terms of what is needed to cover those gaps, as well as what the additional costs would be to the provinces. So, for example, Ontario has a government-funded dental care program that provides free routine dental services to low-income seniors who are who are age 65 and older, and for children and youth 17 and under. And in Alberta, Albertans can apply for the Alberta Health Services Dental Clinic for reduced fee dental care for families in financial need. In British Columbia, individuals who receive income or disability assistance are eligible to have basic dental cost coverage, and Nova Scotia has the Nova Scotia Children's Oral Health Program that covers basic dental care services for children from birth until they are 15, and so on across the country. So I guess at this point, it is incumbent upon me to bring up the element of jurisdiction, as is always discussed in the issue of healthcare and healthcare programming. So, as I've just outlined, existing provincially funded dental care programs do exist throughout across the country. So I'm wondering if a better course of action would be to get the federal government to enter into negotiations with provinces to mandate means-tested dental coverage for seniors and low-income residents who cannot access private dental plans via their employer or for other means. And I'm wondering if that's a better step one. And I'll try and provide some rationale for that. To support this argument, the Canadian Dental Association has stated while they advocate for improving access to oral health care, they believe the best way to achieve this is by improving the funding of existing public programs. So I'm just wondering if creating like another bureaucracy or a nationalized program may not be the best way to target Canadians that are most in need, if perhaps the best way to understand those gaps and then address them is to enter into negotiations with the provinces in the manner that I suggested above. So again, healthcare delivery does have a large jurisdictional responsibility within the provinces. And while I believe federal and provincial government should work together to address issues like this, we also need to ensure that the potential solution does respect jurisdiction and unique regional challenges that are part of our confederation. The other thing is that this motion, I'm a little bit concerned about the costs. Now, I understand that the PBO has done some preliminary analysis, but when I read the 2019 cost estimate of election campaign proposals by the PBO, there is a, quote, moderate level of uncertainty with cost estimates. This is due to its assumption about population growth, disease prevalence, utilization rate, inflation, and the possibility that the new nationalized plan might cause existing public and private insurers to reduce or even cancel their coverage. And this is something that I think we actually have a responsibility to discuss. And it's the same principle as pharmacare. So what would be the cost or potential risk of using a nationalized program on, like, would it displace coverage that Canadians already have through private means? And I'm just not clear on by what's in this motion if there would be safeguards built in to prevent that from happening, or if what the member is suggesting is sort of like a full nationalization of the system, or this being sort of like the first step towards that. I raised this issue in the context of pharmacare with an example that I think many Canadians who are in Ontario know. When Ontario tried to nationalize healthcare with OHIP Plus under the Ontario Liberals, OHIP Plus created coverage for 1.2 million Ontarians who didn't have it before, but transferred 2.1 million Ontarians who already had private plans to a public plan that didn't have the same level of coverage. So I just would be concerned that without having some prescriptive boundaries around ensuring that displacement of coverage doesn't happen, that jumping to like a nationalized model is perhaps not step number one, especially when that is coupled with the issue of jurisdiction. There are a couple of other things that I want to raise too. Throughout the course of my parliamentary career, as I'm sure everyone who is listening tonight has had, I have many constituents who come in, new Canadians, who are concerned about the issue of credentialing. And one area of credentialing that I hear over and over again is particularly to the dental profession in Canada. It's very difficult to have dental credentials recognized in Canada, and of course we respect professional associations. But I also am wondering if we actually have an adequate number of dentists in Canada, and perhaps is that a reason why costs are being driven up? It's a thing of supply and demand. And if we had more supply, would this be an issue? Listening to my colleague from the Liberal Party's speech, he did talk a lot about access to care in Canada. So I'm wondering if, again, if there's perhaps a bit more information on where the gaps were here, we might have a better solution moving forward. So, again, I am a conservative. I think it is my obligation to provide a viewpoint in the House that suggests that maybe we don't always need to leap to more bureaucracy in government in every instance. But I do agree that the goal of providing access to care for dental services for those who are lower income or who might not have coverage is a laudable one. But I do think that perhaps the better first step, as opposed to just moving towards a new bureaucracy, would be to work collaboratively with the provinces, respecting jurisdiction and looking at a means-tested solution, such as the one I provided, but while also simultaneously ensuring that there are safeguards in place for those who do have adequate coverage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can't be against apple pie, can you, Madam Speaker? Everybody, in fact, would like to be able to count on a universal health care, and this would be a good idea for the government to look at it. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that our New Democratic friends either were mistaken in the Parliament or in the country, because the Canadian Constitution, whether we love it or not, is quite clear. With regard to the fact, we're talking about 91 and 92 of the 1867 BNA Act, it's quite clear that health care is of exclusive provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. It concerns in no way whatsoever the federal government. The federal government is responsible when it comes to health care, Madam Speaker, for the health care of Indigenous peoples. But to date, and we often talk about it in the House, the government is unable of providing basic services, essential services to the Indigenous communities, even when it comes to ensuring drinking water, a proper supply of drinking water. We're in the 21st century, a G7 country, and we're going to say that the federal government has what it needs to interfere in an area that falls under exclusive provincial and Quebec jurisdiction? Health care, Madam Speaker? The federal government is responsible for military hospitals, quarantine, as we see in the current pandemic, and procurement of medication. I read before I became an MP, I worked in another career, was another life. And I saw the NDP making proposals and involving areas under provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. We want to ensure the respect of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. We are opposed to intervention and interfering in these areas of jurisdiction. We can repeat it to our NDP friends and ask them, please try to understand or put in your motions the fact that this is a jurisdiction that falls under Quebec and the other provinces. And the provinces recognize initiatives when it comes to health care in the provinces. I'm thinking of the member for St. John's East who proposed the motion. There is health care in Newfoundland. I like my colleague quite a bit, and it breaks my heart to say it here in the House, that I cannot support this motion because the NDP are repeat offenders, and they constantly come back with motions and bills that would interfere into Quebec and provincial jurisdiction, and we are therefore obliged to say, well, this cannot work. We can never provide our support for this kind of initiative. So at least try in the wording of your centralizing motions and bills to recognize that this is a jurisdiction that does not fall under the federal government, and recognize that there are initiatives like the fact that Quebec has its own health care and dental care and has had that since 1974. Children are covered in Quebec, as well as people getting social assistance. So if there was just the beginning of an awareness by our NDP colleagues, but they are not getting it right when they propose these initiatives that fall under provincial Quebec jurisdiction. I would ask my colleague for St. John's Eve that he is not in the right parliament. Perhaps he should go to the parliament in St. John's, and perhaps our colleagues should go back to their provincial legislatures and not come here to the House of Commons when they wish to speak on issues that are under Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. It's not the right nation. Health care in the Canadian Constitution is not under the federal government's jurisdiction. Either they're mistaken in the nation or in the legislature. So there is a little problem that needs to be resolved in that area. So for 40 years, dental care has been covered in Quebec for children, and debates have taken place in Quebec with regard to the opportunity to extend or restrict coverage when it comes to dental care, as well as eye care. These are healthy debates. They must be done in the right place, that is, in the National Assembly of Quebec or in the provincial legislatures. It's not up to the federal government, and even less for the NDP to tell the provinces what to do in their own area of jurisdiction. It was the case under Jean Chrétien, a Liberal government, who said, we'll define the standards, and then the provinces in Quebec won't have any choice but to implement them. They want to transform the provinces into just service delivery points for people. So they want Ottawa to decide everything. That's not how the Canadian Constitution was designed. The problem, Madam Speaker, ultimately is this. The problem is that the federal government is not only constantly violating its own constitution, but failed to keep its word. It didn't keep its word because when there was an agreement on the healthcare system from coast to coast to coast, as the motto goes, they agreed that the federal government would assume 50% of the bill, of the costs. And now we're at 23% of the costs. It is Quebec and the provinces that have assumed the difference. No surprise that Quebec and the provinces are not able to extend dental care. So I would speak to my NDP colleagues and my colleagues in the other parties if the federal government respected the consensus reached by Quebec and the provinces and increased healthcare transfers. Perhaps we would have the flexibility in the Quebec and the provinces to expand the basket of services, including dental care. But since the federal government stubbornly refuses to invest in health care, That's ultimately the fact. Were we not in a pandemic, they would talk about it. No. Rather, it's time to talk about a national childcare system. It's time to talk about senior care. It's time to talk about camping. But it's not the time to talk about healthcare transfers in the middle of a pandemic. There is no more appropriate time, Madam Speaker, than to talk about healthcare transfers. So what we see instead is that the deficit announced in the budget is $354 billion for 2020-2021. Surprising $28 billion less than what was announced in November in the economic update. How is it that there's a missing $28 billion when we understand that $28 billion represents very exactly, specifically, almost to the exact cent, the amount that the provinces and Quebec have demanded with regard to the increase in healthcare transfers from the federal government, as if the federal government had given itself a lever to put pressure on Quebec and the provinces in order to shove these initiatives down its throat. This interference when it comes to childcare, senior care, and any other area, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals and the NDP always agree on, and it's under provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. However, that is not how it should work. It should not work like that. And as a consequence, Madam Speaker, I would, with all due respect, submit that the priority is not to create new initiatives, new federal initiatives. The priority is not to create new areas of interference. Rather, it is to transfer more money to the provinces to ensure that the healthcare professionals can have more breathing room, to improve equipment, to improve infrastructure, to ensure that we can provide better services, including dental care. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague from St. John's East for introducing the motion before us today and for his tireless advocacy in support of universal public dental care in Canada. Now, before I go further, I just cannot let the completely incorrect comments of my colleague from Montarville go unremarked. He's absolutely 100% incorrect about his jurisdictional arguments that he just made. As a matter of fact, healthcare has been defined by the Supreme Court of Canada as a shared jurisdiction, and there is no mention whatsoever of healthcare in the Constitution. There is a reference in Section 92 to the establishment, maintenance, and management of hospitals. There is no question that hospitals fall under provincial jurisdiction, but healthcare has been ruled to be shared. And that's, of course, why we have the Canada Health Act. My honourable colleague spent a long time trying to argue that the federal government can't establish expanded basket of services. But, of course, the Canada Health Act is exactly what establishes coverage for healthcare in this country. So lest any Canadian watching this fall under the misapprehension that we cannot create an expanded basket of care to include dental services, they need to be corrected on that. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought the immeasurable value of Canada's public healthcare system into stark focus. Over 50 years ago, it was the aspiration and dedication of New Democrat Tommy Douglas and those inspired by him that built our present system, which ensures that every Canadian can access physician and hospital care anywhere in this country as a matter of right. This cherished institution defines us as a nation. It is an affirmation that we will take care of each other at our most vulnerable. It is a reflection of our commitment to equality and justice. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has also served as a tragic reminder that our healthcare system is not perfect and it is not complete. Many important health services remain uncovered across Canada. For these, patients remain at the mercy of their ability to pay. This is contrary to Tommy Douglas's dream, which was to build a comprehensive system of healthcare. The motion before us today would help address one of the most glaring and illogical gaps in our public system, dental care. Indeed, many Canadians may not know that dental care was always envisioned to be part of our universal healthcare system when it was recommended in the 1960s. It was only the shortage of qualified dentists at that time that prevented it from being covered by our present system, a shortage that was solved decades ago. And by the way, there was no constitutional impediment to including it in the 1960s. It would constitute an important interim measure toward the inclusion of full dental care in Canada's healthcare system. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the omission of dental coverage from our universal healthcare system is both a pressing public health concern and a social justice issue. There is simply no logical reason whatsoever that oral health is excluded from universal coverage. It is as important a part of overall health as any other part of our body. Oral health diseases are some of the most prevalent chronic diseases in Canada, yet they are largely preventable. There are also links between poor oral health and the severity of serious health conditions such as diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and respiratory infections. In fact, recent research from McGill University has found that those with poor dental hygiene tend to experience more severe COVID-19 symptoms. The most common surgery performed on preschool children at most pediatric hospitals in Canada is treatment of dental decay. In seniors, poor oral health is a risk factor for aspiration pneumonia, dehydration, and infirmity. And yet many retirement home and long-term care facility residents do not receive adequate oral health care due to cost and access issues. It affects women, leading to low birth weight and premature birth. And numbers cannot quantify the pain, social impacts, and economic losses suffered by those with untreated dental problems, often for life. Yet some 33% of Canadians, 12 million Canadians, have no dental insurance, and nearly 7 million Canadians avoid the dentist every year because of the cost. The economic impacts of COVID-19 have made things worse. Millions of people have lost their jobs, and with them, their employment-sponsored benefits. Unsurprisingly, this has hurt low-income and marginalized Canadians the most. Canada's most vulnerable people have the highest rates of dental decay and disease, but the worst access to oral healthcare services. Indigenous populations have nearly twice as much dental disease as non-Indigenous Canadians, and income-related inequalities in oral health are greater in women than in men. Moreover, at a time when their wages have flatlined and their job prospects grown increasingly insecure, young people have also seen benefits like dental insurance rapidly scaled back or eliminated by employers. As a result, Canadians aged 18 to 34 are the most likely group to report cost as a barrier to dental care. Madam Speaker, if we can agree that everyone in Canada should have equal access to health care, regardless of their age, income, or job status, then we cannot justify the continued exclusion of oral health care. That's why during the last election, Canada's New Democrats put forward a plan to provide dental coverage to uninsured Canadians with household incomes below $90,000 as a first step, a down payment, towards universal public dental care. In fall 2019, the Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated that this program would provide immediate help to 4.3 million people. However, an updated PBO costing analysis conducted at my request and released in October of 2020 revealed that the need for this program has grown dramatically. The PBO estimated that 6.5 million Canadians would now benefit from the proposed program. Under the NDP's plan, there would be no cost for individuals with a household income under $70,000, and co-payments would be required at a sliding scale for those with a household income up to $90,000. The minimum basket of services covered would comprise a full range of necessary services, from diagnostics to prevention to restorative services. The program would be administered by the federal government or by provinces and territories upon agreement, and existing provincial and territorial programs that provide the same services would continue. Madam Speaker, at their first meeting following the 2019 election, the leader of the NDP pressed the Prime Minister to work across party lines in this minority parliament to implement dental care for all Canadians. I was pleased to see the government acknowledge this NDP priority in the 2019 speech from the throne, and I was heartened to see that the Minister of Health's mandate letter from the Prime Minister contained a specific direction to work with Parliament to study and analyze the possibility of national dental care. Unfortunately, the Liberal government has failed to take any action on this commitment to date. In fact, when New Democrats put forward a motion to fund our dental care plan by adjusting a proposed tax break for those earning $100,000 a year or more, the Liberals voted it down. When we put forward a plan to fund dental care and other essential programs by taxing the windfalls reaped by pandemic profiteers and the ultra-rich, the Liberals voted it down. Madam Speaker, today we have an opportunity once again to move forward on universal public dental care in Canada. Let's not squander this moment. To those who claim that we cannot afford to establish this urgently needed program, let me offer you some perspective. The PBO estimates that ongoing program costs for the NDP's dental care plan would average $1.5 billion per year. That's not counting the savings that accrue when we keep Canadians out of emergency rooms in this country for dental pain, which is estimated to cost us at least $150 million per year without even providing the appropriate care. Canada as a whole spends about $265 billion each year on healthcare. That means we can cover every Canadian who doesn't currently have dental care for about half of 1%. I would also note that we could easily pay for this program by canceling just a fraction of the fossil fuel subsidies we currently provide to big oil companies. Madam Speaker, if we ask Canadians, would you rather your tax dollars go to essential dental care, or would you rather go to Imperial Oil or Royal Dutch Shell? Madam Speaker, oral health is not a luxury. If we can marshal hundreds of billions of dollars in fiscal firepower to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, surely we can afford to devote a small fraction of those resources to support the long-term oral health of Canadians. Universal public dental care was first recommended in Canada by the 1964 Royal Commission on Health Services. Canadians have waited long enough. Access to medically necessary dental care should be a right in this country, not a privilege. It's time to roll up our sleeves and begin the work necessary to make this overdue healthcare service a reality for all Canadians. Our predecessors stood in this place and got Medicare established in Canada. It's time that we did the same for dental care. So let's stand together and take the first step today, Madam Speaker. Canadians are counting on us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Island has about a minute and a half to start, and then the rest will go the next time this matters before the House.
You and I keep finding ourselves in this position, Madam Speaker, where I'm getting half my time, and then afterwards I'll get the rest. But I do appreciate the opportunity to at least start today to talk about such an incredibly important issue. There's no doubt in my mind that, as indicated by previous members, in particular the NDP member that spoke before me from Vancouver Kingsway, I believe, that when our healthcare system was set up, there was an expectation that a pharmacare system and indeed a dental care system would follow shortly thereafter. And it is indeed long overdue that we get to that point. And that's why I was very pleased to see that the Standing Committee on Health recently passed a study or their decision to study the idea of a national dental care program. We need to start this immediately. We need to get moving on it. We need to get to a point where we can put together a system, because I, like the member from Vancouver Kingsway who spoke before me, would agree that if we only look at things from the perspective of what's it costing without looking at the savings attached to it, we're seriously doing disservice to the potential of bringing on a dental care program. The same can be said when we talk about pharmacare. It's the exact same logic. We just have to get to the point where we have the data in order to support it and the will politically, collectively as a House here, to push forward with the agenda. I have no doubt that in the end, we'll be a much better country as a result. So you're giving me the signal already. I'll stop there, Madam Speaker, but I look forward to continuing this when the House resumes on the matter.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes and 20 seconds the next time that this motion is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight, that there is a motion that is deemed to have been moved and seconded that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, do you mean Vancouver East?
I had just recognized Vancouver Kingsway just before you. It was still on my mind. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
No worries. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's been brought to the light that Canada Visa Canada's Visa Application Centre in China has been subcontracted to a Chinese state-owned company run and operated by the Beijing Municipal Security Bureau. The company that was awarded the contract, VFS Global, has confirmed at the Standing Committee for Immigration and Citizenship that the Canadian government knew right from the beginning the services were being subcontracted and that they were informed of the ownership structure of the company. This happened under the watch of the Harper government, and clearly the Conservatives were asleep at the switch. The former immigration minister, Jason Kenney, now Premier of Alberta, said he didn't know about it. I can't help but to ask, how on earth did he not know about something as significant as that? It just speaks to the level of his incompetence and disregard for the important work conducted by Canada's visa application centres. The saga doesn't end there. Then in 2018, the contract was renewed by this Liberal government, and yet no changes were made. And in fact, Public Services and Procurement Canada confirmed that they did not even know that Canada's Visa Application Centre services in China has been subcontracted out to a company owned by the Beijing police until the Globe and Mail brought it to their attention in February of 2021. Yet the Liberals say they underwent a vigorous process for the contract renewals. Somehow the Liberal government were still oblivious to the fact that Canada's Visa Application Centre is effectively run and operated by people hired by the Beijing police. It really shakes your confidence about the government's vetting process and makes you wonder what sort of security checks are done. Was CSIS even consulted on this? Former CSIS director was quoted in saying that, quote, "I cannot think of a more promising entry point for China's cyber spies." According to Richard Kirtland, he said, quote, "The VFS organization may have more personal information on applications for immigrant services than entire countries do." It's been reported by the Globe and Mail that 86% of staff being hired by the company owned by the Beijing police. In what world would having 86% of the staff who are employed by an arm of the Beijing police are receiving the kind of sensitive information that visa application centers handle would be a good idea? Since the subcontractor is a Chinese-owned state firm, according to Chinese regulations, the party secretary must be the chair of the board of this company, and the general manager position must be filled by the deputy party committee secretary. That means the subcontractor handling Canada's visa center services are run and operated by the party secretary and deputy party secretary of the Chinese Communist Party. I went on Google and was able to find within minutes of the CCP meeting minutes where they appointed their party secretary and deputy party secretary to these positions. Can you imagine the chair of the company running and operating Canada's Visa Application Centre in China is the party secretary of the CCP branch in that region, and the general manager is the deputy secretary? They have to swear an oath of allegiance to the Chinese Communist Party. It is their duty to execute the will of the party. That's where their first loyalties lie. If you are a prospective applicant, would you feel confident that your personal information for immigration application is being handled by a company owned by the Beijing Municipal Police Security Bureau? Even if the Chinese gets the wind of the fact that a pro-democracy activist or someone who's sympathetic to the Uyghurs in China is trying to get a visa to Canada, do you not think that they would not be in jeopardy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the chance to address the question from the honourable member. Je souhaite tout d'abord souligner.
First of all, I wish to highlight that the protection of personal information and privacy of applicants is a priority in all of the activities led by Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, as well as the Government of Canada.
BC uses visa application centres, or VACs, to provide administrative support and biometric collection services in local languages to visa applicants. VACs do not play a role in the decision-making process and are expressly forbidden to provide any visa-related advice to applicants. All decisions are made by highly trained IRCC officials. As well, Madam Speaker, all immigration information gathered at VAX is transmitted directly to Canada and is stored in Canada. And this is a one-way process and operates similar to a client-facing web page. No immigration data is retained at the VAX, and Canadian officials closely monitor the activities of VAX around the world to ensure that privacy standards are met as per Canadian laws. And in addition, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada performed its due diligence in vetting the contractor VFS Global and has required that all employees in VAX who have access to personal information, including subcontractor employees, are screened to Canadian standards. Il convient également, Madame la Présidente, de souligner.
It should also be highlighted that the Contract Security Program by Public Services and Procurement Canada, in partnership with IRCC, hired the principal Canadian organizations responsible for the security of required measures. Their assessment was an integral part of the evaluation of subcontractors and served to develop a risk mitigation strategy to take into consideration at the time that the VAX were launched throughout the entire world.
To operating in any foreign environment, and the Government of Canada is well aware of the risks of operating in China. IRCC officials closely monitor the activities of visa application centers to ensure that our stringent privacy standards, as detailed in the contract, are met. And as part of this work, since the beginning of the contract, IRCC has regularly carried out audits and inspections for compliance at all VAX around the world. This includes both scheduled and unannounced audits and site reviews conducted by IRCC officials. And since 2018, IRCC has reviewed and conducted over 20 site visits to VAX in China alone. IRCC video cameras also monitor every time biometrics are submitted. The contractors must notify Canada immediately of any data breaches at the VAX, as well as any other situations or difficulties that may arise or will have an impact upon the scope of the work, security and protection of personal information included. IRCC is responsible for determining whether a reported problem constitutes a privacy breach in consultation with PSPC. And if a privacy breach were to occur, a report would be created to record how the breach occurred, the remedial actions being taken, and the mitigation measures proposed by the contractor to prevent reoccurrence. No privacy breaches have been reported to date. VFS Global has been compliant with its security requirements pursuant to its contract with the Government of Canada, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to improve and implement measures to enhance security requirements, especially in the international context.
Member for Vancouver East.
The government didn't even know that the visa application center operating in Beijing is owned by the Beijing police until most recently. They keep on saying that, don't worry, be happy. It doesn't matter that the information never gets into the system or that the information is wiped clean after 30 days into the network. The fact of the matter is that a prospective applicant situation may be compromised on day one. The minute they walk into that office, hands their file over to a staff who's been hired by the Beijing police, they may be compromised. In the United States, the handling of the visa application services in China is being done in-house. My question to the Liberal government is this: why can't Canada do the same? Ensure that there is absolute full protection and bring that service back in-house. We should not have a visa application center in China operated and run by the Communist Chinese Party. We should not be doing that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will repeat again for my honourable colleague that the officers in VAX don't participate in decision-making, and they are not allowed to provide advice to visa applicants.
As I stated, gathered at VAX is transmitted directly to Canada and is stored in Canada. This is a one-way process and operates similar to a client-facing web page. all VAX employees with access to personal information obtain security screenings. And PSPC, in partnership with IRCC, engaged lead Canadian security agencies to inform the measures required. The Government of Canada is aware of the risks of operating in China, and our assessments of China have evolved since VAX were originally contracted. And as I stated earlier, Madam Speaker, we will continue to keep Canadians safe, personal information safe, and as always, look for ways to improve on our already robust system, particularly in the international context. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina West-Wascana.
People who have known me for a long time will know that I've always been a big sports fan. And like many people my age who grew up in Western Canada, I have many fond memories of Wayne Gretzky and the Edmonton Oilers and their Stanley Cup dynasty of the 1980s. One of the most entertaining parts about sports has to be the post-game interviews, especially with the coach of the losing team. Often you'll hear the coach of the losing team say, you know what? The team had a decent third period, but the team just didn't show up to play in the first two periods of the game. And by the time the team started to play well in the third period, there just wasn't enough time left on the clock to win the game. Madam Speaker, I see a lot of similarities between those defeated hockey coaches in their post-game interviews with the way this government has been handling the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline dispute. On June 27, 2019, the government of Michigan filed a lawsuit in state court to have Enbridge Line 5 shut down. That means that for this government, on June 27, 2019, the puck dropped and the clock on the scoreboard started ticking. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we are not talking today about a hockey game. We are talking about tens of thousands of jobs in both Eastern and Western Canada. Madam Speaker, the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline transports 500,000 barrels a day of Saskatchewan and Alberta oil to Eastern Canada through the state of Michigan. It connects to Sarnia, Ontario, where 6,500 refinery workers depend on this pipeline for their livelihood. The refined petroleum products go on to supply half of Ontario and Quebec's gasoline, diesel, and home heating fuel, as well as 100% of the jet fuel for Pearson International Airport. Madam Speaker, the jobs of tens of thousands of Canadians depend on the continued operation of this pipeline. This is an issue that the Prime Minister should have raised directly with President Trump in 2019 or in 2020. After Joe Biden was elected president last November, the Prime Minister should have raised this issue with him shortly after his inauguration in January. But Madam Speaker, here we are, nearly 2 years after the government of Michigan filed its lawsuit. That's nearly 2 years after the puck dropped. And where is the Prime Minister in this game? Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister hasn't even laced up his skates yet. The Prime Minister hasn't even gotten onto the ice yet. The Prime Minister hasn't even done any pre-game warm-ups yet. And here we are, late in the third period, with just 8 days left before the state of Michigan shuts down Enbridge Line 5, and then it's game over for tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. But fortunately, Madam Speaker, there is still time left on the clock. There is still the 1977 Transit Pipeline Treaty between our two countries, which prevents a U.S. state from shutting down an international pipeline unilaterally. But this treaty has to be enforced. Madam Speaker, why has the Prime Minister not yet had a direct phone call with President Biden specifically on the issue of enforcing the 1977 Transit Pipeline Treaty between our two countries? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for raising such an important issue. The Government of Canada certainly shares his concerns about Line 5. Its vital North American economic artery, as he mentioned, carries 540,000 barrels a day of essential energy products and brings Western Canada petroleum products to refineries in central Canada and the U.S. Midwest. En fait,
as a matter of fact, this is one of those issues that affects us all. Taking a Team Canada approach to the Governor of Michigan's attempt to shut it down. This consensus is reflected in the excellent interim report we are now considering from the Special Committee on the Economic Relationship between Canada and the United States. A report that highlights the real sense of solidarity among witnesses and members of all parties.
Madam Speaker, the Governor of Michigan based her opposition on concerns about the safety of a short stretch of the line of the Straits of Mackinac. This is the body of water connecting Lake Huron to Lake Michigan. 2 points. First, Canadians care as deeply as Americans about the integrity of our Great Lakes. Full stop. Ensuite.
Secondly, Line 5 has an unblemished safety record in the strait. What's more, Enbridge monitors this line in this location 24/7. And the company is providing additional assurance through its Great Lakes Tunnel project. That initiative would embed Line 5 in a concrete tunnel buried in the lake bed, making a safe pipeline even safer.
Et rendra le pipeline sécuritaire encore plus sécuritaire. Madam Speaker, we're making our message clear in both Michigan and Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister raised our concerns during his virtual summit with President Biden in February. The Minister of Natural Resources is pressing the issue with Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm. So are also our diplomats in the U.S. Capitol and in Michigan. Notre argument principal.
Our main argument is that the continued operation of Line 5 is in everyone's interest on both sides of the border. It's definitely in the interest of thousands of people whose jobs depend on it.
Feedstock from this pipeline supplies the state's refinery. It's a source of more than half of Michigan's propane, heating thousands of homes and businesses. It's also the source of most of the jet fuel used at the Detroit Metro Airport also. In fact, Madam Speaker, a new report from the American Petroleum Institute highlights the critical and growing importance of cross-border energy trade with the two nations. In conclusion, that in the U.S., this trade most benefits 6 states, 4 of them in the Midwest region, Illinois, Minnesota, Indiana, and yes, Michigan. Madam Speaker, we believe this conflict will be resolved. Enbridge and Michigan are currently engaged in court-mandated mediation, and we fully support the parties working to a constructive resolution.
President Biden and the Prime Minister have formally recognized the economic and energy security benefits of our bilateral energy relationship. They referred to our highly integrated infrastructure as a key component of our shared prosperity and security. They also agreed, Madam Speaker, to work together on our post-pandemic recovery. This recovery can lead... Your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline dispute, I would think that the Transit Pipeline Treaty should have been one of the first plays in the Team Canada playbook. This treaty between Canada and the United States was signed in 1977 when Pierre Trudeau was Prime Minister. One of its biggest advocates in the U.S. was a rookie senator from Delaware by the name of Joe Biden, who of course is the current president. To stay with our hockey analogy, bringing this treaty and its enforcement to the forefront should have been done in the first period of the game, shortly after the opening face-off, and not left until overtime or the shootout. When is the Prime Minister going to stand up for international law, stand up for tens of thousands of working Canadians, and save Enbridge Line 5?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that we're encouraged by Team Canada's approach to the Canada-U.S. Special Committee. by provincial and municipal governments, by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the construction unions, by experts on Canada-U.S. relations.
I also want to cite some comments of at the committee from Senator of Enbridge Executive, a senior executive, Vern Yu. A disruption, he said, would hurt both economies, triggering energy shortages and threaten high-paying jobs in both countries. And for what purpose, Madam Speaker? He asserts that Line 5 is the most scrutinized pipeline in North America, and he consistently has found that this pipeline is fit for service on the Straits of Mackinac. Merci.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Park Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, Bill C-10 is an attack on the freedoms of Canadians. Particularly in its present form, it fundamentally threatens our way of life. Officially, this bill is about changing the Broadcasting Act to bring online streaming services under broadcasting regulations. But it now also seeks to create a framework whereby social media companies and users can be directly regulated by the unelected bureaucrats at the CRTC. Social media platforms today are the primary place where public debate takes place. They are the public space. They aren't like radio and television where large companies broadcast artistic content through limited airwaves. They are the place where all kinds of conversations take place between free individuals expressing and critiquing important ideas. Previously, public and private conversations now all take place in this online space. So any regulation of social media is necessarily regulation of speech, of debate, and of that public square. Broadcast regulation is not about combating hateful content. There already are criminal code provisions dealing with this. Certainly there is a case for regularly reevaluating those provisions, but broadcasting regulation is about shaping content with other objectives in mind, such as seeking representation of what is deemed Canadian content and establishing quotas for representation of certain views or experiences. Applying this approach to social media means that the government would have dramatic capacity to shape the content which is shown and the user experience on social media. The algorithms that shape this experience are already fairly opaque in terms of what is seen, by whom, and why. For this reason, Bill C-10 is a particularly dangerous form of state censorship. Normally, censorship is explicit and transparent. People know who and where the censors are. But in the world envisioned by C-10, the dialogue happening in the public square, what you see and can't see, is shaped by state-directed algorithms advancing certain kinds of content over others, sometimes without you knowing about it at all. Whether individual users are treated as broadcasters or not, their content and who sees it will be controlled through state regulation of social media platforms. In a free society, the state must not take it upon itself to control the flow of information in the public square, but Bill C-10 would create control by default. At one time, being liberal meant adhering to the values of freedom, believing that the free exchange of ideas leads to ideas being measured and conclusions being drawn that best harness the wisdom and experience of the wider community. But today we are seeing increasing efforts to create fear about the implications of free and open discussion. We are warned about misinformation and fake news, about the dangers of populism and public confusion, and about the need to trust authority. Some are using these warnings to push us towards an illiberal reality, whereby growing state control is justified and powerful people are less likely to be held accountable. Let's not shy away from the fact that in a free society, people are going to say stupid and false things on the internet. When that happens, there's no need to engage in hyperbolic moral panic. Just tell them they're wrong and tell them why. Truly liberal people do not freak out about the fact that other people don't believe things that are true. Totalitarian control of the flow of information, even in pursuit of truth, inevitably leads to the suppression of contrary opinions, which in the long run could turn out to have merit. Free societies allow competition between different ideas to be lived out and allow people to come to conclusions based on what they observed. There used to be so much optimism about the online community's capacity to usher in a small L liberal golden age of free and equal debate and competition, no longer dominated by powerful industrial actors or governments. But now, perversely, politicians who call themselves liberal are pushing a return to reactionary state control of the flow of information and creating regulations that advantage strong incumbent players. In the midst of this situation, I am proposing amendments which seek to protect free societies from foreign state-backed interference. When foreign states control our airwaves and shut out contrary voices, that undermines the free exchange of ideas that Canadians want to see. When I asked about this proposed amendment around foreign content, the government claimed that they did not have a position because they wanted to let the committee do its work independently. But now we can see clearly from government communications that Liberal MPs are being directed by PMO. Wouldn't it be ironic if, while seeking to censor the speech of Canadians, the government failed to act in response to the efforts of foreign states to control our airways? The government must fix Bill C-10 or withdraw it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am happy to respond to the question raised by my colleague, the Honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. The proposed Modernized Broadcasting Act is about fairness, a value that is essential in any healthy democracy. We believe that Canadian broadcasters deserve a fair shot at competing against streaming services. everybody who benefits from the system should contribute to it. Therefore, a modernized Broadcasting Act will require streaming services to support the creation and discovery of Canadian music and stories, creators, and producers.
A broadcasting system that is fair is not only able to keep the public informed, it can also serve to amplify the voices of marginalized people. Over 70 years ago, the UN General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Through its legacy, as well as the legacy of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the government continues its commitment to protect and promote human rights by preventing gender-based violence, combating racism, and eliminating all forms of discrimination. Bill C-10 aims to ensure a more accurate reflection of the diversity of Canadian society by providing for a more inclusive broadcasting system, including programming and employment opportunities. A system that serves the needs of all Canadians is necessarily a system that is more democratic. Bill C-10 also envisions a broadcasting system that responds to the interests of Francophones and Anglophones, Indigenous peoples, racialized Canadians, and Canadians from diverse ethno-cultural backgrounds, socioeconomic status, abilities and disabilities, sexual orientations, gender identities and expressions, and different ages.
In these same lines, the bill would provide the CRTC with new, flexible regulatory tools intended to encourage the development of diverse Canadian expression by, for example, incentivizing diversity in key creative positions, or could also be directed to support programs and creators from diverse communities. As we continue to move through clause by clause, it is through looking at these aforementioned values that we shall continue to examine and debate all motions presented before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, what an incredible answer from the government. They talk about human rights with no reference to the core human rights question of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. That's what this discussion is about. It's about the freedom of people of all backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, different racial, ethnic, religious, sexual orientation, their freedom to express themselves online, to curate their own content without the government making decisions. Now, when we have this sort of bureaucratic top-down effort to promote diversity, what that's code for is the government deciding what is going to be in your news feed based on criteria that they establish through unelected bureaucrats. They're giving them this mandate to control what's in your news feed on the basis of diversity. How about the government focus on giving all Canadians of all backgrounds the freedom to control their own content, get the CRTC out of the social media content business, and respect the human rights that are recognized in the Charter and UN documents and elsewhere to fundamental principles of freedom of speech?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to correct the member of Parliament opposite on the fact that this is not about political censorship. It simply is not. This is about modernizing the Broadcasting Act, quite simply, and that's not a correct interpretation of what is being done at all. However, we are guided in our values of the Charter of Rights and about going through an intersectional lens as we are committed to evidence-based decision-making in order to address systemic inequalities, be it systemic racism, unconscious bias, gender-based discrimination, barriers for persons with disabilities, discrimination against LGBTQ2 communities, or inequities faced by all vulnerable populations. I'm happy to stress and support our government's commitment to building a stronger and more resilient country for everyone.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.